Namaskar and good morning, everyone. I, Manhar Rashid, on behalf of IAFI, extend a very warm welcome to all our distinguished delegates, subject expert speakers, senior government officials, guests from overseas, and friends from press and media to day 2 of much awaited the 5th India Spectrum Management Conference and Exhibition 2025. I hope you all had an amazing time yesterday witnessing and hearing from our eminent speaker lineup. As promised, today we have planned an amazing day for all of you with excellent setup of speaker lineup, informative keynotes, stimulating conversations, and engaging panel discussions. So, without any further ado, let's proceed to the inaugural session. May I have a privilege of welcoming on stage Mr. Bharat Bhatia, President IAFI, and request him to do the honors of welcoming our eminent dignitaries by presenting a shawl. May we all kindly join our hands together and welcome on stage our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Dev Kumar Chakrabarti, Member Services, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. We welcome you, sir. We are truly honored and delighted to have you with us today. Welcome our guest of honors, respected Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, CEO and Chairman Board, CDOT. Welcome you, sir. Can we have a huge hand, ladies and gentlemen? Please put your hands together and welcome respected Shri N.K. Bholaji, Joint Wireless Advisor and OSD to Wireless Advisor, WPC DOT. Welcome, sir. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sendil Kumar Devar, Director, Standards and Spectrum, Ericsson India. Welcome you, sir. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. R. David Koil Pillai, Chairman, Bharat 6G Alliance. Welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Shri H.C. Soni, Vice President, IAFI. We welcome you, sir. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Bhatia. I once again would like to express my deepest gratitude to our distinguished guests for taking the time out and be a part of ISMC 2025. Let us now begin with the inaugural session by inviting on the dais Mr. Bharat Bhatia, President IFI, to please give the welcome address. Sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. And thanks for being here today on the second day of this India Spectrum Management Conference. Today's day is very special. We have among us very senior dignitaries, and I would like to welcome Shri Dev Kumar Chakrabarti ji, Member Services, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. Thanks for being here and sparing your time. We have among us Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay ji, CEO and Chairman of the Board of CDOT. Welcome, sir. Shri N.K. Bhola, Joint Wireless Advisor and also the OSD to Wireless Advisor. He's going to become the Wireless Advisor soon, so welcome here. And Dr. R. David Kolipillai ji, Chairman Bharat 6G Alliance. Thanks for coming, sir. Most welcome. And we have Mr. Sendil Devar, Dr. Sendil Devar from Ericsson. Thanks for he's one of the supporters of all the spectrum activities we do, and so thank you for being with us. And we have our Soniji, Vice President, IAFI, who is a pillar of strength for all the activities that we do. So without further discussions on what we did yesterday, because I think yesterday we delved into India's spectrum policies, where they are, where we want to go, and how we want India's leadership in the 5G, 6G, PMSC, broadcasting, satellite services, all of those issues we covered yesterday. Today, our focus is going to be more on the international scene. We are going to talk about the World Radio Conference 2027, the preparations that are happening in the ITUR, and Mr. Mario Manevich, Director of the Radio Bureau, is here with us. And thank you for being here with us. There are a lot of activities happening in the ITUR study groups. Particularly, I actively participate in 5D, 4A, 4C, 5A, and I know how hectic it is to meet the deadlines for the draft CPM text. The studies that are going on, very detailed studies that are going on for different agenda items. And today we will delve into those in our technical sessions. IAFI, as you know, is a non-political, non-profit industry foundation. Our aim basically is to increase and support India's participation in the ITU activities and the APT activities. And we take pride in our members who continuously contribute to the ITU activities, to the APT activities. On an average, we submit 50 to 100 contributions to the different bodies, ITU, APT, through the Indian government, directly as sector member, and continuously provide the thought process, the discussions that are going on, the studies that have been carried out in India on various agenda items. And we're proud to have here our Professor David Kolipillai, Bharat 6G Alliance, where we have started work on taking India as a leadership role in the 6G. As a part of the managing team of Working Party 5D in ITU, which is responsible for development of the 6G standards. The framework that has been developed was done in the group in 5D that I chair. And that framework is the basis for the entire development of the 6G technology. And I'm proud to say that the work that India did contribute a lot in framing that work, in framing the framework document, the framework recommendation that has been approved, and the hexagon which lays down the various parameters on which the 6G standard will be developed. IAFI is a recognized regional and international organization by the ITU. And we not only participate in the spectrum activities, but we also participate in other activities of ITU-T and ITU-D. We contribute to the various study groups, even in ITU-T as well as in ITU-D. And recently, the WTDC that was held in Baku, we were there and we presented a number of proposals on various things, including IPv6, including lost and mobile phones, and a lot of other things where new resolutions have been adopted by the WTDC, and hopefully further work will go on those. WRC 27 is mainly almost 80% of it is a satellite agenda. And we're very pleased that a lot of experts on spectrum on the satellite will be speaking today. I'm particularly proud that India has taken lead in agenda item 1.5, and we have submitted proposals on the unauthorized transmission from earth stations which are not authorized by the countries. And the proposal that India has submitted has found universal acceptability within Working Party 4A, which I think is a way as a consensus forward, and hopefully it will get incorporated suitably into the draft CPM text. So to that extent, I'm very happy that today's event will discuss all the WRC agenda items. Although Madam Revati is not here, but I also want to mention again that we are supporting India's candidacy for the Director of BR at the Plenipotentiary Conference this year, and seek everyone's support to make sure that India can at least Madam Revati as a candidate is very well qualified. I think she is one of the first female candidates to be for the post of Director BR, and that I think should provide enough impetus for people to vote for her. So thank you very much. And with that, I welcome you all to this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bhatia, for setting the theme for day 2 of ISMC 2025. I would now like to invite on the dais Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, CEO and Chairman Board, CDOT, to address the gathering. Dr. Upadhyay is an officer of Indian Telecommunication Services of Government of India. His previous assignments include Additional Director General and Head South India in Prasar Bharati, Deputy Director General, DOT, Government of India, and advisor with Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. Dr. Upadhyay is a senior IEEE member and a member of Collaborative Activities Governance Board of IEEE. He holds a PhD in Corporate Strategy and Policy and MBA from IIM Bangalore, MTech from IIT Roorkee. He is a winner of several awards, including J.C. Bose Award 1987 by Ministry of Defense, National E-Governance Award by Government of India, CIO 100 Award by International Data Group, Deepak C. Jain Award by IIM Bangalore. We welcome you, sir. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome Dr. Upadhyay?
Respected members, sir, Chakravarti ji sahab, other dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais, Mario sir. First of all, thank you IFI for inviting me here for this important conference on spectrum. I am not the expert of spectrum, but definitely I can say that spectrum be the key constituent for running the mobile services, and that is the scarce resource. Like equipment I can buy multiple times, multiple vendors can come, but spectrum is a limited resource. If you ask us today, I think, for example, Government of India wants to launch PPDR, Public Protection and Disaster Relief, and there is a need to give spectrum in 700 megahertz, but we don't have. So spectrum is a scarce resource. Therefore, the spectrum policy, whatever comes, how do we govern it? How do we, manage it? How do we equitably share it to get the maximum benefit out of it in terms of consumer welfare? I mean, if you take the economist view, they will say the consumer welfare should be maximized. If you take operators' view, they should say that, the spectrum should come free because it helps reduce cost. So we have to do spectrum policy in a manner that is equitable. It meets the test of economics. It meets the test of the market. And I'm sure the brilliant minds available here as well in the government, along with the IFI, may be looking at how do we, see the spectrum policy in a manner that it is best harmonized with the rest of the world, because economies of scale also matter a lot, because we should allot a spectrum, something which is not meeting, harmonized with the rest of the world, it won't work. Therefore, in tune with the WRC 27, whatever work is being done jointly, I think we should work all together. We also know that 6G, this time the spectrum has to do lot many things, because 6G, till now, till 5G, we had connectivity, and, that was the major connectivity applications, that was the major focus. But now in 6G, we are integrating all the networks, the physical and the digital is combining, and therefore, there is much more uh, emphasis that the spectrum should be allotted the way the all heterogeneous networks, work together. So we know that a lot of work is happening. Bharat 6G Alliance, David Saab is here. It is also working in how to take it forward. I will only say that we should do something which actually, is in tune with the indigenous ambition of India. India wants to do 6G 10% of patents, and therefore whatever work we do in 6G should be collaborated in a manner that we achieve this goal. Our honorable minister himself, every 3 months he reviews what is happening in 6G. If we have to get 10% patent, I think we all in this hall have to work together. As far as the technology development is concerned, I think I am sure you may be aware that we developed indigenous 4G and 5G, which is already deployed in BSNL. BSNL has already launched 4G service using indigenous radio, indigenous core, indigenous IMS, and this is soon being upgraded to 5G. And therefore, we have a base to actually innovate in 6G. And today we may not be seen much in the patent. I think we were never seen in 4G, 5G. At least there is some presence in 6G patent of India. Of course, if you compare China, we are nowhere. China, US, and some countries have taken lead in the patent, and therefore all of us should work together. There is no limit to funding right now, because earlier days in my career of 37 years in government, I've never seen government working so hard to, see that the startups and the ecosystem is uh, ecosystem is supported in a manner that we develop our own technologies. We have TTDF, Telecom Technology Development Fund, under which we have already uh, actually approved 120 projects on 6G on the 6G research. We have funded IIT Chennai 170 crore for AOC testbed. We have funded 110 crores to Samir for terahertz research. And I would also like to say that the quantum is now the reality. Therefore, how do you, I see the AI native 6G, but I have not seen quantum. I don't know whether it is there or not, or maybe my knowledge is poor, but I have seen that 6G should be AI native. Now the requirement is 6G should be quantum native also, because many countries have already set the deadline that when we move to the quantum era, and therefore whatever work we do, we should also keep in mind that the quantum is also enabled in that. And the government has recently launched RDI scheme by DST. I am sure that many of our colleagues may be making good use of it, because using RDI, 1 lakh crore fund has been allotted by the government for doing research, and a lot can go into the 6G research. We should form, I think when we go to ANRF and RDI, we can have a consortium where we can say Maha 6G program, wherein all the stakeholders in this ecosystem work together and see that the 6G is developed. So I won't take much time, because we have a next meeting with the minister, so we have to all rush. So I won't take much time. I wish this conference a very good success. And again, I want to thank again Bhatia ji for inviting me. And we will, at CDOT is concerned, we will be very happy to work with the ecosystem, because we are government funded organization. Profit is not our motive. We'll be very happy to work with the industry, academia, and the ecosystem to see that the India journey in 6G Actually, we make a global print. We lost the race in the earlier Gs. In 6G, we should make some effort to go there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Upadhyay, for those kind words. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on, I would now like to invite on the dais Dr. R. David Koil Pillai, Chairman, Bharat 6G Alliance, to address the gathering. Dr. Koil Pillai is the Qualcomm Institute Chair Professor in Electrical Engineering and Dean at IIT Madras. He holds a BTech from IIT Madras and MS and PhD degrees from California Institute of Technology. His technical contributions at GE and Ericsson have resulted in 32 US patents, 10 Canadian patents, and 19 WIPO and European patents. He has received the prestigious Ericsson Inventor of the Year Award in 1999 and also served as Chief Scientist at the Center of Excellence in Wireless Technology. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Koil Pillai. Sir.
Respected Shri Chakravarti ji, Shri Bhatia ji, distinguished officials on the dais, and ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed an honor for me to be a part of this program and to share with you a brief perspective of what we are looking at when we talk about spectrum roadmap for 6G from a Bharat 6G Alliance. More than me sharing, I've come here to learn from you what is going on and how we can be a part of this effort within the country. Next slide, please. Okay, yeah. Just a quick word about Bharat 6G Alliance, formed in July 2023 as an outcome of the Prime Minister's announcements in terms of the Bharat 6G vision. The goal is to work together within the various stakeholders in India so that we become a player in the 6G timeframe, in the 2030 timeframe, and to look at how we can build up the ecosystem within the country. The Bharat 6G Alliance is structured into 7 working groups. The Spectrum Working Group, the activities of which I will highlight today, is the part that talks about the spectrum. I would like to bring to your attention 2 white papers, one which was released in 2024, one in 2025, which articulate the spectrum roadmap for 6G in India. And these soft copies are available on the Bharat 6G Alliance website. The approach that we have taken in Bharat 6G Alliance is to look at what needs to happen between now and 2030 and break it down into what are the components. So we have a 3-phased strategy. And in both phase 1, which goes from 2025 to 27, and phase 2, which goes all the way up to 2030, we see that spectrum is going to play a very important role. Initially is the preparations for WRC 27, and as we move forward, the discussions at what will come, the outcomes of WRC 2027. So if we look at 6G from India, a broad perspective, we look at these dimensions. We look at the 5G market, the way it is developing within India, the roadmap that we see, the 3 stages roadmap, the requirements of spectrum for the launch of 5G advanced and eventually for 6G, and how do we work with the government in terms of a 6G spectrum roadmap, and at the same time build the 6G ecosystem within India. We also recognize that it's very important that we stay harmonized with our with the global partners, and therefore we are very active in our discussions with the MOU partners of Bharat 6G Alliance. I'd like to give you a snapshot of what the spectrum perspective looks like from the Indian side. We look at what were the bands that were covered by WRC 23, what are the bands that are going to be covered by WRC 27, and then at the bottom, where we are here in India, either we're talking about what should we, how should we allocate the band, who are the incumbents, how do we make it facilitate the movement. So there's a tremendous amount of spectrum-related discussions within India, also looking at how do we prepare ourselves for the next stage. It's also good to look at more of an India-centric view. We also take that perspective. And we say, okay, we're going all the way from the sub 1 gigahertz all the way up to 8.4 gigahertz. Where are we in our discussions for what do we do with the sub 1 gigahertz? That's a very attractive band from a coverage point of view. What do we do in the lower 6 gigahertz? What do we do in the upper 6 gigahertz? What do we do in the golden band? So all of these are active discussions. We are doing that not only within the country, but also with our MOU partners to see what is happening there. Bharat 6G Alliance is not only focused on spectrum, but also on technology. As Dr. Upadhyay mentioned, we are looking at it in a holistic manner. What are the technology areas? On the left side, you see what are some of the technology areas that India will be focusing on in terms of contributions to the standards. At the same time, on the right-hand side, you will see the ecosystem for building products within the country. Those are also being developed at the same time. We are looking to bring in more active participation of the industry players and the telecom service providers, also more participation in the global standards. So if I were to look at the spectrum aspects within the country, what are some of the drivers? One is the technology. What are the technologies that are foreseen for 6G, which will have an impact in terms of spectrum requirements? Talking to our MOU partners, we are looking at what is the global perspective in terms of what is the spectrum needed by operators for the launch of 6G. What are the new spectrum bands that will become available? How do we coexist with the current incumbents? And then what is the roadmap for relocating the incumbents so that we have a clean spectrum for the rollout of 6G in 2030. So if you look at Bharat 6G Alliance, what are all the things that we're talking about? We're talking to our MOU partners, looking at what's happening in the NTN arena, looking at what are the preparations happening for WRC 27, what needs to be done in the sub 1 gigahertz, and also working closely with the DOT to see what are some of the roadmap aspects that we need to look at. So let me conclude by saying that India is definitely ramping up on our 6G related activities. We are looking at it holistically, not only from the spectrum side, technology side, the ecosystem. All of these are coming together so that we can make a meaningful impact both within India and globally. As we talk to our partners, everyone says spectrum is going to be a key part of the discussions going forward, and we hope to be there to discuss and to work in a harmonized manner so that we take India forward towards 6G. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, due to a very important meeting, our honorable chief guest will have to take our leave early today. I would like to extend my deepest thanks and gratitude for him to be a part of this conference and taking out time and being here with us due to his busy schedules. And I will have to call him here to address the gathering. I request Shri Dev Kumar Chakrabarti ji, Member Services, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India, to please say a few words.
Very good morning to everybody. The most difficult thing is basically to say a few words on important topics like that. Well, I think it's a very big pleasure for me to be here on the 5th ISMC, which is a prominent forum organized by the ITU-APT, a non-profit organization, and mostly working for the research and development-oriented works in the telecom sector, bringing together all the national, regional, and the international brains and discussing on the critical issues. And today, the discussion is on the spectrum. We understand this annual conference addresses the full spectrum of the issues landscape, including the emerging technologies, 5G, 6G, satellite services, including the integration of the terrestrial and the non-terrestrial network. See, whenever I hear this particular word, artificial intelligence, often I say a particular thing. If you have two jobs to do on a Sunday, on a holiday, one is that you have to clean your house and clean your clothes. Another important job that you want to do a bit of painting or a bit of artworks. Never do that job that AI is given the job to paint or to do an artwork. Always the job of clothes washing or cleaning the house should be given to that. But I understand in a practice, the other way is right. For writing important books, important thesis, often we take the help of the ChatGPT. where the personalization and the concept that a person bears in mind basically is lost in the process. See, going and understanding the spectrum requirement, the future requirement, and if it is a long-term basis, something around 20, 25 years from today, you really need to understand that how a country basically visualizes and it perceives the telecom services. Number one. Number two, the market dynamics. What is today? What is tomorrow? Because these all are going to either put some pressure or it the requirement of the spectrum tomorrow. In our country and possibly most of the developing countries, which is a vast population, a vast area to cover, and countries which are aspiring to become a big economic power or even a superpower tomorrow. 5 on an average basic concepts. One is that we don't merely see telecom services as a tool of connectivity. It is much more beyond that. We understand that telecom services are a backbone for ensuring equity. It is one of the tools for ensuring financial inclusion. And you are aware in our country, we are working on the JAM Trinity, Jan Dhan Yojana, Aadhaar number and a mobile number, a bank account, an Aadhaar number and a mobile number. It's so important that even the identification of a person's financial inclusion now depends on that mobile number and the connectivity. Yeah, and even we see basically the services as one of the biggest tools for the democratization, the newer services, newer occupation, vast opportunities, what can bring to a particular country. The number two, we perceive the telecom services as a backbone of the digital economy. Today in India, 11.74% of the GDP is contributed by the digital economy. We foresee that by 2030, around 20% of the India's economy will be shifted to the digital economy. And why it is one of the most preferred sector? Because the growth is very high, something around 17.3% is the CAGR. And it grows almost 2.4 times faster than the normal GDP or the conventional GDP that grows. And even more important, it gives a huge opportunity for job creation. And out of that job creation, a major share goes to the women's. That's exactly one of the particular sector. Government really encourages that more and more growth in the sector should be there because the participation of the fairer sex or the women participation is significantly higher in the digital economy. Number three is that we understand that telecom service is the biggest catalyst to the industrial revolution 4.0. It's already happening, it's ongoing with the advent of this 5G, artificial intelligence, robotics. I think the entire paradigm is getting changed in the industrial sector. More efficiency, higher productivity, automized sectors, they're really going to come in a very big way. Of course, a bit of critical analysis I'll do subsequently, what we thought of 5G and where are we today. The fourth important point is very interesting. There is a growing idea worldwide that to become the next superpower, to become an economic right and a defense might is not enough. You need to be the lead developer of the 5G technologies and the digital empowerment of the citizens. So this is something very new. People now understand the 5G technologies are so important. Even to become a superpower, that is going to become one of the necessary conditions for that. And fifth is equally important. A new paradigm has come in our government functioning, the whole of the government. The synergy of all the governments, all the ministries, all the departments together have to be there. Because when you provide a service to a citizen, it's basically the government which gives the service. It's not a department of telecommunication or the ministry or some other department doing that. Exactly so, the government is working so that it goes like that. All departments, ministries, the synergy of that togetherly contribute to the citizen service. Here, once again, the telecom service are considered at the interlinking backbone for bringing in that synergy. So I think if you see, these are the 4-5 concepts or the perception in our country, what we really foresee, what telecom services is expected to do, and what exactly what we are using it for. Now, let's see with the with a lot of fanfare and with a lot of hope, enthusiasm, 2 to 3 years back in our country, we introduced the 5G services. You might be knowing about that 2023, that was almost a boom. And every week we used to commission more than 7,000 5G BTSs. The fastest ever rollout of the 5G services, it happened in our country. Within 2 years of time, almost 792 districts, almost all the districts we have covered by the 5G services. But what we said, along with the 5G, what we perceive to happen in the country, whether it has happened, that is one of the questions. Let's really foresee what has happened. Whether the subscriber base has increased, no, it is almost the same. Because a lot many people who are working with the 2G, 3G sets, they are not using the smartphone, and the number is not less, something around 33 to 35 crores in our country. They find it very difficult to purchase a smart set, a smart handset, what you require for the 5G services. Even their purchasing power doesn't allow to purchase a set costing around 20,000, 50,000 like that. So something around 33, 35 crores, what I understand, almost 35% of the population, they could not be brought back to the 5G network, number one. Coverage area, again, it is the same. Nothing more is increased because on the same where the 2G, 3G BTSs were working, on the same tower, a 5G BTS has been put in. Whether the data prices also increased? No, almost the same. Along with the 5G, you might have got a bit of faster data rate and all those things, but the prices has not increased because India is a very, very price-sensitive market. If you increase, one of the operator increase the price, there will be huge attrition. Most of the subscriber will go back to another operator. So everybody is very cautious not to increase the price. Number four, whether the data speed has increased. Yeah, it might have increased slightly, but what we commented in 5G, 1 Gbps guaranteed download, that has not happened. You may try in your BTS, you'll be extremely lucky to get if it is something more than 50 Mbps or so. And final question, whether the revenue of the telecom service providers has increased? No. Even that has been increased marginally. So on an average, you see the 4-5 paradigms of the different aspects I talked about that. Not much shift has been noticed in the 5G. Another important thing, we wanted the use cases of the 5G, and a huge amount of research should happen, and we really will switch over into that automated process, automated systems and like that. Whether that also has happened? No, it has not happened. And it's not in India. All over the world, look into any country, analyze it critically. What I said, you will find the same situation everywhere. What does basically this mean? Whether the 5G has not been accepted by the people in general? Or you understand the 4G data itself or the service itself was on an average, it was enough for a citizen. The 5G, what you are talking, may be a specialized requirement of few citizens and a specialized requirement of the industry. Now the question has come to really make an understanding of that and go more down deep into this issue. What I said, you will find that this is the truth. On an average, people are satisfied, happy with a good quality 4G service. The data speed, the service, the coverage, on an average, everything. Don't want to pay anything more as because you have brought in 5G. There may be, your customer may be that specialized group who can spend more. And those industries who basically require automation, they may go for captive networks, captive 5G, and that automation what they require. 90% of the service providers all over the world, they have not gone for the 5G SA. Why exactly we don't get a speed like that? Two versions of the 5G, standalone, non-standalone. On an average, they have gone for NSA, the non-standalone, but of course, a standalone, it is the capability, you can anytime upgrade it into a standalone thing. They have not gone. Why? Because there is no ROI. What they expected, the return on investment, it is not happening. Everybody thought, operators also thought that once 5G comes, huge revenues are going to come with that. It has not come. And just because of that, most of the countries are stranded in between 4G and 5G. And that is exactly why it is 5G NSA. not 5G SA, the system they have introduced everywhere. Something more they have done, because you have sold a new spectrum, they have taken the spectrum, they have introduced the dynamic switching of the spectrum. If you are using a browsing or you are looking at social media, you will be given a lower band of the frequency. If you require a high, if suppose you are doing a video game or something like that, you will be given that high band of the frequency where the speed is more. Okay, what I basically wanted to say, if there are not adequate ROI, why the companies are going to invest more and more? It's a very investment crucial sector. Hundreds and thousands of dollars will be required if you really want to switch over to a complete 5G network. Remember something around the 200, 210, always we used to say that the ROI, if you invest in steel in 5 years, you get 2 times the ROI. You invest in road, you get 4 times the ROI in 5 years. Invest in telecom, you get 6 times. But gone are the days. You are not going to get 6 times ROI if you are investing in telecom, because the level of saturation has come. People have alternatives, and the services already that you give in the pattern of 4G and etc., on an average, it meets their requirement. Now then, what to do? And this is exactly where I want to put pressure on that. The paradigm of the business, the dynamic of the business is changing very fast. You provide services to the citizen. The citizen's choice are very important. If they don't take your service, where do you give your service? You come up with whatever you bring, but if the people do not purchase, what do you do? See a vendor coming on the roads. If the products are not taken by the people, what he does actually? He has to go for alternative package. He has to go for alternative package. He has to understand what people basically want. Time has now come. Before you introduce a system, understand the citizen centricity, what the citizens require more. And that's exactly PwC, the PricewaterhouseCoopers, they really did a survey. And 45% of the CEOs today, they say 10 to 15 years down the lane, they don't see any survival of this company at the current shape. The companies are not going to survive at all if they run in the continuous or the conventional practices that they're going ahead. What they say, they require 2 very important things. They require innovation, they require transformation. Very, very important 2 words. And that is what I think everybody has to understand today. Moving ahead tomorrow, you can't survive even in the market if you are not adopting innovation and transformation in the DNA itself. This last IMC that we have done, the India Mobile Congress 2025, our slogan was innovate to transform. As a government ministry, as a department, we understand actually that is the requirement. Everybody needs to switch over in that particular direction. How to innovate? It should be technology driven. How to transform? You should be strategy driven. What is that strategy now? No easy money, no fast money, no immediate money. I invested today, in 5 years, I get back my ROI and then I play with it. No, not possible. You have to go for now long-term investments. ROI is not going to come in 5 years, 5 times, 6 times. It will be taking 20, 25 years to come. Companies, industries, service providers must be ready for that. That is one of the basic things. Number 2 important thing, data as a whole cannot be sold anymore. You have to look for services. You have to sell services. For example, in economy, always you use a particular word, the basket of eggs. Now it should not be a basket of eggs only. It should be a basket of eggs and the niche products. A basket of eggs must contain, along with that, the omelette, must contain an egg roll, an egg biryani. As the customer wants, they will be taking it from you. So companies they have to come down to a concept that instead of selling data, raw data, they have to sell services. What I basically mean, they're forcing you to move towards convergence. If you have provided the links, optical fiber, this thing, that thing, everywhere you reach, now the services has to go in a converged way to a particular consumer. Along with the telecom, people should be able to talk, people should be able to do a video, there should be teleservices, telemedicine, there should be teleeducation, there should be entertainment, there should be OTT, every possible variety of the services should be in the niche form. Nobody would like to purchase anymore 500 GB of data. They would like to purchase exactly what they require. If I require a medical service, if I go, I'll take your telemedicine at a cost of 100 rupees per month or so. I should be getting that particular service and I'll be paying as per my use. I'll pay for the data that I've consumed. We used to call information highways some 20 years back. It is exactly now the information highway. It's a digital highway where you will be paying as per the number of bits. See a road and understand if you have a small car, you pay a lesser tax. And you pay for the distance that you have traveled from one toll to another. Exactly that way, customers have to be billed on the data they have consumed, and depending on the amount of data, whatever they have consumed, a smaller one, the lesser charge you have to put, higher one, of course, in the higher group. Like that, things have to change. And that niche product, particularly the service providers, helps to enter, and that convergence of services, it has to happen very fast. This is exactly the indication why the 5G services could not penetrate each house. No more they're liking the raw data. So that is one of the biggest learning. Companies must be ready, service provider must be ready. Even the government and the ministries must be ready with that type of paradigm that is switching over. Now see, once I say this much changes are happening, it is going to put a lot of pressure on the spectrum requirement. Whatever spectrum we are assuming, almost double the spectrum will be requiring tomorrow. And this is very, very important that before we are stuck up at a point, we really plan what frequencies, where and which way we require and how to use that. Some of the important, see, it's a very wide subject, all cannot be covered. Some of the ideas that I have and what we basically deal in the ministry, I'd like to say. See, many things has been done in our country that if you talk of spectrum, we've gone for sharing, leasing, then trading, everything has been allowed. Tomorrow, we may have to allow even operator-to-operator agreement. If we find that the basic clauses of the regulations has not been missed or not been violated, even operator-to-operator, any contract, even we may agree for that. Number two, you can, I mean, we are talking about DSA, the dynamic spectrum, spectrum sharing and technologies. Everything cannot be put on more and more spectrum requirement. You have to find the other ways to reduce the requirement of the spectrum. Technologies, devices like CR, cognitive radio, the software-defined radios, the SDR, use of the AI and ML for spectrum management. For antenna should move towards massive MIMO, or for coding, decoding, the algorithms that we are choosing. Everything has to contribute on saving the spectrum. Togetherly, possibly, it can be met tomorrow. Tomorrow, you may have to think of separate auctions because the rural areas and the urban areas, the charging may have to be different because the consumption pattern is going to be very different. The important point, another, is the spectrum harmonization. Standardization, international bodies like ITU, like APT, everybody's there doing. But possibly some of the practices that have been working may not hold good tomorrow. For example, there's a NATO band. The countries has come for their defense requirement, they have come up with a band. I purchased a product in the USA and I understand because part of the NATO band coincides with my part of their non-NATO band, it coincides with my defense spectrum band. So I can't use it in my country. So if you have done a NATO band for these countries, this much particular spectrum, you are taking it out from the whole of the country, reserving for special groups. And you do it today, tomorrow they will come up with BRICS band, ASEAN band. So I think it is better the international bodies look into stops that type of practices. No special priority. It's a universal asset. It should be distributed, it should be harmonized so that everybody gets the full use of the particular spectrum bands. Another important point is the long-time spectrum availability. See, when the operators purchase spectrum on an auction. We give it for 10 years, for 20 years, for a pretty long period. But when an operator is in financial crisis, he is not in a condition to encash it or get back the money. So there should be a concept like mortgaging the spectrum. I've used it for 5 years. This much of spectrum is remaining for the 15 years. I should be able to mortgage this much part of the spectrum in a bank and able to get my funding, my required funding to expand the network. I'm talking something new. These are the concepts what tomorrow you have to think. Because only spectrum, we say it's a scarce resource. You may not be able to meet only by asking more and more spectrum. There should be associated efforts, R&D, innovation, everything together possibly. It may help us to meet the requirement. Another important and very important point, see, in India, we have done something called NFS, that is called Network for Spectrum. Many of the government departments, organizations on earlier days, maybe some 40, 50 years back, when the requirement of spectrum was not so much, they occupied a huge band of the spectrum. Government they have done a network on optical fiber given to them and said, now you spared this particular band. And it has worked so well. The majority of the defense spectrum, we got it for 3G, is basically on the basis of the NFS. We gave an optical fiber network to the defense, got back the 3G spectrum. There are many of the litigations going on in court and some other places. Just because some complexity was there, the case could not be settled. A part of the band is lying unused for years and years. Time has come now to negotiate, settle down, get back that part into the services. Time has now come to look into some sort of sunset of the earlier services. 2G service, 3G service, as because you have moved to 5G now. Try to go for a sunset of those services, reutilize the frequency back into the network. All those things must happen, should happen together. And I said, behind all of them, a lot of innovation, trust on the R&D, all those things should be there. On an average, India spends around 1.78%, the USA, France, China, they spend 1.78% of their GDP for the R&D purposes. In India, we use 0.72%. I think there is a huge requirement of expanding the R&D fund in India. And that's exactly why in the upcoming new telecom policy, we have talked about sovereign patent fund, sovereign R&D fund like that, something very big, 1 lakh crores. What the money we have asked that these funds must have so that money can be utilized for that spending. See, while I talk of only money don't take that way. The Harvard University has got $10 billion for the research. There are no takers. People are not coming up to do the research and other things. So it's not important to have just money. You require to build up the ecosystem where people get attracted, they get motivated to do something meaningful research for the country or for the industry. I will try to finish it here only, but one very important, see, I do understand the discussions and all these things will be happening here. That would be an eye-opener and will be giving a boost when you go for the WRC 27. Very important. But if you look from the Indian perspective, the most important two aspects is the 6G spectrum and integration of the terrestrial and the non-terrestrial networks. Time has come now because 67% of the Indian population is working on the broadband. 33% are yet to be brought into that broadband of 2 Mbps and higher. If you want to do them, maybe satellite communication could be the most vital and accepted communication, but the required to do that type of R&D once again so that the space segment gets connected to the mobile, what we call the D2D, device-to-device connectivity. So that type of things must happen. I do understand that markets are driven basically by the citizens and the consumer's choice. Once the consumer choices are shifting, the market dynamics are shifting. Once market dynamic is shifting, the service provider and everybody in this sector, they have no other way than to move in that particular direction. We in the government will be solely cooperating with entire industry and the service provider to make your life easy when you move towards that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your worthy words. I would now like to invite Dr. Sendil Kumar Devar, Director, Standards and Spectrum Ericsson India, on the dais. Dr. Devar is currently responsible for leading standardization and spectrum engagements in India. He works closely with the national that as our chief guest is going to leave now, I'd request Mr. Bhatia to please present a memento as a token of appreciation. So thank you so much for joining us and gracing the conference with your presence. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for joining us. Dr. Devar is currently responsible for leading standardization and spectrum engagements in India. He works closely with the national, regional, and global working groups related to standards and spectrum matters. He actively contributes towards national preparatory views towards the ITU-APT, AWG, and WRC. He was awarded PhD in Electrical Engineering with specialization in wireless communication from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. He has contributed to standardization development in both 3GPP2 and 3GPP for HRPD, HSDPA, LTE. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. It's a privilege to share the dais with all the senior delegates here, and I'm also happy to share the dais with my mentor, Professor David here. I'm excited to speak. So, the presentation. Yes, thank you. So, I thought I'd like to share some views from Ericsson, specifically on 6G. Yesterday, we had a lot of talk about AI, and I think IFI, this event, they had affiliated with the AI summit that's happening. And we as industry from telco side, as vendors and standards development, we also see AI plays a very important role in defining the 6G standard. Mr. Jitendra also spoke about AI is new UI. I think it's a new terminology he is spreading across. So I'll share some of the thoughts, what we see 6G we would like to build. And then we also see why it is relevant from the spectrum discussion and what are some of the agenda items within WRC, which we believe will make it happen. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yes, maybe I'll not spend too much time, which we have seen across since yesterday's slides also. We are not seeing the cellular technologies just as a connectivity pipe. We are seeing that increased amount of data speed that is happening over the last 30 years. And which is very evident that why there is also a continuous demand for spectrum also to deliver it. We can't just expect increasing more and more spectral efficiency and still live with a limited spectrum. So our future, what we see is beyond 2030 is a cyber physical world where we have a lot of digital twin or the way of interacting with the real world, like either it is immersive glasses or it is a digital twin of a factory settings, or it is next industry 4 or 5 setup where we are looking at transforming it and then continuously monitoring the factory setup and see, can I have an AI agent to see if I apply something to the factory or a machine, what happens? And then you can apply it on the real machines. So we see this will happen beyond the 2030 timeframe. And these are niche applications which we believe is going to demand a lot of capacity in the wireless connectivity. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yes. So we are not looking at 6G connectivity just to deliver eMBB application or end user application. This is going beyond leveraging existing technologies as well as new development that is happening. Within last 1 or 2 years, I think when we were looking at ITUR's IMT2160, the 2030 vision document, we had a discussion about saying ubiquitous AI. And there's a lot of debate and a lot of administrations were still thinking, is it really good to say ubiquitous AI at that time frame? But I think everyone will accept now that it is going to happen. We will have AI happening in devices, small embedded devices. I think even if you look at simple RO purifier that we have at home, it will say it has AI-enabled chipsets, which says how much of filtering should happen. So we see that AI is going to happen in all devices. Maybe some compute happens at the cloud, some at the devices. So AI is going to be there in most of the end devices that will be connected. So we need to prepare network connectivity to address these requirements over time. can you, next slide, please? Oh, I have the remote. Okay. So we believe the way we would want to design the 6G network of future is it continues to be one endpoint to deliver differentiated connectivity services. For example, today when an end user connects to a phone, I think one of the speaker also say there is no difference between a 4G and a 5G network. So what would 6G give for an end user? So we believe there will be operator who will be able to tune the network to deliver specific services. For example, if someone is going to have an XR connected to a device, maybe headset and a small pocket device, it knows that this particular bit pipe is going to deliver an XR device. How does an operator continues to deliver these combination of requirement? If you look at the 2030 requirement that we are looking at in ITU, which will be published in February meeting, which talks about combined joint requirement. It's not just a data rate that we are looking at, a data rate, latency, and it's a round trip latency that we want to deliver along to ensure that 3 or 4 users or even more users can actually continuously have an XR communication happening. So the networks are built for these kind of differentiated delivery of services to end users. And over time, every operator today, I think yesterday also they spoke, is saying, if I'm going to deploy this, what is it that I can monetize with this? Not just to deliver an OTT application or this kind of applications running on top of it, but an operator would like to ensure that the infra that they are investing it, can they expose it as an API for cloud applications to develop and offer business applications. Sorry. And then not just 6G is built for delivering AI application, but also 6G is leveraging AI within its own standards also. Within the core, within the radio that we are developing, can we have AI to be used for improving the receiver algorithms? When we say we are improving the receiver algorithms, can I learn the environment around this place and say that, okay, this is how this channel will look like within different devices that are sitting in this location? It will also improve the spectral efficiency of the device, maybe better coverage, uplink improvements, all those things. I have a slide on that one. Next slide, please. So, give it a try. Oh, yes. Yes. So the standards development 3GPP and the spectrum related discussion that is happening and the TPR requirement that's happening in ITUR, they are all very much interlinked. So as for an administration, previous speaker, Professor David also mentioned about B6G's initiative. We are putting a lot of fund to innovations that has to happen, some of the key technical solutions. And these are all depending on how much of spectrum or what kind of spectrum capacity it is needed to deliver such applications. In yesterday's presentation, Stuart mentioned about a spectrum of 2 to 3 gigahertz by 2035 to 40 timeframe. And this is not something which will be needed all over India, but the way the GSMA paper talks about is some of the metro cities or key high demanding cities will actually have very large demand. And then in some cities, second or third tier, there may be other bands which will be actually combined to deliver those needs. So we need to look forward from a whole holistic perspective, saying that, oh, really do we need 4 gigahertz of spectrum and how do we make it available all over country? It may not be the case in the first phase of requirement. So by the time we have the first release of 3GPP around 2029, that will actually lot depend on WRC27 outcomes. For example, the 6 gigahertz outcome that was from WRC23 had a lot of requirements on how these radios will behave, what kind of ERP mask will be there when they are supposed to be deployed in a macro network. Those kind of regulatory conditions will be very helpful in 3GPP standards development. And the conditions are a little bit different when we look into some of the detailed discussion WRC 1.7 as well as 1.13, which are specifically on NTN, and WRC 1.7, where we have a lot of more services, which are not just a typical FSS and IMT sharing that we did in the upper 6 gigahertz band. And again, if you look at the top bottom, where we see that 6G will focus on having access to new bands when we want to deliver new applications, in addition to scale of existing 5G applications. It is not that today users or enterprise cannot use AR or VR in the factory sets. Yes, they will use it. But then over time, this will actually scale up. More and more people will be able to use this in commercial and public areas. I think Meta is doing a good job in making affordable glasses. They were mentioning about it. So the more and more people will start making affordable devices to do XR, I think this will become more demanding from the operators network. Not just we want to use it within the house or an indoor area. Even in public areas, people would want to use it in a continuous fashion. This is a snapshot of how we believe 6G radio and different functions will depend on. And we think there will be a lot of observability embedded into the RAN as well as in the core. We continue to monitor different parameters which will help us to build models within the radio, within the 6G network to improve the efficiencies. So AI will be there as part of every element in the 6G development process. This is a kind of enhancement that we are looking at right from day one. I think what we have an initial expectation is to improve the energy by 77%. This is one of the more critical expectations from operators. They continue to say when you add more and more radios, more bands, how much of more power we need to put. And many administrations are very careful about saying how focused are you in improving the sustainability of new generation of technology. We would like to see, can we reduce turn off the network? Can we have network to turn off even signaling which is not needed when there is no data? We expect to increase this by about 77% of efficiency in the network. And not just the network side, we know devices will continuously start using applications like AI chat engines. There will be a lot of uplink devices and uplink traffic that will happen, not just mobile, maybe even other multiple devices connected to the same phone to do it. So we would want to see, can network also help to minimize the power consumption in the devices? We had a bad, I think, reputation when we launched 5G. 5G is draining my battery, I need to turn off 5G. So operators were very wary about it, saying we are launched 5G, but then everyone was turning to back to 4G because they say 5G is consuming more battery. So we'd want to change that reputation of when we launch 6G around that time frame. So energy efficiency is a very important metric that we would see coming from day one. Similarly, adding capacity, not just a downlink capacity has been always on a primary part, but increasing the uplink capacity has been more and more critical from an operator perspective. And that is one top priority from a 3GPP perspective. How do we go all the way up to 25% of throughput improvement? And all this comes to have right combination of the spectrum bands. We can't say that I'm going to have a very high speed throughput in higher frequency bands. So we need to have a right balance of all these bands put together for an operator to deliver these things. And yes, the last column is where we look into new service opportunities, where we have been talking about improving the position accuracy. There is also AI which can be used to the receivers continuously see what kind of objects are moving around, even if the objects are not connected to the cellular network, like ISAC. So these are becoming core essential requirements as part of 2030. And 3GPP is looking into saying not just to meet a requirement from an ITU perspective, but also from an industry perspective, where operators would want to expose these capabilities of infra that they're deploying and also make it available for end users as an API. And these are new niche applications which actually need high capacity pipe, not just high capacity, but also have a combination of the lower bands where they can ensure a reliable connection. So the principle that we look into developing 6G from day one is not to say 6G will work only in the new bands in 7 or 8 gigahertz or 6 gigahertz, but will ensure that operator is able to deploy 6G even in other bands which already they have access to. For example, if an operator has a 5G in 3.5, if he has 100 megahertz a band, can he actually make 50 megahertz or maybe 100 megahertz out of a 200 megahertz mid band, start deploying a 6G carrier? So the way 3GPP is looking at philosophically is to ensure that 6G runs on all existing 3GPP bands. So this is how we look from a 5G core perspective. It will evolve towards 2030 timeframe where we have core ability to start connecting to a 6G radio. Similarly, a site might have a 5G RAN, and then you have an overlay of a 6G radio on that, which allows you to do multi-rat spectrum sharing. So this spectrum sharing is not from the WRC perspective, but start reusing 5G spectrum for both kind of radio technology. From a mobile industry perspective, which I think we will do a lot of discussions in more further panel discussion, we have a few agenda items which are very important. 1.7, 1.13, where we talk about connecting direct to device using the existing IMT band, which more mobile operators are more concerned, as well as also see a lot of opportunity for them, where they are able to deliver connectivity services in very remotest area, like in India, even in the border areas. Would like to see doing it. And from a regulator perspective, it has become more attention because they would want to ensure that India is surrounded by a lot of international borders. So they would want to ensure that if there is an authorization to direct to device in our adjacent countries or neighboring countries, how do you ensure that they do not interfere to terrestrial operators network which are deployed in the border areas? How do we ensure that there is no unauthorized use of such connectivity within the country border? So there are a lot of questions around it, and the discussions are still happening in 4C and 5D. Probably when we have future sessions, we can touch upon it. And yes, I think. So this is a critical time period. I would like to thank IFI again, bringing up all the stakeholders together. This is exactly 1 year from now, we will have the CPM discussions. And within India, I am personally involved and some of my colleagues here also there. We have been very closely engaging with all the stakeholders from defense, space, to ensure that we touch upon all the smallest details that is happening in 5D. Ask those questions with them. What is your perception on it? How do we build contributions to 5D meetings? Because we see that most of the time it is very difficult to have all the stakeholders participate in 5D meetings. So we do a lot of follow-ups and in the national preparatory discussions. And IFI is one platform where it allows people to come and share their views in the forum. And one last slide, I want to just inform, yes, maybe when we touch upon in the detail sessions, I'll share those views. And given 1.7, with a recent announcement of upper 6 gigahertz band and the current developments in 7 gigahertz, I think India is well positioned among any regional countries where we have a large chunk of spectrum that we could offer to IMT industry. And that will actually fit into the what Stuart's presentation yesterday was about 2 to 4 gigahertz of band. I think India is well positioned from a spectrum perspective and B6GS initiative to ensure that a lot of innovation is happening, which India can play a role of having the spectrum accessible as well as deliver good ecosystem of applications and products in that space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Deva, for sharing your expertise with us. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request Sri N.K. Bholaji, Joint Wireless Advisor and OSD to Wireless Advisor WPC DOT, to kindly address the gathering. Shri Bhola is a distinguished expert with over 30 years of proven expertise in spectrum management and monitoring. His prior role as head of wireless monitoring organization involved overseeing India's comprehensive national monitoring network. Furthermore, Shri Bhola was instrumental in formulating the technical specifications for advanced monitoring systems, ensuring full range frequency band monitoring up to 80 gigahertz, which encompasses the crucial 5G and V bands. Please welcome Shri Bhola ji.
So good morning to all of our distinguished delegates, speakers, industry delegates to this ISMC conference 2025, and especially to delegates who has traveled from abroad, and further especially to Director BR, Mr. Mario. It is both a privilege and responsibility to address today's Spectrum Conference on a subject that is the main function of our department, that is known as Nodal Agency of what you call WPC, Nodal Agency, Wireless Planning and Coordination Wing of the DOT. Spectrum management is a crucial, plays a crucial role to the growth of telecom services. With our largest young population and highly populated cities, India is one of the fastest growing regions in the world for mobile internet, and we had a fastest rollout of 5G services in India and of course in the world. And now we are moving towards 6G basically, and for which the roadmap is already ready, which is up to 2030. And earlier speakers have already deliberated on the fastest growing spectrum, that is 60. Mr. Sandil and Mr. Dilip from IIT Madras and our member services also. So till now we have talked about spectrum management, but the field where I worked touches upon the wireless monitoring organization also, which monitoring the spectrum, whole spectrum basically. Now we have got recently the facility to monitor up to 80 gigahertz spectrum also, in short. So even if spectrum management is there, WPC allowed the spectrum, assigned the spectrum in any frequency band, but even if with all the possibility, there will be some interference will be there in some band or in future. So resolve that interference. We have field unit WMO, which is called wireless monitoring organization, and basically the function is to resolve the interference between all the users of the wireless spectrum, basically. So today's sessions are basically devoted to 6G, WRC27 and AI. Just last weekend, Mr. Sandil has focused on AI. And topic is also day 2 is inaugural session, that is spectrum management and role of AI, role of artificial intelligence in the spectrum, not spectrum allocation, but for the devices which will be coming in near future, basically, about the receivers and all. So we need to basically delve into the policies, spectrum policies and challenges for future wireless systems, including new frequency bands for 5G and 6G. WRC 27 discussions on future spectrum, which are vital for development of advanced wireless technologies and 6G networks, which will enable and faster and more reliable communication. Here, developing 6G networks, basically, we need the latest technology, which is artificial intelligence. Of course, other technologies are present. We are also need to respond to the many satellite agenda items, apart from other, in WRC 27, in particular those dealing with direct satellite connectivity with mobile phones and how to prevent unauthorized use of NGSO satellite systems. AI is expected to play a key role in the 6G world, and it is therefore critical for India to look for large continuous spectrum for 6G at WRC 27. Although the same has been defined, I think same has been defined in WRC 23, but you can say upper 6 gigahertz from 6425 to 7125 gigahertz band is also there, but still it will go up to 7725 gigahertz and megahertz and further to 8400 megahertz. In this connection, studies are being carried out for 6 to 8 gigahertz band for allocation to IMT at coming to WRC, and which is critical to future role of India in AI and 6G. And this time WRC 27 is going to held in Shanghai in November 27. Or basically we are halfway now. It's 2025. Last conference was held in Dubai 23, where so many agenda items, so many agenda items has been set, but now in WRC 27, more agenda items are there, which basically most of them are satellite agenda items based on satellite communication. Maybe one speaker has said maybe around 80% are on satellite. So WRC 27 further deliberate on the proposed studies for satellite direct to device, which is becoming a more important for bringing the digital divide. So we are in the halfway. So we have to gear up ourselves so that we can India can contribute more. Already we have taken that Mr. Bhatia said we have taken lead in 1.5, agenda item 1.5, but Mr. David said on 1.7 also. So we have to see all the agenda items. So it's only 1 year left before the next CPM starts, and CPM 27-1 and 2, maybe in the month of March 27. So it's only, you can see, 1 year only. So we have to gear up with all our agenda items, contributions were to made and to submit to study groups so that final outcomes come in WRC 27. India may gain maximum out of WRC 27 like in WRC 23. Finally, in closing, the ongoing discussions on digital divide indicates that advanced wireless technology, including 6G, and direct-to-device are inclusive and accessible to broader population. Bridging the digital divide is a key goal of the government. Let's make India close to the leap from coverage to universal connectivity. So first, this is my, I will not take much time, but just to say, I just looking Mr. Devil, just personal sharing, looking at this Mr. Devil, Sandy Devil, key roadmap from 1G, 2G, 3G. So I joined this department in 93. So I just linking with my promotion. I just think that whenever I'm getting promotion, I think delegate from foreign countries are present, promotion one level to upper. So the same thing is 1G, 2G, 3G, going on 5G, 6G, and I'm getting the promotion. This is my last promotion to the wireless advisor, and we are heading towards 6G. Maybe after 2030, we'll be heading towards 7G. Maybe 2014. Thank you. Thank you all. And once again, I wish you all the delegates here happy Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to wish you a Happy New Year to all of you present here. Since this IMC 2025 is being organized at such a time that Christmas is heading and New Year is also coming. So I wish you all Merry Christmas and wish you a all happy and prosperous New Year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shri Bhola ji, for those insightful words and for the lovely wishes. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude this inaugural session, may I request Shri H.C. Soni ji, Vice President IAFI, to kindly give a vote of thanks. He is a highly accomplished retired senior ITS officer with an unparalleled 53 years of comprehensive experience spanning the entire telecom and networking sector, including distinguished tenures at DOT, BSNL, MTNL, and the private industry. He has served over 15 years in senior management at DOT, where he was instrumental in leading technical specification, drawing, testing, and acceptance of telecommunication equipment nationwide. Welcome you, sir.
I want to tell two things. Number one, we are running out of time. This session should have been over by 10:45 and it is 11:30. Secondly, I do not understand one thing, that on the first day of the event, the rush is too much. And second day, it is not there. I feel that on second day, the persons who are really seriously interested in the event are present. Anyway, let us, I mean to say, work out that how both the days the number of people are available. Anyway, Mr. Chakravarti is not there. Actually, his speech was the real speech of the chief guest, who touched each and every aspect for 6G, for spectrum, for the, I mean to say, all the aspects of the life. I am thankful to Dr. David, who told that how 6G activities will be ramped up by 6G Alliance. Mr. Sandel, he gave the technical details and the roadmap, technical roadmap for 6G as well as WRC 27. And Mr. Bhola, who is, I mean to say, OSD to wireless advisor and who will become the wireless advisor, he was very to the point to speak various aspects of the spectrum. So not taking much time, I am thankful to each and everybody who is present here on the dais, in the audience, specifically Mario, Director BR, who is taking really interest and listening to each and every speaker very attentively. Really, I am very much thankful to you. Monisha is there, Mr. S.N. Gupta is there, Mr. Munish Kumar, Mr. Jitinder. He is always taking part in every activity and he is one of the pillars of the ITU-APT Foundation of India. Then Mr. Mehrotra is there. Then lot of friends are there. I would say Mr. Patnaik is there, who is also one of the very important person in WPC, who takes care of the spectrum for the entire country. So last but not the least, I am thankful to our staff, comprising of Arush, then Mr. Ashish, Bajpayee, Hemraj, Trapti, Ahmed. And really, we are thankful to Bhatia Saab, who is really the sutradhar of these events. And he is really taking a lot of pain and most knowledgeable person in the spectrum. And he consolidates everything from the event, and very impartially, he submits all the consolidated things to ITU, to APT, to the government. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Soni sir, for those lovely words from you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the inaugural session. I extend a hearty thanks to all our esteemed dignitaries on the stage for joining us today and sparing time for all of us. We have a small token of appreciation for all of you. I'd request Mr. Bhatia to please do the honors of presenting a memento to each one of you. Firstly, to Shri N.K. Bholaji, thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? We thank Dr. R. David Koil Pillai, sir. Thank you so much for joining us today. We thank Dr. Sendil Kumar Devar, sir. Thank you. And last but not the least, Shri H.C. Soni, sir. Thank you, sir. So as you all are aware that we are running really short of time, I'd request everyone to please grab your tea, coffees, and be back in 15 minutes time so that we can start with the first session of the day. Thank you very much. Can we have a quick group picture with all of you? Everyone is requested to please join for a group picture. May we request everyone to kindly be seated? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, we have a very interesting session on expert workshops on WRC 27, India's strategic priorities, WRC 27 agenda items 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 1.5, and 1.7. And to chair the session, may I request our session chair, Shri M.K. Patnaik, Joint Wireless Advisor, WPC, Department of Telecommunications, to please join us on the stage. Welcome, sir. Shri Patnaik has 25 years of experience in spectrum management and has worked in almost every domain of spectrum management, including wireless monitoring. He is a graduate engineer in electronics and telecommunications engineering and also holds a postgraduate diploma in public policy management. Shri Patnaik was instrumental in leading a team to develop the necessary spectrum planning and pan-India frequency deployment plan for private FM broadcast expansion in 2015. Please join your hands together and welcome our session speakers, Dr. Puneet Rathod, Lead Technical Standards, Qualcomm India. Dr. Rathod received the PhD degree from Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, He has more than 15 years of wireless research and development experience. He has a diverse experience of working as an academic researcher and a co-founder of a startup with deployed equipment in public safety agencies in India and multinational companies. His recent work has been focused on spectrum and standardization as a lead technical standards with Qualcomm Standards and Industry Organization. Welcome you, sir. Next, we have Dr. Sendil Kumar Devar, Director, Standards and Spectrum, Ericsson India. Welcome, sir. Please welcome Dr. Naveen Kumar, Professor, School of Engineering, Amrita Vishwas Vidyapeetham, Bengaluru. Welcome, sir. Dr. Naveen has around 30 years of working experience in government industry and academia. He has overseas R&D experience of over 11 years. He has been awarded Asia's Researcher Award 2024, Fraunhofer Challenge Award in 2010, Gauri Memorial Award 2009, and many Best Paper awards for his contributions. He has over 150 peer reviews, journal conferences, research papers, including book and book chapters, and 5 granted file patents to his credit. Welcome, sir. Next, we have Mr. Christian Gomez, Vice President, Government and Regulatory, Asia Pacific, Viasat Incorporated. Okay. Mr. Gomez has over 20 years of experience in wireless policy and spectrum regulation. Prior to joining Viasat, Mr. Christian held senior policy and regulatory roles with the ITU Radio Communication Bureau, the mobile industry, and New Zealand spectrum regulator. Next, we have Mr. Jose Pepe Vidal, ITU WRC Strategy APAC lead. Based in Singapore, has been working with Amazon for over 3 years and previously with OneWeb, now Eutelsat. His experience with NGSO is focused on coordination as well as ITU matters. Welcome, sir. We'll be joined virtually by Ms. Sophie Jeba Sundaram, Associate Director, Frequency Management, Satellite Communication Program Office, ISRO Headquarters, India. She's responsible for frequency management activities, which involves ITU filings and frequency coordination for all ISRO missions, communication satellites, remote sensing satellites, space science, and interplanetary missions, and is involved in satellite planning activities. She has contributed towards preparation of inputs to working party and WRCs towards augmentation of orbit spectrum resources for ISRO missions. Welcome you, ma'am. I'll hand over the session to our session chair, Shri M.K. Patnaik ji. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for making the introduction. And once again, come back. I will come back to the points straight away. Good morning, all participants, and especially those who are coming from abroad, taking the pain to be present in this important occasion, annual occasion on Indian spectrum policy management. So this session is going to be a fairly long session because we are going to talk about quite a few issues on WRC agenda items, and we begin with 1.7 and then go to satellite issues. 1.7 has always been one of the most followed agenda item, IMT related issue. And this time also it is no different. Although this time the challenges are different. And this time the frequency bands which were earlier considered to be rather greenfield or rather easy are not proving to be so as we progress forward. So I start with the 1.7 agenda item. And my first speaker for the day would be Mr. Puneet Rathod, who is associated with the ITU studies for the entire study period, and he will give us a perspective of what is happening right now, what are the challenges, and what is perhaps the best way forward right now. Over to you, Dr. Rathod.
Thank you, Patnaik ji, session moderator for this session, and good morning, all the distinguished delegates. In this few slides today, I would like to share some perspective from the ITU or Working Party 5D, which is responsible for agenda item 1.7. And thanks to the administration of India, which had also supported me to take up some role inside Working Party 5D as the drafting group chair for one of the bands in agenda item 1.7. So I'll be able to go into a little more detail on that band 7 to 8.4, which is also since yesterday and also in today morning, it was mentioned that that is definitely one of the priority bands for India in this WRC for IMT. So going into the next slide, the agenda item 1.7 is covering three main bands, 4.4 to 4.8 gigahertz, 7125 to 8.4, which is immediately adjacent to the IMT identified band in the previous WRC, which was the upper 6 gigahertz, but this is 7125 to 8.4, and then 14.8 to 15.35 gigahertz. So these are the three bands which are part of this agenda. And the overall perspective within Working Party 5D is first to ensure protection of all the incumbent services, and then also to ensure that no harmful interference is there from the new entrant, which is IMT, into those new existing services. There are three different broad types of scenarios being considered. One is for the satellite space stations, which is on the satellite uplink. So an aggregate interference from all the IMT terrestrial stations into the space receiver. Satellite downlink, the terrestrial receivers. Interference from the IMT base station into the terrestrial receivers, and then the fixed services, both being terrestrial usages. Next slide. This is just broadly the overall timeline. And like we heard in the previous session as well, we are in the middle of the cycle from a calendar year perspective, that we are 2025, WRC is 2027. But if we look into the study cycle itself, we are almost coming to the close of the sharing and compatibility studies. We have approximately two more meetings, two full meetings to conclude on the sharing and compatibility studies, and then start concluding on the CPM draft report, which has the deadline of end of 2026. So we are almost at the more than halfway mark from the sharing and compatibility studies perspective. Next slide, please. This is if we go into the 7 to 8 gigahertz, like Patnaik ji mentioned, this is something which is a very complex agenda item purely because of the wide and extensive usage in this band by a lot of incumbent services. Let me see if this works. Yes, thank you. Like I had mentioned, the three broad categorization: satellite downlink, where the space station transmits into a terrestrial Earth station receiver, and the primary objective of the study is to determine what could be the separation distance between IMT and those terrestrial receivers. On the satellite uplink, the primary objective is that within the footprint of the satellite, an aggregate of all the base stations, they will be generating interference or unwanted harmful interference into a space receiver, and then what could be the what is the extent of that interference? Does it satisfy the protection criteria or not? And then the third is with the fixed links. And if you look at historically from all the previous WRCs and the IMT resolutions, typically the satellite uplink has been dominating the kind of constraints, if any, on the IMT stations. For the terrestrial receivers, whether it is satellite downlink or fixed links, based on the separation distances, in the previous WRC cycle, it was of a distance of a magnitude around 40 to 50 kilometer. This 7 gigahertz is very close to that 6 gigahertz range. The incumbent characteristics are similar in nature. The IMT characteristics are similar in nature. The distances are expected to be in that similar ballpark, which is also seen in all the studies that we have received so far. There are variations, but it is tending towards that similar. So eventually the IMT resolution, historically, it has not delved into this kind of terrestrial, because then it becomes administration matter, but there may be some caveats which get added. This is just a overall snapshot of 14 different attachments into the 7 gigahertz, and all of these individual attachments are for every single incumbent service, satellite downlink, satellite uplink, and so there are different attachments, or FSS, MSS, MATSAT, ESS. From the India perspective, we are very much interested in attachment 1, which is for the fixed services. We are also very much interested in attachment 10, which is the ESS downlink. We are also having high interest, at least from the Indian perspective, on SRS. Uh, uh, Based on some incumbent usages. So there are certain attachments where there is very heavy interest or extensive interest from the Indian perspective, and my colleague, Dr. Sendel, who would be going after me, may dig deeper into them. But this is overall perspective that where we are in terms of all the different sharing and compatibility studies that have been received so far into this agenda item on the 7 to 8 gigahertz. And as we can see, the quantum of interest, the amount of studies is a lot. The cumulative total of all the studies that have been received so far is almost 75 plus. So there are lots and lots of studies that have come inside this particular agenda item, and making the working body 5D very intense in terms of all the discussions and debates. I'll just cover 3 more slides and then I'll wrap up. And I just wanted to cover the open issues or the challenges that have remained topic of the most of the debates. When we look at the terrestrial receive stations, the downlink studies, there have been discussions which continue to be ongoing on how to model the clutter loss in an accurate manner, where to apply the clutter loss, one side, both sides, and the utilization of propagation loss models. Also, from our sharing and compatibility studies, when we utilize Monte Carlo simulation, one of the discussions is also about how do we account for the time averaging and also space averaging. So when the results are analyzed, whether it is averaged over time or averaged over space or both. And then the third topic being the TTD activity factor, whether the base stations are all synchronized. In terms of the satellite uplink, one of the major points of debate is about how big of a contour to be considered, 3 dB, 20 dB, 30 dB, full beam width. And this has a direct implication on the next topic, which is the amount of IMT base stations within the footprint. And while Working Party 5D, in terms of the IMT characteristics, did decide the IMT base station layout, which is what is the base station density to be considered in urban, suburban, rural, and so on, the satellite footprints become very large as we start looking at more bigger satellite contours. And once the satellite footprint becomes larger, how to model the IMT base station within the satellite footprint, and how to account for remote rural areas or areas which are deserts, and how to remove the base stations from those unoccupied areas. That is another topic which becomes more important given the frequency ranges being considered. These may be hotspot kind of coverages and not coverage bands. So that is one other issue that is occupying a lot of discussion time. The satellite antenna pattern, given that these are satellite antenna gains being modeled both for GSO and NGSO systems, when we look at the antenna models from the filings and the ITU-R recommendation, the total integrated gain of the antenna itself, that is another normalization factor being discussed. And then we saw that there are multiple services in the band. So apportionment factor and the polarization loss consideration, both of them are part of the discussion. And then last but not the least, there is also the topic of high gain satellite antennas. And this is one slide which I just wanted to show. This is one effort that we have started to do, originated in Working Party 5D as a method to dig deeper into the summary table in each individual attachment. And then in my understanding, this has been now propagating to more working parties as a method to compare, because how do we compare that? How does one study differ from the other? So this is something which is in every single attachment at the very end, helping in understanding the differences in the assumption, so that we can then make sense of why do different studies differ, and how do we harmonize and then make sense of all of this as we move towards CPM. And with this, I would wrap up my presentation, and then would be happy to take questions at the end as per the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rathod. So I agree with your. I agree with the arguments that was made by him. I think there are two important factors when we consider sharing and compatibility studies. One of them is deployment density. Another is the propagation model to be used. And they influence the result of the studies to a very large extent. And deployment density is very difficult to agree upon, because I have seen, because I was in the last APG meeting, we were having some discussion in the corridor, and I was finding that a lot of people had different views on this, especially on the deployment density issue. So with that, I just want to ask a question. Are you really ready with some of the options, alternatives, I mean the methods, or are they yet to be finalized?
At least for the CPM text, we are not yet there.
Okay.
But there are, as I was showing in terms of the statistics, for some of the parts of the band, the consensus is emerging that some parts of the band, it is becoming more clear.
Correct. Thank you so much. So, Dr. Navin, kindly share your views.
Good morning to all of you, and thank you, Chair, for giving the opportunity. I also thank Watia sir and Dr. Sindal Puneet to give me this opportunity to present some of the works that we are involved in. Before going to this detail of the sharing studies of 5G IF, so myself is Professor Naveen Kumar. I work in Amrita University, Bangalore campus. Before going to actually this sharing study, what Dr. Puneet has mentioned, I would like to give you a brief background about our university, so that you will understand actually what is that we have to offer and how we are involved into this. So Amrita Viswavidyapeetham University is one of the youngest in 20 years or 25 years. We have 10 different campuses spread across 4 different states, including 2 medical hospitals. One of them is in NCR, which is Faridabad, perhaps Asia's biggest hospital. We have in Bangalore campus, we have developed ourselves a very good 5G, 6G innovation research lab. And we do a lot of testing, validation, even from industry, those who are developing some protocols or any use cases. We welcome them and we help them to validate in our lab. As you can see, some of the RIS experiment that we have tested, that is shown here in this figure. We have a good facility. In fact, over 3,000 square feet area. We have developed this R&D, and multiple of test benches are available, including a training center for this. So that is where we do. We have developed a second version or iterative version of 5G network in a box, which is actually very good for R&D purpose. And I think we have learned a lot doing this development. And some of the companies, they are also taking this box because it is very rich in feature, including release 17 and release some of the features of 16 and 17. We also impart and we have developed few training module dedicated with hands-on for the skilling. And I'm very happy that with my own interest, at least 20 odd undergraduate students who are yet to pass out, they are now capable of testing, validating, and doing something in this our lab. So, and without any doubt, they are already hired when they are not passed out. So these are some of the strengths we have, and we would definitely like to emphasize if you are, and also the government official. So far, we have not got any support, but we have developed all of this. Thank you very much. So coming to this sharing study or 5G IF, so how I'm engaged, we are engaged with 5G IF. So it has been a long time since 2018 onward. We are part of 5G India Forum, where we started with evaluation group, independent evaluation group of IMT 2020. And we can see that I led the team with the students and scholars, PhD scholars or so on from academic partners, supported by the industry leaders, Dr. Sendal, Puneet, Vinos, and so on. So this is where we started. We developed own tool to simulate most of the scenarios, specifications of IMT 2020. And now we are doing the same for the spectrum study. I will show you. In addition to that, we are also part of what we call it as a 6G cooperative group, where some of the contributions that we are making it. So this is how we got engaged, and we are doing into this. So what we are doing is, Dr. Puneet mentioned several challenges that we have in measurement, in doing the studies of those different spectrums. So what we have done is we are developing the tools, necessary tools to support these studies at different frequency, different elevation of different satellites region, and so on. So what we are doing is basically developing such type of tools so that anybody, of course, in future, they can use this, but it is right now, we are doing the testing simulation based upon these tools for all these kind of satellite, whether it is FSS or ESS, and also trying to understand the interference because of IMT to those satellites. We have the future plan to work upon MSS also, SRS also, and so on. But right now, those which are highlighted, we have them and using it. So we know that ITU-R propagation, several propagation models are there. And these tools that we have developed, developed, as you can see, those green, those models are already implemented and tested, validated. And other last one, which are in the process of implementation. And some of the results you can see. So this is how this our toolbox. So we have IMT specification, necessary specification. You input it. You also provide the IMT development characteristics. We also provide the antennas, elevation of satellites, and so on. And then the model library we have, which we have included, and you get the output. So all these tools that is developed to support, these are the conditions, these are the specifications, and for the study into this. Some of these, you can see the results for different deployment, multiple antenna arrays, and so on. We test because we understand that what are those and how many antennas we might need, and they are there. So we try to include most of the conditions, most of the situations, scenarios into both, either it is Earth stations or the satellite stations. So one example is given where the FSS modeling is there. So this supports both GSO as well as non-GSO satellite, and you can see that those necessary input we give to our model, and then we get necessary output from our tool. So these are few just example that I have included, but there are a lot of things that we have, and we are getting it. So this is a user interface. So we are trying to develop a web-based which anybody can use, and it is very user-friendly. If you have if you know little bit of the parameters and characteristic, you can input those data, and then you get a result on the page. So in this way, it is being developed. So this is another example for GSO and GSO modeling. In addition to that, we are also trying to understand based upon population, for example. So since population distribution is different, and therefore the service experience or the requirements, or you can say the user experience, will be different based upon the population density and so on. So we are also trying to understand and include those in our tool, so that if there is a land space where there is no population, there is no need so to throw our beam from the satellite and so on. But when there is a high density of population, how we can get those characteristics. So these are some of the results that you can see. However, the data we have, it might not be accurate, but we are trying to get as accurate data as possible from different sources. Right now, we have used SEDAC, which is maybe old. Our Indian data is yet to make it available. These are some of the just a snapshot we have, because we keep on doing workshop in order to see what is going on, how much we have achieved it. Some of the snapshot you can see, which we are doing almost every month and so on, with their industry partner support, ISRO and so on. So with this, thank you very much. If any question, we'll be happy to take it.
Thank you, Dr. Navin. Thank you. Please take your seat. Thank you so much. This was an excellent slide. This was an excellent presentation. This is something what we need perhaps in the country. This is something which we need to work upon. And I would urge you all to give a big round of applause for this innovative work, what is doing. And then I think this is what is required. And it's not easy. And so I must encourage you, sir, that I never knew that you are working in this area. Maybe we can collaborate more on this. Thank you so much for your presentation. So finally, let me invite Mr. Sendil Devar to speak his views. Thank you.
Thank you. I have only just few slides. Probably Dr. Puneet and Professor Naveen has already covered some of the aspects. I just wanted to highlight key issues which I think will be helpful for throwing some questions on us. Thank you. The next slide. Yes. So what I would like to present is the way myself and Dr. Puneet and Diwakar and other colleagues from other government stakeholders like TEC, Defense, JCS, SLS from ISRO. We are part of the national task groups where we are doing this technical deliberations, debate, and then find a way to pass on to our higher group, which is the National Working Party 5D1 group, which is for the spectrum related discussions. Then we have technology related groups. We bring this contribution to the higher groups at 5D1, which is then approved and brought back to the National Study Group 5 Energy 5 discussion. I believe what we at least realized is in India, when we have a input that is approved to be submitted as Indian administration input, at least the input need to be 15 days before it is getting approved. And then when the Energy 5 is called for meeting, we are expected to submit contributions even 10 days before that contribution. So at least what we see is we have at least 1 or 1.5 months of pressure on us to get the outputs ready. So what we do is, as a task group level, we do talk to instead of calling a very wide group, those are stakeholders who are engaged in the specific services. We deliberate on that. Puneet and those who have been attending those Friday meeting, we bring up those issues. We try to find out what is a common agreement, what kind of simulation we do. That information is passed on to the members who are interested in doing the simulation work. And we are getting more and more pressurized because we have less than a year to, like I think Patnaik ji just asked, what is the recommendation, what outcome it is. We have been doing just technical studies. I think at some point we'll have to come up with some crafted text that we think is good for fitting into the CPM. At a national level, 4.4 gigahertz, Revati Madam also expressed that at some point of time, when we have the right regulatory conditions available, specifically with the altimeters, this band will also be possible to share. And we have one important stakeholder using this band. I think we will have to do a national level study because FS links are typically at a national matter where we'll be able to coexist and find out what is kind of exclusion zone. So this is the state at which. And similarly for 7 to 8 gigahertz, this band is too much crowded that it is very difficult for, even from an industry perspective, when we try to coordinate. Because every country has a different combination of this service being used. So we are not able to find out what is one solution that will fit for the entire region, which says that this band, this is the right regulatory condition that will make us, will make it work. And within India, we are more interested in some of the services in the higher frequency ranges like ESS, MedSat, where we have satellites operating. We are trying to understand with the existing parameters. And same as 14.8 within India, I think TSPs use this band very largely and I would say all over India we have links. So this, we are not doing any specific sharing studies, at least this band. We see it's a big challenge for coexist, at least in this portion. So not just looking at India studies like OceanSat that we are using, but we have been also looking at when the satellite, because it's an NGSO satellite, moves around the orbit. If there are other ESS satellite, ESS terminals in different parts of the country, basically they get to see these satellites passing over the head for more wide duration. So it becomes a little bit different conditions or exclusion zone for different where the ESS stations are placed. So we are trying to look into those cases also and not just looking only India's situation. The way we have been organized or been discussing within national preparatory is saying, how do we ensure that not just protect incumbent users in our country, but also ensure that we do study for incumbent users in the region where we don't want someone to come to WRC and saying that because India is a very large country and if India deploys IMT in this band, it is going to interfere us. So we would want to ensure that we are doing sufficient all corner cases when we do regional identification. So these are discussions which we are having with other stakeholders. Similarly for fixed links, at some point when we do the studies, we will see that it is possible to coexist national level, but I think from ITR perspective, it becomes more important saying what kind of distances are we expecting and in cross-border cases. Are they very large cases or smaller distances? So those are also some aspects that we are discussing within the national preparatory meetings. And just last month, we had discussions, specifically Dr. Puneet and Vinay is not here from Nokia. So they actually gave a lot brainstorming, download of the lot of technical discussion that happened. We debated this within the national preparatory meeting. What is our agreement? What we believe, because some of the expert advice that came from ISRO, we discussed what is the right parameter we should assume. Specifically, for example, RARB, I think this was one of the most debated, Patnaik ji also referred to it when we did the national study in 6 gigahertz. We do note that RARB was very much debated, whether it should be RA1, RB1 across the globe, or it can differ based on different countries, how much of base stations are deployed. So we did a lot of variation of that, and we also agreed to at least relook the case considering the population-based redistribution. We also noticed that there's one more big challenge with the population-based is, for some countries, the population database, like in India, the census from 2011. If I compare that population and population of other countries which are very latest, the base station-based redistribution actually may mislead the understanding. So these are ongoing decisions, probably before the CPM or at least before WRC, we should be able to come to a good conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Sendil, for your presentation, for your views. We have seen that 1.7 has got three distinct frequency bands, and one of them is 4400 to 4800. And the higher frequency bands fallen somewhere in the near the X band and somewhere near the KU band. And some recent experiments conducted in Japan and Saudi Arabia, I think it was carried out by SoftBank and Nokia, where they found that there are good possibility to use the X band 7125 to 8400 for IMT use, because there were certain questions raised that whether this frequency band would be suitable from their propagation point of view for IMT deployment at all. Given our experience in some of the millimeter wave bands, there have been certain apprehension, there have been certain questions that whether they are suitable. So recent studies shows that perhaps they can be placed in the same bracket like the medium, like the mid-band frequencies, and whether you can have a continuous chunk of spectrum. So given that that was all on 1.7, I suppose, and I would like to just say in the previous slide that there was a view emerging as if India has more or less finalized any of them, but yes, we are yet to take a final call on any of them, any of the bands, including the 44 to 4800 megahertz band. So we are not necessarily the best place to make a commitment at this stage. We'll see that we have got certain strategic use. We will perhaps look into that before we take a call on it. So with that, I think we can conclude 1.7 unless I invite our distinguished audience to raise a few questions if they have. Otherwise, we go to the satellite section. Yes, please. Sir, floor is yours. Yes, please.
I belong to I'm a retired employee of the DOT. My question is to Dr. Rathore of Qualcomm regarding Article 1.7 issues that would be discussed. You talked about the masks and satellite masks in one of your slides, and then the correlation with the real data, because masks. So it came to my mind whether satellite antenna pattern masks have become irrelevant and because of the various variables into picture. That's one question. And I think you are referring to satellite antennas or as ground station antennas. That can clarify. And second is on omnibus, and maybe a request to Amrita Vidyapeetham, Dr. Naveen, whether this new variable we experience in our individual lives, it may be an innocent question, whether the climate change, that so much temperature variation, the fog, and I mean, so much complex AQI parameters, would it affect your propagation studies? What is the correlation? I mean, any thoughts on that? These are two questions.
Thank you. So yes, I'll just clarify on the satellite antenna pattern. So yes, it was referring to the satellite uplink studies and the space receivers. So there are satellite antenna patterns which are part of the recommendation itself, and then there are antenna patterns which are part of the satellite filings. And in some cases, there are certain variations and differences. And in addition to that, when we start looking at larger contours beyond 3 dB, 20 dB, 30 dB, and so on, and then when we do the total aggregate of the antenna gain of the space receiver, the sum goes beyond 1. And then there is a certain amount of normalization that may have to be done. And this was something which was discussed in the satellite uplink studies during WRC 19 and also WRC 23, that how do we apply a total integrated gain or a TIG normalizing factor so that we do not overestimate the antenna gain, because then it is not higher than what it actually is. So, but then again, I would also clarify that this is something which is not yet a common agreed understanding within Working Party 5D. There are multiple views, because then there are certain views which are also saying that the total integrated gain normalization should not be applied. But that was the context.
Yeah, thank you. So a very good question, in fact. So right now, what we have done is based upon the ITUR that model that we incorporated most of that parameters and most of that CQI what is there mentioned. And but this is you are correct that because right now there are a lot of changes in the atmospheric condition, and it might be instant also, it might be periodical also. So some of these we are still developing and considering it. But what are the statics in the atmosphere, those mentioned in the ITUR document, those are included. Thank you.
Thank you. So let us, yeah, sure. Please. Please, two quick questions, then we will move to the satellite related topics.
Actually, my question,
Please
basically,
introduce
it is a concern only. It's addressed to Dr. Naveen. First of all, congratulations for a very good work done by his team in the laboratories for simulations, modeling, and testing extra. My concern is that what is the constraint which we are having these days to spread this, kind of spirit of that laboratory work throughout India? Like, is there any constraint of funds or the how can we just upgrade the skill development as well as the capacity building for these new technology testing? It's a biggest challenge, and probably it will also solve the problem of employment as such for the youth and engineers, So can you just throw a light on that, please? So I'm particularly concerned about, like, why can't we have such centers in North India, let's say?
Take your point.
Or
Yes,
maybe some other part
thank
of
you.
the
I
country.
understand your point.
Is there any policy constraint or a fund problem? What is the
So,
constraint? Thank you.
I suggest that we also take the second question and then we answer them together. Ma'am, your question, please.
I think Mr. Patnaik, you referred to the SoftBank and the Saudi Arabia 7 gigahertz studies that have been submitted, and I've actually seen those studies. I'd caution taking those studies please pay careful attention, because the Saudi Arabia studies had 6 points. They had measurements from 6 places, and I think 2 or 3 of them looked good compared to 3.5. The others didn't. So a lot of spectrum decisions are being made on very, very small scale studies. So just a word of caution. And the SoftBank study too really showed that you mentioned millimeter wave. It's actually much more similar to millimeter wave than low band, because line of sight was good, but non-line of sight wasn't. So that itself should be an indicator that you're not going to get the same coverage and performance in 7 gigahertz that you're getting in 3.5 gigahertz. So just pointing that out.
Thank you for adding that second dimension to the argument, to the discussion. And so would you like to answer the question that this gentleman asked just now?
Yeah, in fact, again, very good question and concern pointed out by him. So there is definitely a grant problem, and that problem because of grant is like this. All of this activity, what we are doing is with the support of students, and they are very dynamic. Sometimes they will be working for 1 month. After that, they will not, because they will have exam and so and so. But this type of a study requires dedicated manpower, and whom we can hire for some years of time, and they can continuously work upon this. So, and we cannot hire because we don't have fund, and fund is definitely a problem. Second is also the interest, because you see that in ITUR or 3GPP and so on, from academic institutions, that has really a concern that not many people are interested. They don't have time, they don't manage the time and so on. But somehow we few got interested, and we are trying to do whatever possible we are doing. So I think interest and definitely dedicated manpower, which requires some funding for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Naveen, for replying the question. And you raised some real issues, and I must congratulate the ITU for making the online system available, and that happened during Mr. Mario Manive's time, and that actually enabled a lot of participants from around the world who had difficulty in traveling to Geneva to participate directly. And I must congratulate the leadership that was shown by Dr. Manivevich and his team in making this possible. It was a very difficult task at the time when COVID happened and this all picked up. And I see that previously, when I think before the COVID era, a lot of people felt deprived, but then I must say thank you to Mr. Manivich and his team. So I think we had assigned 1 hour for 1.7, and we are ahead of schedule, and we have completed it within 1 hour. So we discuss the more contentious issues now. We go to the satellite section. And so give a big round of applause to all our speakers and to all the people who raised relevant questions, gave clarifications. I also would like to thank them. This is the perspective we expect from a meeting like this. So we go to the satellite section, satellite division, with all your permission, ladies and gentlemen. So satellite this time is unexpectedly heavy on MSS, which are becoming quite a debatable issue, especially agenda item 1.13. And on the fixed satellite service issue, there are quite a few issues which have become talk of the town. That was 1.5, and even 1.2 has been quite making a buzz in the telecom, in the spectrum scenario. So I begin our session now, but before that, would the organizer would like to give a small introduction to today's speakers on satellite communication. Miss Sophie, and yeah. Yes, yes. Because there were certain last moment changes, if I remember. Is it true? So could someone, because Madam Sophie is there, then Mr. Gomez is there, and Mr. Pepe is, am I getting your name right, sir? Okay, okay, thank you. So we have got some people who directly worked in this area, and we'll listen to that perspective. So first of all, let me check whether Miss Sophie is online. Are you there online, Madam Sophie?
Yes, sir, I am online, sir.
Able to hear you. Unmute yourself, please.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes. Could you please check your microphone?
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes. So pleased to hear. It's
Yes,
loud.
sir. Good afternoon, sir.
So, okay, Madam Sophie, it's a good afternoon to you on behalf of all the audience here. And so I understand that you'll be mostly, and I'll give a brief introduction about Madam Sophie. She is chairing agenda item 1.11 working group chair in APG 27. And I am also chairing I'm the co-chair of the satellite services in APG 27, along with Madam Cheng. So, I understand you'll be talking on fixed satellite service issues, or what do you want to plan to cover today? Once again, we lost you, madam.
Sir, I am planning to cover agenda item 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and 1.4, sir.
Excellent. Please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Presentation, please, sir.
Please go ahead. Yes.
Yes. So, very good afternoon to all. And thank you, Mr. Chairman and other eminent panelists, and to the audience who have gathered here. And my sincere thanks to Bhatia sir for offering us an opportunity to express the view from satellite perspective. So now with this, if I move to this, my main agenda today is to cover, just to throw a glimpse on the happenings in the ITU working parties for all these 4 agenda items, which are specifically related to the satellite services. So now moving on to first slide, which is related to agenda item 1.1. And all the items like I'm covering, like background, protection, and what is the sharing and compatibility studies happening now, and how it is useful to ISRO from satellite operator perspective. So next slide, please. Yes. So now coming to agenda item 1.1, this, if you see, it is the new service, which is ISMS and which is in V band. And V band, it is a very higher frequency band, which is not predominantly used as of now in satellite services. And now, why this particular band? It is coming into picture because today everyone, everywhere, they want to be connected. And the call for today, it is the fully connected globe. So historically, if you see, we started using this particular mobile satellite services in lesser frequency bands like L and S band. But however, the frequency bandwidths which are available, it is very less. Like in L band, we have only 50 and 70 megahertz. So definitely we have to look for the higher frequency bands. So that's why in WRC cycle, if you see, for the 4 consecutive WRCs, we have been continuously discussing on the ASIMs. And now here, this particular WRC cycle, we are focusing on this V band. And the main thing is here, our particular discussions, it is focused on aeronautical and maritime ASIMs because land ASIMs automatically it is subject to the national prerogative and this will not be used for the safety of life applications. And globally, if you see now in KA band, everywhere like high throughput satellites, it is in trend now. Because of the higher EARP and the spark beams, we can use the lesser antenna sizes. And even in ISRO point of view, we have now totally 4 high throughput satellites which are launched and which are already providing the services. So next step, we have already carried our demonstration payload on the GSAT-29 satellite. And globally, if you see, though ITU registration wise, we have only handful of operation in this band. Mainly operators are focusing to use this for feeder link and already we have AlphaSat in this band. Now, just to throw some glimpse on the ITU studies, anyhow, always like the thumb rule is we have to protect the incumbent services here. So for terrestrial service, we have already the PFT and for maritime, we are working around the coordination zones. And when I talk about this ASIMs, there are already existing FSS yet stations which will be operating in this band. So how this gets protected? This is because we will particularly operate under the envelope of the typical yet station characteristics and the coordination agreements which we have carried so far. I cannot violate the coordination agreements which I have done under the earlier umbrella. And then coming to for GSO FSS from non-GSO ASIMs, here there are so many studies going on and many discussions are going on. So when this particular thing gets finalized, it will be under that umbrella. Next, for other 2 cases like feeder link to BSS and HTFSS, here the studies are still going on. No particular technical conditions are yet established. Moving to next slide. So now, here, if you see coming to incumbent service, like my main focus, like I will just throw some glimpse on the satellite services because like one thing, if you see like ISRO, it is responsible for all the satellite services in the country, both for communication satellites, navigation satellites, and for the remote sensing satellites. And in remote sensing satellites, the payload operation, it particularly depends on the successful operation of the passive sensors. Because for the passive sensors, always it particularly depends on the physical characteristics. So one band, if you see 50.2 to 50.4 gigahertz, this it is getting sandwiched in between this frequency bands, and it is as the services already there. Resolution 750 already covers that this particular band has to be protected. But now the task before us is, earlier, the particular conditions were developed only for the fixed satellite services where the number of terminals will be less. But now we are moving to ubiquitous, maybe increased number of terminals. So whether this particular condition, it is sufficient for protection of this ESS passive in adjacent band. Because this particular band, it is useful for profiling the surface temperature due to the physical property. And then coming, so this study, it is going on and still no convergence. Next comes the radio astronomy, which it is a very, very critical service. So this, whether nationally we have to evolve some mechanism or how to go about that. Here also divergent views are there. Because these things like especially ESS passive and radio astronomy, if we see, there are no scope for any other bands. So these operations, they have to be in this particular frequency bands. So protection of these particular services, it becomes very important. And now coming to regulatory framework. So we have to operate only under the notified satellite networks. And the main thing which is now responsibility of fixing one administration when the interference complaint comes. So this particular thing, because non-GSO ASIMs, when it comes to picture, experience-wise, it is not covered under the one administration. Many administrations will be like filing. So we have to fix the responsibility, and then the new recommendation for the NCMC, it is being developed now. And coming to regulatory framework, actually already there exist 5 resolutions in different frequency bands which covers the ASIMS operation. So now to cater to safe operation or for cover the motivations of this particular agenda item, 2 draft new resolutions are being formed to address both GSO and non-GSO operation separately. So now with this, let me move to the next agenda item. And in general, like ISRO, we support this particular agenda item. And the next agenda item, it is the reduction in antenna diameter in 13.75 to 14 gigahertz. So while this particular band is separately like discussed, actually in KU band, in downlink we have 1050 megahertz, but uplink we have only 750 megahertz. So there is a asymmetry. And even in this particular 750 megahertz in the uplink, 250 megahertz, we have a restriction that it should be 1.2 meter for GSO. So in addition to asymmetry, there is certain restriction. So operation in this particular band, it becomes difficult. So even if we scrutinize the ITU records, the usage in this band, it is like in compared to the normal band of 14 to 14.5, that band, it is 3 times more than this particular band. But however, now we are forced to use this band because of the congestion in the normal KU band. And hence, definitely, we have to enhance the operating conditions for the efficient use of the satellite. Even ISRO-wise, if you see, though we have started operation of KU band satellite from our 2nd generation satellite, we started adopting this particular band in our GSAT-31 and GSAT-7A satellites, especially maybe just some 8 years back onwards. So this is mainly because of this particular restriction. And another thing what we are observing is, now due to these kind of restrictions, even under 4.4, people have started using this band. So better to streamline the operations and get protections. Now here there are only 2 existing services, radio location service and space research service. For radio location service, which covers the scatterometers, altimeters, etc., the parameters have significantly changed from 2003 to currently now. So that we have to have a careful look, but there are definitely some difficulties which I will put in the next slide. And coming to space research service, which is mainly the inter-satellite operation, like people are using like TDRSs, which they are used to support the human spaceflight mission. But here it is 100 megahertz, and there are only Earth station locations, only very few, and especially in other parts of the globe. This TDRSs, it is similar to our own IDRSS satellites, which will be with inter-satellite links. So now moving to the next slide. Here, if you see, I will just highlight the difficulties which are faced in this particular agenda item. Though it looked simple that we have only two incumbent services, but the compatibility studies, there is no convergence, mainly because of the assumption. So here, if you see estimation of interference, single and multiple FSS interfer cases are there, and whether to go with statistical approach or we have to adopt the static geometrical approach, and there is no specific confirmation on the protection criteria and the associated percentage of time which is associated with the protection criteria deployment model. And for this particular agenda item from India, we have made the joint contribution with other countries, mainly from the analysis point of view for both GSO and MEO constellations. So now from ISRO in general, we support this agenda item. And coming to the methods which is being discussed now in ITU, essentially there are 3 methods, which is method A, NOC, and then one method you remove all this restriction. Then comes one more method in between these 2. You put some restrictions, protect the existing operations, and then allow. So these things have to be further worked upon. Now moving to next agenda item, 1.3. So now here, this is the feeder link band for the 51.4 to 52.4. And next slide, please. So here, if you see, as you're aware, here it is the HDS satellites are all the non-GSO constellations which are coming now. We are like hearing about so many non-GSO constellations which were evolving mainly due to the low latency applications. So here, this particular band which was identified in the previous WRC for GSO, same thing it is being discussed now for the NGSO system. This is mainly because of the HTS satellite spot beams which require more feeder link. Here also now if you come to sharing and studies, one is FSS from the non-GSO FSS gateway. Next comes the ESS passive and next the radio astronomy. So now moving to next slide. Here if we talk of protection of the this particular passive services, though it is like 200 megahertz away, so far whatever resolution exists, it caters to protection of emissions from the GSO satellites, but not from non-GSO. So this new element plus the aggregate limits that it is under discussion, but all these it depends on the input parameters which there are the different different systems are coming into picture. And the next critical thing which is here is automatically when non-GSO system comes, GSO has to be protected. And what is the mechanism now here? Whether we have to go for any robust mechanism which is adopted now, like applying EPFD in this band, though many discussions are going on, or extension of current regulation of QV band to this band. So here in general, ISRO view, we support this particular agenda item due to the multiple beam and broadband requirement and subject to protection of the other in-band and adjacent services. Now moving on to my last agenda item 1.4. Next slide, please. Yeah. So this, it is a very interesting agenda item, which like the during last WRC, like region 2, they got some additional allocation. So this is like harmonization of the allocations in all the bands. FSS, if I see 17.3 to 17.7 gigahertz, already it is there in region 1 and region 2. So same band, it will be allocated for the region 3, so that global harmonization, it is possible. Same way for BSS also, it can be uniformly harmonized. And the other thing, similar to KU band situation, there exists in KA band also asymmetry. In uplink we have 4 gigahertz, downlink we have 3.5 gigahertz. But what about the incumbent services? Here actually even in 17.3, 18.1, though this agenda item, it discusses about the downlink, there are the reverse direction in the uplink, which already we are using on in our GSAT-24 satellite. So subject to protection of this feeder link. And the next thing is there are some ESS active sensors are there in that 17.2 to 17.3 gigahertz. So this protection also has to be addressed in that resolution 750. So subject to these protections, we are like in principle supportive to this agenda item, because essentially it is for satellite services, and in satellite services we have to protect like our own direction bidirectional links. Moving to next slide. Yeah, this is my conclusion slide. So yeah, so this is the main activity which is coming here, and in general, like many studies are going on and many methods are being discussed here. Around 5 methods are being discussed here. All methods, they differ, like whether this allocation, it should be restricted only to GSO or to non-GSO only, and how to apply the EPFD, and whether it has to be in line with already existing EPFD. So based on these things, some 5 methods are being already discussed in the CPM text. So with this, let me conclude my presentation on the satellite agenda items. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Madam Sophie. Thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you so much for your views. So this was all about FSS, not all about, but there were 2 agenda items which were not covered here, 1.5 and 1.6. And I must remind you that that the fixed satellite services in WRC 27 has got 6 agenda items. One of them is in a quite a comfortable position, 1.1, which deals with enabling the Q band for satellite connectivity, for in-flight and maritime connectivity. And the second 1.2, which is a little complicated, is how the whether we can use smaller size antennas to communicate for satellite communication in the 13.75 to 14 gigahertz band. And this is where the radio location service and the space research service are being protected by limiting the antenna size. But the studies, and it has received quite a few number of studies. I mean, from region 3 also, people have actively participated. Even IAFI has taken lead this matter when this was being formulated. And I think the position is quite clear, and there is a lot of global consensus on this, except few countries who have concerns here. The main concern perhaps is because the radio location service, particularly those which are moving on ships, and so they move around globally. So whether the use of this band can affect them. So that is the main challenge here. And 1.3 also, again, it is straightforward proposition. It is looking at having a more spectrum for NGSO uplink, another 1 gigahertz, for use by the gateway earth station, not by just anything, gateway earth station. So this also looks fairly comfortable, and certain methods are started emerging. Studies are nearing completion. 1.4 again is an extension of what happened in the previous cycle, in which the region 1 and region 2 countries now have FSS bidirectional operating in this band. So here we are trying to have it for region 3. Again, I am seeing that this is possible, although there are certain loose ends, because especially those who are using the BSS, they sometimes have received some interference in the past, which they suspect to be happening because of the new introduction of new services in this band. Fairly, it's a region 3 question, and the country is open to it, and that Madam Sophie has adequately addressed it, our concern. So with that, may I invite our next speaker, Mr. Christian Gomez from Viasat, to share his views. Mr. Christian leads the APAC regional engagement with governments on policy and regulatory matters as part of the Viasat team. He has over 20 years of experience in wireless planning and spectrum regulation. Prior to joining Viasat, Mr. Christian held senior policy and regulatory roles within the ITU Radio Communication Bureau, the mobile industry, and the New Zealand spectrum regulator. He has represented New Zealand at WRCs and Asia Pacific regional forums, including the APT. Is that enough? Thank you. Go ahead, please, sir.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for that kind introduction. Okay, so I'm going to go first. I have no fear of going first, although we're always told that everything that we say from the multi-orbit part of industry, that means GSO and GSO working together, everything we say is out of fear. We don't have no fear. What we have is intellectual debate and desire to resolve the issues in a best way. Thinking about FSS, these 4 agenda items are very important for APT region. If we think about spectrum policy being a subset of public policy, it is all about achieving national interest. So what do we have in FSS, in Asia Pacific? We have KU broadcasting. If you think about how important is broadcasting for the public sector as a public utility, you go around Southeast Asia, you will find thousands and thousands and thousands of KU small user terminals popping up from the rooftops for people to receive broadcasting. The same happens in Japan, in Korea, China. So if you tell anyone in the APT region that all of those investments in the KU side for one side, and another side in FSS in KA band, which are the 2 primary bands where we have broadband links, such as the ISRO satellites, or in Indonesia, their own PSN satellites. If you ask them, as a matter of national interest, are you okay if we go to WRC and we decide that your business is no longer a good idea? Would that be fair for those countries? One way of achieving that is to tell those countries, we don't like your link budgets, although you have rain. When it rains in Southeast Asia, it rains. And we want you to have a 20 dB decrease in your link budget. What would be the answer of those countries? So when those countries hear that everything that they say, or my part of the industry, everything that we say is out of fear, I don't think that's a fair statement. Also, I don't think it's a fair statement to say that the BR is not doing a good job. I reject any claim that my colleagues at the BR are not doing their job when it comes to assessing filings. The only thing that my colleagues at the BR need is support. If the tools are not equipped to accurately evaluate these large constellations that are popped up since 2019, it is not the ITU's BR fault that the tools are not ready, because those tools have to be approved by the membership. I was myself a staff member of the ITU Satellite Division, and I can tell you that those tools are used rigorously by the staff. And also I can tell you that there is ongoing debate at the ITU to update those tools so we can properly arrive to an accurate interference profile of large LEOs. And those efforts are consciously being blocked by those large LEOs. So they don't want accurate tools for the international community to model them. So I reject any premise that the ITU is not doing its job. That brings me to issues to do with equitable access. So in some of the narratives of our colleagues from the large LEOs, we hear from the two companies, from the two billionaires racing in space, that their constellations are okay to share with small LEOs. If that's the case, why at WRC23, when a group of developing countries put forward a proposal for a new agenda item to study ways to ensure equitable access, that agenda item was rejected tooth and nail by those two companies and the sponsoring administration of those two companies. They rejected an initiative from developing countries to study equitable access. So with those behaviors, how can we accept that large constellations can happily share with smaller constellations? Their actions show us the contrary. So when it comes to FSS, we have 4 agenda items. They have something in common. So the 4 agenda items have to do with a reality, is that the interference profile of large-scale NGSO constellations is not accurately being modeled. Therefore, their interference profile is being underestimated. All 4 agenda items are exactly the same. So in the QMB band regime, we don't know how to apply the aggregate EPFD limit. That job hasn't been finished, and it's being blocked. So how can we even think that we can open these new bands for the large NGSOs when we cannot estimate the interference profile? How can we? So is that fear, or is it genuine intellectual inquiry into the proposals? For agenda item number 2, large NGSOs wanted to have smaller antennas. I will show you shortly in another slide what's happening in terms of how that initiative is blocking smaller NGSOs. Again, yeah, we can go smaller, but less accurately model your interference. The ITU cannot accurately model the interference profile today. We need to do that first. 1.3, again, we have an incomplete framework. The current tool used by the BR uses an algorithm to evaluate interference from NGSOs called worst case geometry. It only picks certain test points, which could be anywhere. And it could be in the middle of the ocean where there is no air station. So we are trying to update that to a new framework, but that's proving difficult because there is vested interest that large NGSOs should not be modeled accurately. And the same goes with 1.4. We don't know how to apply aggregate EPFD limits. That's not finished. So we need to deal with that first. So in this slide here, this is a study that shows the correlation between small antenna size and the size of the LEO mega constellation. So the larger the LEO mega constellation, which is the graph closer to your right, and the smaller the antenna, the higher the amount of blocking to other NGSOs. So if you think about that grid, that circular grid, as the sky, and that sky is divided in in a number of we call it lookup angles. A large NGSO is occupying most of those lookup angles. So the lookup angle is the ability of another NGSO to successfully achieve a link to its satellite. So the large constellation operating with very small antenna, with thousands and actually millions of side lobes, and with thousands and tens of thousands of satellites, is using all of the lookup angles. So a small NGSO comes in from the developing country, says, I want to operate. Starlink or Amazon will claim rights to that spectrum on those lookup angles, saying we have the filing first, because it's a first in, first serve world. And the small LEO will say, okay, I will try to accommodate around you. But what happens is all the lookup angles are blocked. So the small LEO cannot successfully connect to its satellite because those channels and those orbits are already being used. And it gets worse as the constellation grows bigger. This is why the EU is placing special attention in terms of their legislation to deal with anything larger than 1,000 satellites. So this is not fear, this is intellectual inquiry. And if a developing country puts this forward at one of the ITU study groups, it's not because of fear, it's because there are KU broadcasting systems, because there are FSS used by the military in those countries, and they're running out of space if they want to have their own NGSOs. So this goes back again. We have a priority systems where the first comers take priority and claim protection. Smaller NGSOs, in addition to having the lookup angle blocking, will have to deal with the priority issue, where there is no interest from large NGSOs to let smaller NGSOs come in. Where have we heard from the 2 billionaires that they're interested in more mega constellations to come in? We haven't heard that. On the contrary, there is strong resistance for anything that even touches on equitable access. In the QMB ban framework, that's an incomplete framework. We don't believe that it can be used at this point to be applied to any other ban, and we have to do more work here. Again, the issue of underestimation of the large NGSO is a big problem. And now I'm going to close with a couple of slides in terms of the proposal being put forward, which started in WC23 from Starlink and Amazon to degrade the ITU-APT rules. Think about this. So we already know that they are blocking and using most of the lookup angles. We know that the frameworks to assess them are inaccurate, and we need to make them accurate. So when it comes to risk and how much risk countries and companies can take, say, well, innovation comes with risk. Okay, how much risk can we absorb? I'll say the limit line there is we can only absorb as much risk to the point that reliable access to spectrum is no longer available. When access to spectrum becomes unreliable, that's where we can no longer live in a world of absorbing ongoing risk. So here's the kicker. So they want to add more risk to the picture by asking the international community to degrade the ITU-APT rules. So what are the APT rules? This is what, in a way, gives a form of equitable access to the smaller NGSOs. So there are two limits. The orange one there is the share limit. So all NGSO constellations must meet that limit in order for interference to be mitigated into GSOs, but also to allow other NGSOs to be part of the game. The blue line is the single NGSO system limit. So every single NGSO must meet that blue line. So in a way, this is a system of ensuring at least some form of equitable access. But what we have with these large constellations and large claims for a spectral footprint is that there is at least an 86% of the EPFD budget already being consumed. It's like a glass of water. The larger the constellation, the larger the amount of EPFD that is consumed. So if the large constellation takes up 70% of it, another constellation takes 16% of it, The rest of the world is left with 14% of residual EPFD budget. So we are being told we need to take this by allowing a 20 dB degradation of our link budgets. But in the reality, these are calculations done based on the ITU software. The top graph, the current evaluation might show that large constellations are passing the test, passing the EPFD test. But that is using the software that is not equipped to deal with large constellations. For example, the algorithm with worst case geometry, which is actually not worst case. It could be in the middle of the ocean where there is no air station, and it shows a pass. It also shows a pass if the large constellation is divided in small filings, say, I don't know, 50,000 satellites. They give to the ITU 5,000 here, 5,000 there, 5,000 there, individual, and those ones are being filed through different countries. So it's also difficult to find which country is accountable for the system when the filing is divided in multiple bits. It's like a huge elephant. You don't present the elephant, they present the tail, the ear, the trunk, and then they say, oh, we pass. But we combine them all, we remove the uncertainty of the worst case geometry algorithm, and then we arrive to the second graph at below, which is exceedance. There's actually exceedance already. So multi-orbit investors and countries that have their own GSO filings and have their own NGSO ambitions, they are already absorbing a lot of risk because we're already dealing with those exceedances today. And we don't see a clear future where we're going to achieve a modernization of the algorithms to make this evaluation accurate, because there is vested interest that that doesn't happen. So we live in a world of risk. We are absorbing all of it. Where is their risk? Then there is another issue, technical one. The current mechanisms for evaluating EPFD do not take into account side lobes. So when you see the combined plan of more than 50,000 satellites between Starlink and Amazon, that translates to millions of side lobes being transmitted, which are not taken into account in interference calculations. So again, we are absorbing all that risk right now. But we are being requested by the 2 billionaires that the world needs to accommodate to their request to absorb 20 dB of degradation in our link budgets and in the filings of each developing country that has an interest in having their own GSO, but also their own NGSO. So I think we are being misled by these 2 billionaires when they go to the ITU and they present a proposal that is actually not in the best interest of developing countries. Why would it be? They don't want us to finish modernizing the tools, but they also want to change the treaty, the radio regulation, with no basis, because we cannot today model their interference profile accurately. So that will be the outcome if that happens. So if we push the boundary of risk beyond our ability to live in a world where we can have reliable access to spectrum, and our access to spectrum becomes unreliable, there will be no future for multi-orbit networks. That means there will be no competition. We want to have our own small terminals. We are developing those ones, even hybrid terminals that can do both GSO and LEO. We want to go below 30 centimeter small terminals, but those terminals will not be able to survive in front of interference coming from millions of side lobes, a degraded ITU treaty, and then blocking of lookup angles because of large constellations with dealing with small terminals. So they will be the only two companies selling small terminals in the supermarket shelves at the expense of critical services, KU broadcasting, military services, government uses that are not to be sold in the shelves of supermarkets. Those services need a different degree of quality, therefore they rely on very strict link budgets. Why would you tell your emergency services or your aviation industry that they're going to have to operate to levels of absolute unavailability in the near future, because we have two products in the supermarket shelves that have changed the treaty in a way that pollutes every other product and every other offering in the market. It's not sustainable. And to conclude, a couple of remarks. There is no incentive by large constellations to change or to update the rules that evaluate them. Why would they? Now, what does it translate to for developing countries? It means that less opportunities will be available, and unfortunately, reliable access to spectrum will no longer be guaranteed. So we're going to be in a different world if they succeed in getting the treaty changed or imposed on the ITU membership. On top of that, if the ITU is not able to upgrade their tools due to constant and significant resistance, then there is very little hope. So for the sake of broadband and higher speeds in one market segment, you're going to give up everything else, including your sovereign rights to have your information networks managed by your own local indigenous systems. Now, in closing, one key issue that the EU has raised is the issue of resiliency. It is in part in their draft Space Act. So the draft Space Act says they do not want to depend on large global NGSO constellations simply because of systemic risk. So imagine if 182 countries, ITU member states, become reliant on for critical communications on two companies. That will be like what happened during coronavirus, the pandemic, where in countries where you only have two brands of toilet paper, what happens? You have empty shelves sometimes, and demand and supply was played with. Prices were totally and unilaterally designed to maximize revenue, not for the benefit of the consumer. That's the world that we're going to head if we consciously or unconsciously accept the fact that technical claims that we are making are being framed as fear. And when we present, or developing countries present proposals to have a more fair treatment at the ITU, there is resistance and they say, no, we don't want equitable access. That's not nice. So in conclusion, is that the world where we want to be when it comes to information systems? So I'll leave that to you for debate over lunch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gomez. Thank you so much. Lunch is not yet ready. We have got more speakers. So to make, it was a very in-depth presentation. I quite enjoyed listening to what Mr. Gomez said. And this has been very debatable, very polemic, very controversial sometimes, if I can use the word. Many people, I had a very hard time explaining in my department also the spectrum issues in DOT. Some people said, is it divided? Is there a specific chunk of spectrum used by GSO? Another is used by NGSO. I said, it's nothing like that. It's only one spectrum, and how they share is using a ITU framework in the radio regulation. And Article 9.11a, it talks about how NGSO to NGSO, NGSO to GSO. Then we have got Article 22, then we have got Resolution 769, 770, all they talk about. Then we have got something, the ITU recommendation AS 1503, all combinedly create a framework so that NGSO and GSO system can operate. And the fundamental of which is that there has to be certain PFD value, limitation on the PFD value, which should be controlled. PFD value can be two types, single entry and then there is an aggregate. So each satellite system can contribute how much, and subject to there is a ceiling up to which we should not exceed. So Mr. Gomez has very comprehensively captured all the dimensions of what is happening now, that there is a concern, serious concern among the NGSO camp, that this framework should not be changed because they have since long has been a very trusted source of coexistence between the NGSO and GSO. So if we fiddle with that, perhaps we'll be making the situation worse and may not necessarily be making the situation better. Given that is, I think, one perspective, there may be a multiple perspective. Look at the perspective of the NGSO. So why not we devote our next session to something on that regard? So I invite Mr. Jose Fidel. He's coming all the way from Singapore, and he's working with Amazon Kuiper for over 3 years. And previously he was working with OneWeb, and then his expertise area is NGSO, and he's focused on the coordination as well in ITU matters. Did I cover everything? Thank you so much. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you very much to my fellow panelists, as well as Yafi for the wonderful event. I think it's important to have a transparent look at all sides, have it be terrestrial, satellite, or within satellite, the differences that there are on those. I was asked to speak on this panel about agenda items 1.3, 1.4, 1.5. So focus most of the discussion on this, but I think I'll reserve some time at the end to address some of the topics that out of respect. And if you don't mind me, I'd really appreciate words not being put in my mouth. I think the tone of the discussion needs to be cooperative, constructive. I truly appreciate your views on a lot of things that you presented, Mr. Gomez. Thank you. So going straight into the NGSO topics, as we see, and we've mentioned this morning, about 85% of the topics that we are discussing at the next WRC are NGSO related. There is a huge trend and a lot of open issues, a lot of things that are in development, in discussion on how do we address this emerging technology of a leading operator that has over 10,000 satellites now, but also the smaller NGSOs that are already active and how this coexists with the incumbent satellite technology. The GSO has been working on for several decades, and that technology, as we've heard, is quite at the core of the interest of a lot of the nations around the world. A lot of the investment on satellite that these nations have done have been on GSO. Therefore, it is important to address how these new technologies protect this incumbent GSO service. That I want to reiterate from the very beginning is at the core of the Amazon job that I've been tasked to do, as well as my fellow teammates within ITU. So I welcome any engagement that those with GSO interest want to have on having a transparent discussion on really what some of the issues are from our point of view, so that we can have all the information to make the decisions that you want to make. So specific to WRC agenda items, it would be 1.3, 1.4, and 1.5 that I'll focus on. Some other WRC 27 issues or things that are worked on there 4A that are of relevance to us, at least, are the mandate from the minutes of the plenary, which had to do with the studies that are being conducted, as well as the resolution 76 and aggregate EPFD, that is the work that how do all NGSOs combined operate and how is that modeled into the interference that people will receive, as well as we've heard 1503, that is the algorithm methodology to implement the software to compute the interference from NGSO to GSO. That is also very complex, and I think we fail to capture the scope of the complexity when we simplify and we combine and convolute all topics together. I think it's better addressed when all separate. Yes, there's a lot of work, but yes, there's the need for a lot of intellectual engaged discussion. So absolutely could not agree more with all those that advocate this. So 1.3 specifically, if you give me a second, I'll pull up a little bit of my own personal take on this that I have on the screen. So when we talk about 1.3, we talk about the access of a specific 1 gigahertz that is available already to GSOs. I'll focus, because I think the ISRO representative that's also on the panel did a really good overview on the topic, so I'm not gonna re-explain some of the topics that were already covered, but I think it's important to put things into consideration of with a little bit of visual. So I'll cover the CPM methods that are being discussed, as well as the specifics on the QB band methodology that is available right now from the previous WRC cycle. Some of the challenges that there are is the coexistence between potentially new users and GSO, and not just with GSO, but with ESS passive, as well as with fixed services. So those are studies that are already being conducted. Specifically, this deals with the uplink direction. We'll hear that some of the concerns that happen with extending this resolution 770 limits would have to do with actual issues that happen in the downlink. So there's the need to go into the details and realize that some of the concerns that have been highlighted for RES 770 and the applicability of it do not relate necessarily to this agenda item. When we look at here, the spectrum that is being considered for 1.3, we see what went on for WRC19, which is access to close to 4 or 5 gigahertz of spectrum. And we're only talking about the last 1 gigahertz that's already available to GSO and not yet to NGSO. So the GSO community and the NGSO community came together to study whether EPFD were applicable for this band in the WRC19 cycle, as well as the previous one that led up to it. The conclusions were that maybe we could find a more applicable framework. And of course, that came with a lot of, not necessarily incompleteness, but work left to do that was pawned off to the following study cycles. Some of that work has to do with, as we said, the geometries used for the assessment, the use of margin in the link design phase, the time periods involved, the definition of an acceptable interference, and the correlation between propagation conditions. All of those are elements that I think are worth an entire session discussing and not convoluting together necessarily. But when we talk about the amount of spectrum that is available here, we see that there's already an existing framework that does allow for the use and coexisting between the several services, and identifying really what are the separate things that address one or the other would be, for example, we heard that the fading or the amount of rain that is considered in, for example, Indonesia or other regions that are heavy on rain. The spark of that argument really comes from whether the NGSO and the GSO should really both be faded on the same amount, and having that be considered as part of the methodology. That's something that was left open, and there was a lot of controversy. But luckily, this is no question for the uplink portion, which is being considered here. That's a topic that really is being carried over from a resolution that is, in a way, whole. So some of the work that is being ongoing would be to address what the 770 methodology is. So here we see in the diagram on the right what is represented as methodology, recommendation S2151. That covers really what went on in the 1.6 agenda item of WRC19. So from one side, all the GSO that would be interested in the use of QB band gave a set of reference links. Those reference links came with CORN objectives and a performance that was attached to the performance or the intent of that link. From the other side, you have the NGSO system that already submits their data such that it goes into the EPFD computation of 1503. So you have two sides of this. One would be without interference that obtains the degradation of the GSO reference link. That is depending on the location that you're in. And then the NGSO, which is computed through S1503. On itself, 1503 has a lot of advancements, a lot of things that could be updated. Like we've heard, worst case geometry. From our side, satellite selection is at this moment in age considered as the worst case possible satellite that could ever contribute. That's the one that is picked. We think that is wrong, and we could go into the details of why we think that's wrong. But along those lines, there's also antenna patterns, different updates to elements of 1503 that if updated, that would improve a little bit the assessment on the amount of interference, but also more realistically model. in no way, shape, or form we ever contested or attacked the BR's efforts on having software that is available for that. That's one of the things that also I want to reiterate. In the BR's tools and efforts are outstanding in making sure that we have the latest, most available software so that ITU in itself, as well as nations, can really develop their own interference assessments. So not alone. Just because we're finding that there's updates to be done doesn't mean that we're attacking the status quo on like how things are working. So when it comes down to combining the two, the GSO and the NGSO interference, then we go into the impact that is calculated, and that is done with two metrics. Right now, EPFD, the way that it was done, it was developed for unavailability or short-term, the protection that GSOs were seeking at the time that these were developed. Long-term interference really wasn't considered because that's not something that GSO versus GSO ever really had the impact on each other. We've heard of side loop interference. Indeed, that's something that dynamically when NGSOs are covered into the GSO mode of operation, you will have this constant interference that needs to be addressed. And what that performance or that threshold can be is something that Resolution 770 very clearly addressed through the two study cycles that it was considered. So we would have two type of interference assessments, the long-term degradation through degradation on the ACM links and throughput degradation, and then the increase of unavailability, so the short-term interference. Those two are compared against the threshold that the GSO provided. So one of them being the C/N minimum that the threshold initially have, and the other one being what is computed through another recommendation. So as we can see, and I feel that I gotten about half of the room asleep already, this is a very convoluted, technical, complex topic. So taking into conclusions on what the solution should be caveated. And when we talk about EPFD should be applied to QB-BEN, it is already being applied. It's just an element that is not entirely, as we know, a curve. So just because it doesn't have a curve doesn't mean that EPFD is not being applied. Matter of fact, we see that a lot of the elements of EPFD, not even the ones that are being contested or not, but is being more accurately addressed or maybe attempted. So let's not de facto, or let's not turn down some of the efforts that were taken by the GSO community as well as the NGSO community to come up with this framework that India back in the 2019 study cycle did do a lot of work on. So this is some of the work that this room and some of the stakeholders here spearheaded. So yes, let's take that consciously, that this is something that the entire community worked on. So in terms of the CPM status and the different options that are on the table, we see that method A would be, of course, no change, no access to NGSO to this BEN. Method B would be the applicability of EPFD limits. Nonetheless, those have not been proposed. I think further studies are needed on what EPFD limits could go in there. And again, I repeat a little bit of what I said already. For the 2019 study cycle, these higher frequency bands were initially studied whether EPFD would be applicable. The conclusion then was we could find another way to do it. So that was already decided. Nonetheless, some proponents are looking into it. I think considering it is healthy, but then option or method C looks at, okay, QB-BEN already applies to the adjacent band. Is there any elements that could be maybe factored into this subsection of it that is only uplink? So those are essentially what method C is suggesting, whereas method D intends to do a completely new methodology. As Amazon, we thoroughly advocate for not the simplest approach, but the most pragmatic, using what has already been developed and seeing if there are things that could be changed that are applicable to this, not disregarding the entire solution that was for the adjacent band. So we would be supportive of method C, and we'd hope we'd have to walk through some of the elements that defend that in any follow-up coordination discussion that we have. Then we go to agenda item 1.4. 1.4 specifically has been my responsibility. That is leveling the amount of access to spectrum that the three regions have. So region 1 and 2, we've already heard, have FSS. Region 1 only has BSS, but sorry, region 2 only has BSS. So this new agenda item looks at having access for both BSS and FSS in the Asia Pacific region for the 17 gigahertz band. I think we can all agree that more spectrum to both technologies is beneficial for the applications that we're talking about, have it be BSS or the new high throughput satellites of the GSOs or the NGSOs. We all benefit from these 400 megahertz that only satellite would end up using. We do have some adjacent band compatibility that we need to do with ESS active as well as FS, but those studies are almost final. There's not been a lot of contention. Matter of fact, some of the services have not even provided a lot of the parameters. Therefore, there's no contention of satellite coming in. The question is, how do satellite amongst us defend the rules that we would have to coexist? So similar to before, I put here the CPM methods that are being considered. And on the left-hand side, I put all the existing and potential satellite users that are accessing the band. So we see that region 1, region 2, and region 3 have disparity between the existing allocation of services. So we are looking at what would make the most sense. If we start from I guess we can start with method A. There would be no change. Region 3 remains the way. No downlink access to 17.3 to 17.7. That obviously would handicap the region in comparison to the other regions. So method B would look at a GSO-only solution, so not having access to NGSO, but keeping the uplink portion, which is now being contested by method D. As we see with the next, those are the services that are not being considered for each of the methods. Method C looked at only FSS, so not taking into account BSS. And of course, there's some ruffles. I think method E at this moment in age is making everyone happier, but it's more about what rules really go into each of the methods. So there's no question, I think, from the FSS perspective, that extending the EP of the limits would serve justice to all the services. I think FSS GSO would be happy with us extending it the way that it is, so that the 3 regions would have the same framework. Where it comes to BSS, there's the intention to apply also the same limit, or BSS are suggesting the addition of a new limit. That new addition is equivalent to the existing one, so there's some question on whether really that's necessary. In any case, the 2 questions that arise from this are very much what services really should be considered, and what are the sharing that should compromise this sharing between the different services. From one end, BSS are trying to exclude NGSO uplink from the region. That is an existing allocation as a potential new user. That is very dangerous precedent to really put in place. We've heard before that the BSS are slightly concerned with some of the interference that received. It comes with a biased presentation of that specific topic from a BSS spokesperson from Japan. And please forgive me for the way that I just phrased that, but there were some reported incidences of interference that happened in Japan for the feeder BSS, the BSS feeder link in 17 gigahertz. It was recognized in closed doors that that interference came from radar and navigation. Nonetheless, that was presented as a potentially being the source from NGSO, despite NGSOs not being yet active in that band. That all comes with a little bit of a request for having more protection to BSS. We thoroughly understand it. We're now studying whether the applicability of Article 22 PFD that exists in the other regions would also apply to BSS and solve that for them. So yeah, that covers the second question. When it comes to agenda item 1.5, I think it is very important to highlight some of the work that India has done in putting forward a middle ground. It's understood the concern to maintain the sovereign right of nations to be able to limit unauthorized use or stop that unauthorized use. And we very much support that. That is, in essence, every nation's right to if something is not licensed, it should not be operating in my country. So unauthorized operation is unacceptable, and it contradicts really the radio regulation rules that we all rely on to manage the spectrum. Unauthorized operations of earth stations puts in question the sovereignty. So from that point of view, Amazon looks at taking this very, very seriously and working together with the regulator, as we've worked with some of the stakeholders, including here in India. We're working within industry as well as administration to show how is best issue that we can address this through the ITU and WRC. We see from the different results that there's essentially two items, one of which would be a little bit more preventative, the other one that would be more reactive. So from the screen, we see results 1 and results 2. Results 2 would be more on the exclusion or inclusion of the GSO, of the NGSO service area. And these are the two of the elements that are being very, very contested at the moment. We see that the way that the discussion is progressing is a very polarized discussion. We see that specific actors have, of course, broken these rules, and there's this question on how do we address this when different nations are not really owning up to this, and it's a very, very difficult issue to solve. It comes with the communication directly with each of the regulators and the administrations, and making sure that there's the things in place so that we can leverage the existing ITU recommendations. But we acknowledge that there's some measures that might be included, and as such, we look forward to keep working with India on how do we address this so that we balance the very extreme views that some very small parties have triggered in a way. So, yeah. Lastly, and very briefly, thank you everyone, but I did indeed want to go last just in case the presentations did take a turn that I was expecting to be taken. So I think I would be beating a bit of a dead horse, but with this, I just want to say that I welcome conversations that we might have on the topic. I think it's very important to have as I said several times, like a transparent view on what has happened and what it is that might be the trend of the industry that is taking. We see several GSO operators already wanting to look at what was developed 25 years ago and seeing what assumptions were oversights and which ones were not with the intention of degrading the services of GSOs. Matter of fact, that is the core starting principle of the entire workthrough that the Working Party 4A is doing, really addressing what is it that while protecting the GSOs can be done to maximize. And that has nothing to do with emergency services, has nothing to do with, I think it's almost a purely commercial issue. I think the intent of this is not to take other people's spies, but rather to not be limited on what it is that we can be doing. So again, I'm repeating a bit, but to convolute the topics by putting them all together, we're losing the essence of the detail. And I think we all want to have that detailed discussion from what I hear of the previous panelists. So EPFD really is the framework that exists now on what the protection should be, as Article 22 dictates. NGSOs must protect GSO operations. And that is, again, the core of the conversation that we're having. It's inevitable and necessary to agree on the fact that in 1997, these decisions were taken as a future outset of what it could be that these two technologies could share. This is not putting anyone at fault. Matter of fact, if I were to put anyone at fault, it'd be probably some of the people that I now work with in my company that previously were working for other companies that realized what was happening when they were on the other side. That's inevitable. We switch hats and we realize that maybe we did things in a way that wasn't the most pragmatic or looking forward. So in the 1997s, these were developed, and this, taking into consideration of current satellite technology, they virtually really constrain the design from the get-go of an NGSO constellation. That doesn't mean that only 2 operators can operate. And we've heard that the priority list of 2 people come first and then everyone else comes behind it to protect them. Amazon is at the bottom of that list. We come behind OneWeb, Thales, Airbus, SpaceX, Ribada, O3B, you name it. My job previously, we've heard, was doing coordination, was to coordinate with all these people. And it is possible. Matter of fact, with Starlink themselves, all of these things are feasible. That's the nature of NGSO and how the dynamicity of our systems can operate. We have the flexibility of being able to point our beams and being able to really modulate on top, on board of our satellites, how that is done in order to avoid interference. Some companies choose to do it automatically. It's rather not the best, but it can be done. We better have an open communication between companies on how to address these issues and how to best coordinate amongst us. So just to finalize, and I think it's very important that we look at this, we hear that these limits thoroughly protect and they all give this amount of protection that the GSOs need. That must be understood from a historic point of view. So when we did the 1997, well, not me, I was barely born. So when this happened in the 1997s, the EPFD tables that were finally chosen and picked came as a shared solution. We see in the diagram on the right, you see that there's no legend for the red curve. That is what the limit exists as of today. So the red with dotted dashed lines. Blue line was French proposal. Pink one was US. Black one was Intelsat. Dotted black, which you can barely see, is the previous WRC's suggestion. So we see that there's a lot of curves that gave the level of protection that the GSOs needed and wanted. So all of these came from the same methodology, 1323 methodology D, and the way that this was developed in assuring that a minimum, not a minimum, but the necessary amount of protection was given to each of the GSO operators that submitted GSO reference links. So we gathered all this information through the cycles. Everyone submitted what their links wanted to be protected, and a specific amount of protection was granted. And from there, an iterative process developing curves was done, and different countries, different operators submitted different proposals. Ultimately, the decision on the limit was one. There's 1,000 curves that serve the same level of protection. So going into the details of what was done, as well as what can be oversights, we very much welcome and have been super happy to be working with other GSOs such that we get to that revision, not of what the solution should be, but revision of what happened and what could be things that maybe had an impact that now are not as relevant anymore. So I'm done. I'll leave this here. Thank you very much. Wait, where's my thank you slides? These were backup. I was never meant to go into this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jose. I think this was another perspective of the same issue, and you covered them nicely, and it has all left a very profound impression on all our audience, I must say, this panel's discussion. So there is no conclusion. I think we do not say that any argument wins, but it's all Dr. Mehrotra is sitting here, Mr. Mehrotra. I am sure his mind is full of hundreds of questions, but then I will not let him speak, because if I open it, then it's going to be endless discussion. But then I acknowledge that, sir, you have understanding, you have question, and do connect with us and then talk to us. So the discussion is going to continue for some time, and I think some of the issues will be evolving in nature. S1503, this has seen several revisions to accommodate new requirements. And the new requirements are that when you are measuring a statistical phenomenon like an EPFD from several constellations, using a constellation mask, it doesn't meet the mask requirement at certain points, which is obvious, which is possible, which is I think inherent to any statistical analysis of a situation. And this need to be addressed. I know I am not an expert or do not have profound knowledge there, but we acknowledge there are issues, and we do keep an open mind to address these issues in the days to come. So with that, if you have any generic question, then I would love to take it. Thank you. Yep, one question. We'll take it in one minute each. Yep, ma'am.
These constellations have been around for a while. You have GSO, you have NGSO. Is there any effort to do actual measurements and characterizations about what is happening in terms of interference? Again, this is coming from experience. When you build a spectrum sharing regime, you start out with some assumptions, you build out the systems, and then you have to do a constant feedback loop. Were the assumptions correct? Should we go back and correct them? And, that's really the way you optimize. Models are great, simulations are great, but you need measurements to really improve.
Thank you. So fair question. The measurement angle has been put forward by Starlink. Okay. Now Starlink has a successful business so far. So the NGSO, GSO sharing under the current rules appears to work for the business case of Starlink. Nevertheless, they do want to have us absorb a 20 dB degradation of our link budget based on the fact that they are scaling so big along with Amazon. So they conducted measurements over a year. They presented the results at the latest Working Party 4A meeting in Geneva between October and November. To the surprise of the international community, so measurements won't work for large constellations. Basically, there are millions of silos. Those constellations are not complete. There is only one LEO constellation that is a complete design, which is OneWeb. That's the only one. So those ones are incomplete projects and very large. And their characteristics are very specific. So the measurements done by the operator with vested interest will reflect the specifications. However, the French administration was very concerned with the results because two things happened related to two agenda items here. One, Starlink went around transmitting at interference level, exceeding interference level of EPFDs without notifying the countries where they did it. And France was one of those countries. And what happened? There was interference. According to the delegate from the French administration, interference was perceived by satellites from France operating under French ITU filings. So I think the measurement angle has now been overcome by the rogue actions of the proponents, but also the fact that measurement criteria can be tailored in a way that favors the proponent, but also the fact that there was a violation of national compliance was a terrible mistake by Starlink. So there is no confidence whatsoever in the international technical community about measurements. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And I think we will continue the question and answer session during the lunchtime. Allow me to do that. And with that, I come to the conclusion and I thank all my panelists for giving us an insightful presentation on all a diverse range of topics. And we had a challenge to cover a lot of things within 1.5 hours. I hope we have been able to do justice to these topics. Thank you once again, ITU-APT Foundation, for inviting us and then giving us the stage to share our views. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patnaik, for chairing the session so beautifully. I thank all our panelists present on the stage and Madam Sophie for joining us online. Thank you. May I request Mr. Patnaik to kindly present a memento to our panelists on the stage. Dr. Puneet Rathod, thank you so much, sir, for joining us and presenting so beautifully. We thank Dr. Naveen Kumar, Professor, School of Engineering. Thank you so much, sir. I request Bharat sir to please join us on the stage and present a memento to our session chair, Mr. Patnaik. I request our panelists to kindly join for a group picture. Ladies and gentlemen, before we break for lunch, I request you all that Shure Incorporated is exhibiting audio PMSC right outside the hall on the left. So do take out some time and visit the booth to experience for yourself the wide range of products and the technology they're offering. We'll all break for networking lunch now, and I request everyone that we will reconvene in half an hour time. Please be back at 2:30. Thank you very much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. Up next, we have an amazing session on WRC 27, agenda items 1.12, 1.13, and 1.14, for which we have an excellent lineup of speakers. May I have an opportunity to invite them all on the stage, starting with our session chair. Please welcome Shri Munesh Kumar, Joint Wireless Advisor, Regional Licensing Office West, WPC Wing, Department of Telecommunications. Welcome you, sir. A 1994 Indian Radio Regulatory Services officer, holds B.Tech degree in Electronics and Communication Engineering with over 29 years in spectrum management and monitoring. He has resolved diverse interference issues and contributed to spectrum planning for PMRTS, CDMA, and GSM networks, as well as RT licensing. He's recognized for his significant contributions to regulatory, licensing, and spectrum management within the telecommunications sector. Please welcome with a round of applause Dr. Sendil Kumar Devar, Director, Standards and Spectrum, Ericsson India. Welcome back, sir. We'll be joined virtually by Mr. Alex Orange, Vice President, Technology and Spectrum Policy, OmniSpace. Mr. Orange directs the company's technology and spectrum regulatory agenda across the Asia-Pacific region. With 27 years of deep experience in wireless technology and policy development, Mr. Alex is a leading expert in mobile satellite service and its convergence with next-generation mobile broadband systems, including 5G and 6G. Mr. Alex holds a master's degree in electronics from the University of Otago. Welcome, sir. We'll be joined virtually by Mr. Bashir Patel, Senior Regional Advisor, Policy and Regulatory, Asia Pacific, Middle East and Africa, Viasat in Marsat. He's widely recognized as a highly experienced executive in ICT, satellite systems, and defense aerospace. His extensive career spans management consulting, regional regulatory policy, and business and market development within the telecom, satellite, and defense sectors. A passionate technologist, his experience includes advanced aerospace projects at BAE Systems, Inmarsat, and ICO Global Communications. We welcome you, sir. We'll be joined virtually by Ms. Sophie Jeba Sundaram, Associate Director, Frequency Management, Satellite Communication Program Office, ISRO Headquarters, India. Welcome, ma'am. I'll hand over the session to our session chair, Shri Munesh Kumar, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, madam, for introduction. Distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. So now, we have started our session of so many agendas relating to satellites. So now, again, in this session, we will have agenda item 1.12, 1.13, and 1.14. It is my honor to welcome you all to the important gathering as we begin our discussion for the WRC agenda items. Agenda items 1.12, 1.13, and 1.4 represent a pivotal role in the future evolution of the mobile satellite service. Together, they address the rapid transformation of the MSS landscape, driven by new non-geostationary satellites constellations, the global expansion of narrowband satellite IoT services, and the emerging reality of direct-to-device D2D connectivity for mass market user equipment. Across the ITUR, study groups and working parties have already begun laying the foundation. We are progressing, though progress may be somewhat not much at a faster speed, but we are progressing, defining problems, validating assumptions, gathering system parameters, and understanding the coexistence environment with the incumbent services. This decision we shape now will have a major impact in the WRC 27. It will determine how MSS integrates into the broader connectivity ecosystem in a way that is equitable, practical, and globally harmonized. Let me begin with some our speaker will tell in detail. Just I'm telling something in brief about these agenda items. Let me begin with the agenda item 1.12. This focuses on the future development of low data rate, non-geostationary mobile satellite systems, an area that has seen significant innovation and market uptake in recent years. These systems play a unique role in connectivity remote areas, enabling critical machine type communications, supporting logistics, agriculture, environment monitoring, and emerging response. Under this agenda items, the ITR is studying potential allocation in a specific band. So these bands are 1.4 gigahertz and 2 gigahertz. And ITR study they are examining what regulatory measures may be appropriate to support these emerging services. Regarding agenda item 1.13, it is arguably one of the most dynamic and widely discussed area of work. So this agenda items explores possible new MSS allocation to support direct connectivity between satellite station and ordinary IMT user equipment. What may refer to as direct to device or D2D. So this is the most important agenda items and most popular, I think, worldwide, how to connect IMT with the satellite. Enabled by rapidly advancing satellite technologies and standardization efforts, T2 has the potential to fill the connectivity gap in undeserved area and serve as a complementary layer to terrestrial IMT networks. Regarding agenda item 1.4, this agenda item beyond the specific issues of other two agenda items, I mean 1.12 and 1.13 of low data rate systems and 1.13 is direct to device connectivity. So definitely for starting any service, we need a spectrum. So this agenda items relates to allocation of spectrum. It asks a broader question, what are the future additional spectrum needs of the mobile satellite service as a whole? Across all the agenda items, we see a common theme. The ITR has organized the work, endorsed the study schedules at CPM 27.1, I think it was in September, and initiated the, not September, sorry, and initiated the technical phase through the collection of system parameters, operational scenarios, and early sharing analysis. Regional organizations like CTEL, SAPT, APT, CCU, and others are beginning to prepare their preliminary views on these agenda items. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of the mobile satellite service is being written. You can say we have hardly 2 years. So it is, if we start from now onwards, then this will be the important years for reaching at a conclusion. The complexity is significant, but so too is the promise. I look forward to the constructive engagement, expertise, and the spirit of cooperation that this group will bring to the preparatory process for WRC 27. This session brings, earlier there were 5 speakers, now they are reduced to 4. 3 speakers are online and 1 speaker is here besides me. So these experts will tell exactly what is being done in this field, and they will be able to share the latest on what is happening in the ITU studies and regional organization on these agendas. I will now call upon the speakers to share their vision. So now first I will ask Punishji, Sandil Kumar Devardi to express his views on these agenda items. As you wish. Okay, no problem. So now you can start, Sandil Kumar. Thank you.
Thank you. And someone already told me, Sandil, how long are you going to stay on the stage today, whole day? I have only one slide. I think my focus was to share some activities that we have been doing within India's input to 1.13. We have speakers from ISRO also. They had some inputs on 1.13, protection of existing MSS system from DCMSS. Probably Sophie ma'am is online, so she might share some thoughts. I will share from an IMT industry perspective what we have been preparing and what we are concerned about and what kind of protection the IMT industry is looking forward. So the Agenda 1.13, as most of you know, is about introducing a new allocation of direct to device or direct to IMT mobile terminals using existing IMT bands. And one of the important concern is about how do we ensure that if there is a direct DCMSS or a non-GSO satellite directly connected to a phone, whether it will impact IMT networks. And typically what we assume from a mobile industry perspective is this DCMSS system is going to be complementary service, not something that is going to replace as a standalone satellite operator. So any terrestrial operator like Airtel Jio, they would tie up with one of the satellite operator where there is no terrestrial sites today. For example, in very remotest area where they cannot deploy a terrestrial site, they would actually have satellite beams coming from this non-GSO satellite, and the terrestrial operator's mobile terminal can actually connect to those satellite beams. That is the expected deployments. So from ITU perspective, the study is focused on saying if the neighboring countries are authorizing such a non-GSO direct-to-device connectivity, for example, say Nepal or Bhutan outside India's border, and what if the beam falls over India's country border and whether there will be interference to terrestrial networks. That is the focus what 5D is doing it. And 4C is creating report on how these DCMSS systems will operate and what kind of coordination is needed. And these will be passed on to Working Party 5D to create a regulatory conditions. The way we are looking at regulatory condition is saying what kind of EPFD limits are allowed on the ground if there is an unauthorized transmission of active beams in the neighboring countries. That's the context in which 5D is discussing. And from India, we had submitted some inputs, views on it from early days. The discussion in 4C as well as in 5D is whether we should assume there is only one DCMSS system servicing at the international border, or is it possible that there may be more than one DCMSS system who are delivering services. If you look at the diagram on the left, we assume that, say, for example, victim IMT receiver is a country C where the DCMSS operation is not authorized. And then the country B allows a satellite operator A, and then similarly other country is allowing another satellite operator. If both these two systems are operating, what is the aggregate interference from these DCMSS beams that will fall in country C's IMT network, and how do we protect it? And we have been, all our inputs from India has been about, we should ensure that the protection is not modeled just based on one DCMSS system, but we should assume there are more than one DCMSS systems which will actually has a potential to interfere IMT networks. That is the input that India has submitted. And if you look at the study that we submitted in 4C recently in another meeting, if you look at, we took a border around in the northeast area, and then we said, assume the IMT network mobile terminal is at Bihar, I think some lat long we have picked up. And then we tried to find out how many such non-GSO satellites, if they are orbiting around, how many such satellites are visible. And we used the ITU parameters where we had one system information about 3,000 satellites, NGSO satellites. And we tried to find out at different elevation angles, how many of these satellites are visible in different directions. So typically we would assume that just below the IMT network or below the, or maybe at very high elevation angle, 80 to 90 degrees, there may be only one satellite visible. Whereas if you go on either side at very low elevation angles, you might be able to see DCMSS systems which are not serving immediately the country border. For example, Nepal may be a smaller distance within which the next country starts after that. So there is a possibility that we might see multiple DCMSS systems serving outside the country's border where we have, the other countries might authorize them. Right? So our proposal was to ensure that when we create the CPFT limits, assume that there is more than one DCMSS system. And then we try to model and say, for the entire DCMSS system, irrespective of one satellite or two satellites, this is the total EPFD limit that they need to maintain so that the IMT systems can be protected. That's what is shown in the diagram also, how this is calculated. So these are discussions happening in 5D as well as in 4C, where as part of delegation, I'm trying to follow this topic. Maybe I'll then take rest of the questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandilji, for this insightful presentation. I think main constants, yeah, I can say constant for allocation of frequency or frequency band for any service is to region wise to see what are the present services in that band and how to protect those services. That is the main focus. And in this case, we have to see that incumbent services in India are also protected. Accordingly, we have to make our viewpoint. And I think in every region, in every country, these are the main things which finally are converting into their views. So in India also, India is expressing these views through our APT regional forum, and accordingly things are moving. So thank you, Sandilji. You are participating in so many meetings and you are having much more update. And as told by Sandilji, WP4C and WP5D are responsible party for this agenda items. And accordingly, whatever views they get, accordingly, a consensus will be made, and accordingly, these will be submitted to APT and then further to WRC. Thank you. Now, our next speaker, I think if we go sequentially, then Mr. Alex Orange, Vice President. Are you online, Alexi?
Yes, sir. I'm online.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Obviously, you can hear me.
Okay, okay. So just please express your views on these agenda items.
Okay, I would like to share some slides. So I am going to do that right now. So I hope you can see my slides on the screen. I think you can. So first of all, I'm employed by Omnispace, but I'm representing at this event JSOA, being the association representing the global satellite ecosystem. This presentation was originally intended to be provided by Mr. Peng Zhao, who unfortunately can't be there, so I've stepped in. And I just wanted to acknowledge that Peng had prepared for this and prepared the slides. So what I am going to be presenting essentially is not the Omnispace view, but the wider view of the members of JSOA. And so moving on to my next slide, JSOA is the global association representing the entire satellite industry. So you will see in its membership list, you will see satellite operators, but you will also see other members of the satellite ecosystem. And this is getting more and more important as we see a convergence between satellite and mobile, especially in the direct-to-device space. And so why are we seeing an interest in mobile satellite service, especially to extend the reach of IMT networks in the form of D2D networks? And the reason for that is that most of the population centers in the world are now covered by terrestrial networks, and that is essentially the low-hanging fruit for coverage. And that coverage is extended away from the cities and out into suburban areas and out into rural areas. And as we move out, and this is what the graph shows, as we move away from the highest population centers, the cost of building out a terrestrial network exponentially increases. And to get that last, that last doubling of coverage to make 99%, essentially means that we have to exponentially increase the investment if we are to use terrestrial networks. We have a technology already available, being satellite, that will not only cover the already covered terrestrial areas, or areas covered by terrestrial networks, which will be very useful in times of natural disaster or political upheaval, etc. And it will cover the areas that are not covered by terrestrial networks. And you might think, well, if there's nobody there, why do we need coverage? Well, for the person who is in those very remote areas, they may be carrying on high value business, such as mining, gas and oil extraction. But if you want something a little bit greener of an industry, then there are people at both the poles on the Arctic ice sheet and the Antarctic ice sheet, and they're doing some very, very good research on climate change, and they need to be connected. And of course, you go to the south of the North Pole, I would be hesitant to recommend that you try and connect to a terrestrial network because they don't exist. Also, in maritime environments, there's high value industry such as shipping that will need coverage. It's already being covered, but there is no reason why the satellite services that are being offered today to the shipping industry cannot be augmented with direct-to-device type services as well. So maritime environments, desert environments, archipelagic nations, so nations that are made up of lots and lots of islands, and mountainous areas are typically not covered very well by terrestrial networks, and so there is a market opportunity for direct-to-device satellite. So what is direct-to-device satellite? Well, we have two variants of it. We have one that uses the standard MSS bands. So it's already allocated to the mobile satellite service, so there is no special interpretation or description or modified regulation required to use those allocations for D2D. 3GPP, the organization determining specifications for IMT, includes non-terrestrial networks from release 17 onwards, and they have focused to date on those existing ITU MSS allocations. In particular, their focus has been on the L and the S band. I'll come back to that in a minute. And we're looking at KA and KU band in future releases, potentially also C band. So the agenda items that are directly of use for D2D and MSS bands are agenda items 1.12 and 1.14. Like all D2D challenges or variants, we need an ecosystem. We need chipsets. We need handsets. We need mobile operators on board to manage the customer base. So There is a synergy required between D2D and MSS bands and the terrestrial networks using terrestrial mobile service bands. The main advantage is that the spectrum at the moment, the S-band and L-band spectrum does not overlap with terrestrial spectrum. So there are little regulatory hurdles to use the existing L and S-band, but there are some new hurdles that will come with Agenda Item 1.12 and 1.14. The other variant of D2D, and I heard Sendel mention it, is it operates in the terrestrial IMT bands. The ITU has now termed this variant DC MSS IMT, direct connection, mobile satellite service in IMT spectrum. So typically it services using existing IMT bands can use off-the-shelf mobile handsets. There are some modifications required at the software level. But it does include the spectrum coverage or the 3GPP band classes that are required. I might add, though, that current offerings are focused on delivering D2D with LTE technology and not 5G technology. Of course, 5G technology is expected to be included at a later date. One of the aspects of D2D in terrestrial bands is it is intended to complement the existing terrestrial mobile coverage. That is not to say that the first variant cannot complement existing mobile coverage. D2D and MSS bands also complements existing mobile coverage. So that's a similarity between the two variants. The important item relative to D2D and terrestrial bands is Agenda Item 1.13, and our moderator mentioned that in his opening remarks. The challenge is the interference management between the terrestrial services and the satellite services. Indeed, that was one of those challenges was mentioned by Sendel in his introduction. So there are 4 MSS agenda items, and they are interrelated. This panel focuses on 1.12, 1.13, and 1.14, but 1.11 is also important in the development of D2D services. I want to talk a little bit about the interrelationships between these agenda items. Now, Agenda Item 1.11 and 1.12 have a small frequency overlap around the or frequency adjacency at least, around the 1645.5 to 1646.5 megahertz band. So the interrelationship or the sharing between 1.11 and 1.12 must be addressed by the ITU. Looking at 1.12, you will see that it covers L-band and some of S-band. And indeed, there is a frequency overlap between 1.12 and 1.11 that I just mentioned, but also 1.12 and 1.13. And that overlap needs to be addressed too, and indeed is being addressed within the ITU, within Working Party 4C. 1.13 is a very, very broad agenda item. It covers all IMT frequency bands between roughly 700 megahertz and 2.7 gigahertz. This agenda item is focused only on direct-to-device, that we may call an application of the mobile satellite service, and is intended to complement terrestrial IMT network coverage. That's mentioned in the agenda item. And then we come to 1.14, which is to seek additional allocations for the generic mobile satellite service. There is, so that includes the applications covered by 1.12 for a low data rate, and also includes the application of direct-to-device, but it is closer to the direct-to-device in mobile satellite service spectrum variant. However, some of the bands in 1.14 are already allocated to the mobile service and identified for IMT. And so there is an overlap there, a similar overlap to the overlap that 1.13 has with terrestrial spectrum. It also exists in 1.14 in some of the bands. So 1.14 is an agenda item that can be used to extend spectrum for D to D. It can be used for accommodating low data rate applications. It can be used to accommodate direct-to-device applications, and it can be accommodated to it can be used to accommodate any other mobile satellite service application. So it is a very flexible agenda item, but also very focused on only a few bands. So now I come to the agenda items specifically, and starting with agenda item 1.12. In the lead up to WSC23, we had agenda item 1.18, and that agenda item was closed with a no change result to the radio regulations. So this is essentially a follow-on agenda item seeking for something other than a no change result. JSOA supports the studies towards these towards the satisfaction of this agenda item, and in particular, the sharing studies allowing coexistence. We need to know, though, what is a low data rate non-geostationary MSS system? How can we measure it? Is it because it has a low data rate? Where is the threshold that between low and medium and high data rate? That's one thing that we don't know. So we need some kind of definition for low data rate or non-GSO low data rate MSS. And indeed, Working Party 4C is working on that. We need the sharing studies, and we need to note that frequency band that I mentioned, 1645.5 to 1646.5 megahertz, has been for quite some time reserved for distress, safety, and urgent communications for GMDSS. And it is managed by the IMO, the International Maritime Organization. And the latest information on this is that there may be a future use for this in the GMDSS. So there is a push to take that particular band out of consideration for the conference. And we shall see how the studies develop in the ITU to see if that indeed becomes the position or an option within the CPM text. So moving on to 1.13, I think our moderator spoke a lot about this, but noting that it is for MSS, for D to D, for space stations and IMT user equipment. And those are IMT frequency bands that are identified and specified and standardized within recommendation ITU-APT M1036. So JSOA's position on this is, yes, we support this agenda item. Of course we do. It is seeking for new allocations to the MSS that is good for the satellite, the satellite ecosystem, the satellite fraternity, if you like. However, there's a little bit of pushback coming, and we get pushback from terrestrial the terrestrial ecosystem players. And indeed, there are some players in both ecosystems. For example, Ericsson is in both of the satellite and terrestrial ecosystems. So is Qualcomm. And we have some mobile operators who are very interested in using D2D. Indeed, in some countries, it's already being authorized, and that is D2D in terrestrial spectrum. So, that's where we get a position that the incoming MSS, DC MSS IMT systems should not constrain the development of incumbent services. It greatly assists sharing studies and sharing scenarios. If the DC MSS IMT duplex arrangement is the same as that used in the terrestrial mobile service or IMT application. So from mobile to uplink or to satellite should be in the same spectrum as mobile to base station. That's and vice versa. The downlink spectrum should be commensurate between satellite and terrestrial applications too. So we need to protect incumbent services, and we also need, in terms of aiding the ecosystem development, to ensure that there's no additional regulatory constraints or measures needed for the existing IMT equipment to operate from the Earth's surface to the satellite in the uplink direction. So in other words, it should use the same waveform, the same power, and similar parameters between terrestrial and satellite applications. And so the last agenda item is 1.14. 1.14 being very flexible, encompassing all the other applications, seeking a very targeted piece of spectrum, has been the least problematic agenda item in consideration, at least I should say MSS agenda item, being considered by Working Party 4C. There are no new regulatory issues expected in it. There are, sorry, I should say, the spectrum under consideration is directly adjacent to other MSS spectrum, so it is a natural expansion band. And because it is such a flexible agenda item encompassing all of the satellite industry, the GSOA has a very simple position, which is to support all the studies under Resolves 1, 2, 3 of the resolution associated with the agenda item, Resolution 254, and to support new spectrum allocations to the MSS. So that brings me to the end of this presentation. I would just like to say thank you. I'll answer any questions at the end. In the meantime, you may like to look up these two GSOA papers that outline in much greater detail the topics that I've addressed here today in this presentation. And with that, I should be able to unshare my slides and hand back to the moderator, which I'm having a little bit of trouble doing.
Thank you, Mr. Alex Orange. So
Okay, if the host can unshare my screen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Alex Orange,
Very
for
good,
the
thank you.
insightful presentation. So we have heard the views of GSOA on these agenda items, and also I think main focus is also to protect the incumbent services. Everyone as to take care of the incumbent services, then only some agenda items is further considered for any frequency allocation. And I think main views expressed by Mr. Alex Orange is that we have 1645.5 and 1646.5 megahertz, which is used for GMDSS. So before finalizing or before considering this band for any further allocation, views of IUMs are important. And that is very true because GMDSS, it is being used worldwide and in every ship and everywhere. So this is a very important view that before doing anything, we should think of about this GMDSS allocation. Thank you, Mr. Alex Orange, for this, for your expressing your views and expressing the views of GRC. Now, may I call upon the next speaker, Madam Sophie. Are you online, Madam Sophie?
Yes, sir, I'm online, sir.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I missed the sequence. Mr. Bashir Patel, are you online, please?
I am. Thank you very much,
Mr.
Sharmila.
Bashir Patel is the Senior Regional Advisor, Policy and Regulatory, Asia Pacific, Middle East and Africa, WASAT. So he's our, I think, ITU-APT is calling him, I think, since long time. He's a speaker. I think every year he's contributing something. So we will hear the views of Bashir Patel ji. So please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Sharmila, and good afternoon to you and all the other colleagues participating in this important India Spectrum Management Forum. I'd like to thank IAFI for their kind invitation to join this seminar, this conference for yesterday and today. What was interesting actually was to hear this morning member services from DOT talking about focusing much more on end-to-end services for users, where we need to be much more user-centric, providing applications, end-to-end applications to customers nationwide. And this is where I think there is a bit of a downfall, because clearly, given it's not selling data anymore, it's selling turnkey solutions. And solution-based kind of services is going to be much more critical as we move forward, both in 5G and 6G, together with satellite technology as well, which is now coming into play. So with that in mind, I think my other two colleagues have already covered quite a bit in terms of the agenda items. Let me just run through where we are in terms of the overall preparation for the World Radio Conference in 2027. As we heard, member wireless advisor, the conference is going to be in Shanghai in 2027, in November, October, November of 2027. China is hosting the event. Today, where we are is between CPM 27.1 and CPM 27.2. 27.2 CPM will take place in 27, in March, April of 2027. So we really have 2026, next 12 months, to do a lot of work, a lot of groundwork to finish finish the studies and prepare the CPM draft report and text for the different methods for the different agenda items. So we're really now focusing right now in that phase here, which is an important phase of the preparation, with the studies in terms of national preparation and regional group preparation as well. You've heard already from my colleagues, Alex Orange, regarding 1.11. 1.11 today is already being used in terms of inter-satellite links under Article 4.4. However, clearly it's used by GSO, but there will be a framework put in place for NGSO as well, so that we can have GSO and NGSO communication links in space and so on. I don't think there is a procedural thing. It's a process that I need to work and coordinated with, and that's basically already in place today. There are 3 operators which are operating this today and coordinating among themselves, very much based on the MSS spectrum, L-band, and so on. 1.12, 1.13, and 1.14, you've already heard about this. So let me just run through very quickly. In terms of the frequency, overlapping frequency band between the 3 agenda items. So the focus is on all these bands going from 1427 all the way up to 2690 megahertz. And you can see which are highlighted in yellow, where we have the overlapping between the different agenda items, 112, 113, 111, and 113. 111 comes into place, as we said, 1645.5 to 1646.5. That 1 megahertz is quite an important aspect, which is currently in the middle of the maritime frequency band as well, maritime operations. And then you have the other 3 overlaps in the S band, clearly with 112, 113, and 114, including 115, which is part of the working body 7B to do with meteorological aspects. One point that needs to be borne in mind is, given these agenda items, what we need to ensure is really the consistency in the protection criteria for these across these agenda items to protect existing incumbent services which are being provided today right across these various bands that we see here. So the consistency in protection criteria to me is much more important to ensure that the existing services, end-to-end services which are provided, some of which are very critical, are safeguarded and protected against any interference from other services. The key elements across these 3 agenda items, 1, 12, 13, and 14, really focuses on the use of MSS band for NGSO systems. Whether you are a small NGSO or a large constellation NGSO, clearly there's a need here for them going towards D2D or D2C kind of applications to use the MSS bands. And I think some of you may well have read need by one constellation provider, large constellation provider, Starlink, which is now acquiring spectrum in the S band in the United States to provide services through MSS band there, and so on. Clearly, they all require studies on spectrum requirements, technical and operational characteristics and conditions for the operation of the NGSO MSS systems. Sharing and compatibility studies are being done. Some have been presented already. More work obviously needs to be done for in-band and adjacent band, particularly in terms of protecting the in-band and adjacent band frequencies that are currently being used by existing primary services that are there as well. When we talk of existing primary services, in case of 1.13, you have the terrestrial mobile services, which has in-band, as well as in the adjacent band, you have the mobile satellite services, MSS, which clearly would require protection as well. So we're looking at protection for both terrestrial mobile, if we are to use IMT spectrum, but at the same time, we're also looking at MSS services, which basically needs protection which are operating in the adjacent band, as we've identified already. Again, to ensure protection of all services in accordance with radio regulations, and we'll come on to that a little bit more in detail a little bit later on, what radio regulations and recommendations currently exist to protect, in particular, the mobile satellite services, which are below 5 gigahertz. And then we're looking at CPM methods that will include protection criteria for these existing services, both in-band and adjacent band, based on single entry requirements, single entry system, as well as aggregate systems. Now, what I've done here is really run through 112, 113, 114 to provide a very quick overview where things are, what it's about in terms of ITU studies, where the studies are, in terms of the proposed CPM text, in terms of methods, Where the open issues are, so what I want to do really is, other colleagues have more or less covered the first three elements, but I need to just touch on where the open issues are, which needs to be addressed in 2026, and what are the current regional positions are as regards to this particular agenda item. So again, if we look at 1.12, clearly there is a requirement to have a very clear definition of what is low data rate services. And that requires much more clarification than what we have currently based on the input contribution so far received in the Working Party 4C and so on. Transmission in the opposite direction at 2 gigahertz within Region 2 is also an issue that needs to be addressed. Particularly the use of 1.6 gigahertz. I think my colleague Alex mentioned 1645.5 to 1646.5. That 1 megahertz, which was used for EPIRBs, emergency indicating position radio beacons. That particular no longer exists in the L band, but basically that 1 megahertz is in the middle of the maritime bands as well, where other maritime services are provided, and therefore clearly the IMO has taken a position. I attend the IMO committee meetings. The NCSR and the Maritime Safety Committee I've put forward a position as regards to the use of this particular 1 megahertz for GMDSS in the future. So that is under consideration, and that's something that needs to be taken up again within the Working Party 4C in 2026 when we talk about the methods and the CPM text. Sharing among multiple low data NGSO system, again, how that can be brought about without interference and so on, that needs to be taken into consideration. And the overlapping frequency bands with other agenda items. In terms of the regional positions, I think what you'll find here is RCC, ASMG, APT, CTAL, and ATU, 5 of the regions in the world, basically all agree the need for a more precise definition of low data rate service, what the specific spectrum requirements are. They do support the studies and continuation of studies with results. And actually removal of this 1 megahertz, majority of them have indicated they would like to see, if this is going to be used for a GMDSS, then they would like that to be removed from consideration any further as part of 1.12. CPT support systems need for a global allocation in 1 or more bands. That's basically the CPT position. In terms of the 1.13, for direct connectivity, you can see the various bands here on the left, frequency bands, both for receive and transmit that are under consideration. And if we go to the next slide, this basically just breaks down the responsibilities between 4C and 5D, which Sunil mentioned already. 5D are tasked to provide basically the regulatory considerations or measures that would be included as part of it. But the lead on the 1.13 is taken by 4C, which really covers all these various aspects of work that's being carried out during the course of 24 and 25 this year. The bands for consideration for 1.13 have been shortlisted from the whole list you see there. And what we see here is looking at the bands here on my right, looking at 694 to 698, 1427 to 1518, and then 1710, 2025. I shouldn't have a note there. 2110 to 2200 and so on. So you've got about 2, 4, 6 specific range of spectrum bands that are being looked at and considered for 1.13 from the extensive list that was there already in the first place. So where we are on open issues on 1.13, well, I think there is a review proposed IT recommendation for protection of existing MSS in adjacent bands. Regulatory measures and protection criteria for existing terrestrial IMT systems, and MSS to be completed by October of 26 for the draft CPM report. There's still quite issues remaining, and if you look at the regional positions, All regions support the studies, but they want clarity on the bands required, which is beginning to happen now, as well as the need to clarify various issues related to the relationship between satellite network operator and the mobile network operator. The filing administrations, given that some of the operators, some of the satellite network operators, certainly the large mega constellation, are multiple filing administrations. And also the applicability of unacceptable and harmful interference. Some of the terms and definitions need to be established in order to have more clarity as well. Issues related to cross-border interoperate interference, spectrum cannibalization, again, sharing that spectrum between an mobile network operator and a satellite operator. The evolving relationship between both the mobile and the satellite network operators. Device readiness as well. Devices are becoming quite critical. And again, the cost and the price of these devices are very important, because one of the key factors within the slow take-up of 5G, for example, within India, has largely been the very high cost of devices and so on. So that is something that we need to focus on as well. Spectrum choices, clearly, the spectrum is going to be very important. And some of the large mega constellation operators are looking at S-band, as I mentioned already. So a lot of these issues need to be fully addressed, although they have been addressed over the last 2 years, but they need finalization of these issues, given the different options that are possible in the consideration in order to develop the CPM techs and the methods, different methods and so on. This is going on to 1.14. 1.14 has a number of bands, which again, as my colleague mentioned earlier, Alex, they're more of an extension of the current existing MSS bands covering, so it's more of harmonization and providing additional spectrum, allocating additional spectrum for MSS services. And these are the different bands and the various services that are being provided within these bands, as you can see here on the right-hand side. In terms of positioning of it, open issues, again, protection criteria, technical and operational characteristics and deployment scenarios for various bands under consideration, particularly IMT downlink studies, PMSC, IMT uplink, including HIBs, fixed services, mobile services, and so on, or mobile service downlink, and some safety services. Some serious challenges in identifying new allocations is there, given the critical existing services that are being provided as well. In terms of positioning by regions, you can see the RCC wanting to exclude 2170 from consideration. ASMG, CPT, APT, CTEL, all really requiring protection of existing IMT services, HIBs, and MSS. And ATU S-band is being extensively used, supports ongoing studies, but doesn't see the need for any additional frequency bands. So ATU is the one which basically little bit concerned on whether there's any need for that, because I guess most of the services in the L-band, in the MSS, are being provided already, and so on. Finally, coming on to the last few slides, the two critical common elements are really the need for consistent MSS protection criteria across these agenda items, as we are developing also for the IMT base stations and user equipment. We need it also for the existing MSS services. And of course, there's the issue as regards to overlapping bands, particularly for inter-service and cross-border, that needs to be addressed. So protection criteria for, again, all four of these MSS agenda items include in the scope of the studies potential interference to existing incumbent MSS systems. And so what we do have available today is really, in terms of the overall interference margin for MSS systems, we have ITUR recommendation M.1183, which clearly specifies an aggregate interference allowance from all other MSS systems of 20% of total noise. This basically corresponds to I over N of minus 6 dB, where N is the internal link noise, basically. And this basically is true for systems that are being implemented with new technologies, particularly today, where even though the satellite systems, GSO systems are being launched, developed, manufactured, and launched.
Sorry for interrupting, Basir. Can you conclude within 1 or 2 minutes, please?
Certainly, Chairman. Thank you. So basically,
okay.
the adaptive coding modulation, new systems that are coming in, MSS operators still use to design the link budgets with this in mind. So basically, we still adopt the kind of criteria that has been provided by 1183 in today's design of the future MSS systems that are going up today. We look at the aggregate interference allowance. There's also the single entry interference allowance from a single MSS system of 6% total noise. That corresponds to about minus 11.25 dB and so on. Essential that the single entry criteria is used in the analysis of interference for one MSS system to another. This is how mostly the MOOC sharing studies are generally done. So this is something that needs to be borne in mind when we're doing sharing studies, both on a single entry as well as aggregate basis for these agenda items. There is the issue of percentage of time associated with criteria, and that again can be looked at. You can read on that, but again, the availability requirement so it should be defined in terms of percentage of time which the criteria should be met, and that is very clearly defined with different ITR recommendations. You can see here to the point of 99.9%. Which is important, particularly for many of the safety services, critical safety services that are provided, such as GMDSS and so on. Safety and non-safety, again, GMDSS, AMSRS throughout the bands are provided, and clearly there's a need for their protection as well.
I'm again interrupting.
Finally,
we are short of time.
Yep.
So
Finally, just on the last slide, issue of frequency there is the frequency bands simultaneously by 2 or 3 of the agenda. These agenda items clearly that have overlapping bands, as you can see here in the uplink and the downlink in different agenda items, and that needs to be addressed as well. Which again, the slides are available. Different aspects of it needs to be issued in terms of what needs to be done for the overlapping bands, and clearly these will be addressed during the course of 26. So in conclusion here, Chairman, progress to date has been slow somewhat. We could have been a lot much more, but the issues are quite complex. They need to be fully addressed, particularly on 1.13, as I highlighted. Protection, regulatory and protection guide for both terrestrial IMT and existing MSS bands needs to be finalized and incorporated into the draft. So 2026, as I said, is a critical year to resolve a lot of the outstanding issues in preparation for the draft CPM report. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Basir, for insightful presentation. And I think most important thing what he has said, all regions should support these studies, clarify on bands required, as well as need to clarify various issues related to SNO, MNO, filing administration, and the applicability of unacceptable harmful interference, terms and definition. This is most important what he has focused, because every region should focus, they should cooperate with each other, and definitely protection of existing services in every region's agenda. So thank you, Basirji, for your insightful presentation. Now, I think Madam Sophie is waiting. She is online. So I request Madam Sophie to present his views. Madam Sophie is the Associate Director, Frequency Management, Satellite Communication Program Office, ISRO Headquarters, India. Madam, please continue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very good afternoon to all. Am I audible?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir. And being a last speaker, I think most of the points, like whatever I intended to cover.
Please continue. Yes, you are the last speaker of this session. Thank you.
So it has been already covered. So I will just try to skip the points which are already covered and just try to put it mainly from the ISRO perspective. So now moving to the next slide. Actually, just for completion's sake, I have covered this agenda item 1.11 also, because as the chair explained in this introductory remark, these all agenda items, they have a pivotal role in supporting the MSS networks that are mainly essential for the safety and enhancing the coverage to reach like 100% coverage, and mainly during the disaster time, all these kind of MSS networks, they play a critical role. And now like coming here, due to sudden outburst in the non-GSO constellation and these short duration missions, definitely
Madam, you are not audible. Just check. Please. Check your connection, please. Madam, you are not audible.
sorry, sir, I lost the link. And so now due to this outburst in non-GSO constellation and to reduce the dependency on the ground, definitely we have to look for more allocations in the inter-satellite link. And now coming to allocations, MSS allocations in 1 to 3 gigahertz, we are not seeing any space-to-space allocation specifically within these particular band segments. Because mainly we prefer the low frequency bands, mainly due from the technical propagation characteristics point of view and from the pointing characteristics point of view. And here possibility of space-to-space links, it exists within this band. Coming to current work progress and open issues, key station definitions are there, and even here those 6 candidate frequency bands are there. Essentially certain frequency bands, they support the non-GSO to GSO, and some frequency bands, they support both non-GSO to GSO and non-GSO communications. And the next aspect which it is discussed but it could not be finalized, it is the cone of coverage of concept of operation, and then still clarity has not come, right, which all services has to be taken into account for the incumbent services, and then the preliminary results, and whether there is a requirement for studies in the space to earth direction, because it will operate under the particular umbrella of the already registered MSS network. Now
Madam, again there is a interruption. You are not audible at all. Can you check at your end, please?
Yes, sir. And here I have just captured the 2 important contributions which was discussed during, next slide please, which was discussed during the previous meeting. Actually 2 studies are there. One is studies in L band, where these studies indicate that there are some interferences and not to consider this band. And moving to the next band, S band, 2483.5 to 2500 megahertz band. This it is the very critical band for a NAVIC constellation, which it is operational from the 2013. And now we are moving for the second generation constellation, and where we have this S band. So protection of this particular S becomes very critical from ISRO point of view, and towards this we have submitted input to the previous ITU working party 4C meeting, and it was discussed, and we are proposing methodology also for protection of these particular bands. And coming to CPM methods, 2 methods are being considered. So now moving to the next agenda item in the list, 1.12. So here actually requirement of this low data rate MSS services. Here as the main thing what happened during last WRC was the definition and the characteristics were not finalized. So this time like we have to focus on these systems, on these particular work and strengthen these particular things. And the candidate frequency bands which are considered are the 4 frequency bands they are considered. And compatibility studies wise, it has to be carried between the in-band and adjacent band, where you can see certain med services, space operation, and the space research. So now moving to the next slide. So here, if you see, like ITU studies as focused by the previous speakers, these are the things which has to be further debated. But main thing what I would like to highlight is MSS frequency bands in general, it is very highly loaded. So here some operational methodology we have to like evolve, especially interference mitigation technology, especially for coexistence with incumbent services and for coexistence among our own like non-GSY LDR MSS systems. And CPM methods are being considered based on the 4 distinct frequency bands. And then we have our passive services very adjacent to this band in 1400 to 1427 megahertz band, which is very essential for the salinity measurement. So subject to protection of all these two things, like we are in support of this particular agenda item. Then moving to agenda item 1.23, actually I did not prepare any slide because I know the most focus will be here. But just for the information of the participants, here in this agenda item 1.13, for ISRO, the services in 2.5 to 2.69 gigahertz, it's very important for us. Within this band range, we have both our MSS and BSS, and adjacent to this band, just below this band, we have a NAVIC frequency band. So for protection of these services, we have contributed our input to first meeting, we contributed our characteristics, and for second meeting, we have contributed our analysis, where we have worked out the protection zone, exclusion zones which are required. And now moving to agenda item 1.14, this as expressed by all the previous speakers, this is for the additional MSS allocation, and here also current work which
Madam, thank you.
Yes, sir.
For expressing the views of ISRO in this regard, because protection of space services in certain band is a must, because these are used by ISRO for giving service, different type of service. So we understand that. Due to shortage of time, we are just concluding. Thank you for this insightful presentation. Thank you all panelists for giving the insightful presentation. Thank you.
And thank you for having us.
Thank you very much, Shri Munish Kumarji, for chairing the session. I thank our eminent panelists present on the stage and online for sharing their expertise with us. May I request Bharat sir to please join us on the stage and present a memento to our session chair, Shri Munish Kumarji. Thank you so much, sir. I request for a group picture. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the last Power Pack session of the day on high-level spectrum policy roundtable, business models, best practices, and the road ahead. And it is my privilege to invite and introduce our panelists on the stage. Starting with our session chair, please welcome with a warm round of applause our session chair, Shri Anil Kumar Bhardwaj, DDG SE, Department of Telecommunications. He's a seasoned public policy and regulatory affairs specialist with over 3 decades of leadership experience across policy formulation, regulation, economic policy, competition regulation, and change management. He brings a proven record of driving impactful initiatives in open governance, service delivery, compliance management, negotiations, policy research, consensus building, and project execution. Please join your hands together and welcome on stage Sri Jitendra Singh, Head Government Affairs, Qualcomm India. He has more than 30 years of experience in the field of communications management. Prior to his appointment at Qualcomm, he served in the government. He has been actively involved in national working groups of the ITU-APT in India and has been a key contributor in all standards-related activities of the industry. He plays a key role in APT region telecom industry coordination activities. Welcome you, sir. We have Sri R.K. Pathak ji, Director General, Bharat 6G Alliance. He has done his BE Honours Electrical and MTech Power Electronics. He has more than 33 years of experience in different disciplines, including entrepreneurship, standardization and promotion, development of manufacturing of telecom equipment, and investment promotions. He is the nodal officer for the implementation of 5G technology. He has additional responsibilities as Secretary of TEPC and Director of TCOE India. Welcome you, sir. We have Ms. Alka Selot Asthana, Head of Regulatory Affairs, Tata Communications. Ms. Asthana is a renowned thought leader with a career spanning over 23 years in telecom. In this role, she drives technology adoption, strategic planning, innovative design, focused on key areas like smart city delivery, renewable energy solutions, and cost efficiencies. Her strength lies in her ability to ensure delivery and achieve stakeholder consensus regardless of complexity. We welcome Mr. Kevin Graham, CEO, TCCA, the Critical Communications Association. Welcome, sir. Engineering qualified, coupled with strong and extensive skills in international business development and market development, specializing in telecommunications, ICT, digital and communications transition, business and product strategy, project execution, and executive management. Mission, critical vertical markets, public safety, transport, utilities, mining resources, energy renewables. Worked and lived throughout Asia Pacific and North America. Welcome Mr. Christian Gomez, Vice President, Government and Regulatory Asia Pacific, Viasat Incorporated. We welcome all the panelists on the stage, and I would hand over the stage to our session chair, Shri Anil Kumar Bhardwaj. Sir, over to you.
It's working now. I think, first of all, thank you to the organizer, and especially thanks to Bharat Bhatia and all the friends of ITU-APT Foundation of India and the kind of speakers they have arranged. They have been able to bring galaxy of speakers. It's wonderful, and God forbid I could only attend one session yesterday, and I could see the depth and the knowledge which was being disseminated from here. So in fact, I wish that we could have been able to attend a little more. But coming to the topic, I mean, spectrum, none of you need to know from me that how important it is. But why this time is extremely important for us is because we are at a crossroad in terms of very, very high level discussions and decisions, not only on the spectrum pricing, but also, I mean, we had some discussions because of some interference caused in one of the states only 2-3 months back, and which snowballed into something far more serious than it should have been. And then we have, as we talk, already 6 gigahertz, Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 5, Wi-Fi 6, and IMT claims and counterclaims. And last but not the least, I'm happy to have both Professor David here as well as Rajesh ji here, because whatever innovation we are talking for 6G, we have to now sooner than later work out for the spectrum for 6G. And whatever we may say, if 6G has to do what we think it should do, then spectrum is a resource, and large chunks of spectrum is a resource which we as Government of India has to think about. In addition, there are challenges in terms of pricing. There is always a challenge how much you should be able to give to free band and how much you should be able to monetize. So I think this conference has come at the right topic, and I'm happy that we have a great mix of panelists, both with Mr. Gomez from Viasat. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. And we have a representative from TCC, and Alka and Jitendra both bring in great experience. So I won't take much time. I think we'll go straight to the experts because I am no expert. I am a novice among this panel, and we would want to learn from them. But before I end, again, my appreciation to Mr. Bhatia and his whole team, whether it is Mr. Soni and Mr. Gupta and all of them. And should we start with the first speaker? If you all permit, I don't know what is the plan, but I mean, we are already very thin on the representation of ladies. So Alka, should we start with you? So over to you. Let's discuss. What do you think? What is the road ahead for spectrum, and what are the challenges, and what is it that we as a community need to do now, and what are the things which we need to take care of when we work on the spectrum policies in coming maybe a horizon of 1 year? Because in telecom, if you talk anything more than 1 year, these innovators befool us. They come out with something so new and so different that we realize how foolish we were last year, thinking of 5 years horizon. Okay, over to you, Alka.
Thank you, Anand, and thank you, Bhatia sir, and everybody for giving this opportunity. I'm Alka, and I represent Tata Communications. Tatacom is a global player in Comtech, communication technology, as we call it. And over the years, we have evolved into something which is a fabric-based, a platform-based ecosystem. Spectrum is one of the very key components or resources which is necessary. And therefore, when discussions about spectrum happen, we are very keen on looking at what can now change over what has been done so far in India. The usages of spectrum and the claimants of spectrum are many, but there are classifications in those claimants like enterprises in general. Tatacom does not do B2C. We are into B2B. So we provide solutions for enterprises. And in Indian ecosystem, the enterprise use case for spectrum and otherwise has not been dealt with separately as a regulatory component per se over the years. So one of the first foremost requirements in our view is to handle enterprise usage separately, and not treat it as if the enterprises are responsible for figuring out what kind of spectrum they need, and therefore they should take it, because that really hasn't taken off, and it cannot. So for instance, if I am in telecom, I can't be expected to figure out what kind of coal ecosystem I need to set up, right? So similarly, if we ask coal producing companies to figure out what kind of spectrum they need for their CNPN, it is not fair to our mind. So when we talk of CNPN or enterprise networks, if we can look at what kind of spectrum can be allocated for the enterprise service providers, it will really help take off the whole Industry 4.0. That was one requirement we have always spoken about. The other thing is the co-use, common usage or multiple usage of spectrum. WPC keeps looking into it regularly, but then there are bans and frequencies which, let's say, the airport authorities have. But overall, since they occupy the whole thing, it does not become useful for others. Let's look at what kind of technical solutions can be provided. And there exist already technical solutions. It's only a matter of, saying that it's a resource which should be used to the maximum. If that can be the approach adopted, it'll be wonderful. The third thing is to kind of evaluate how much of earning has to come from spectrum for the government. If it can be seen as a, as a resource which is to be utilized best, rather than focused on what kind of spectrum usage charges and what kind of auction prices will it entail. Those are the few pointers that I had for everybody's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Alka. That was crisp. So should we keep questions for the end for whole of the panel? Because I have some questions, but I'll park them. Next, we go to Mr. Kevin Graham, who has some slides to present, and he is representing the Critical Communication Association. Over to you, Kevin. So please, somebody should help him with the slides. Please load his slides. Thank you.
Again to IAFI for the opportunity to be part of this group. Our industry is a small industry, but an important one. And, within a global context and a regional context, it's great to have some bigger brothers and sisters that might help represent our cause across the world and in this particular region. We've mentioned the various sectors that our association represents. Our membership spans the industry, from chipset manufacturers to the ecosystem, from government operators that have been assigned the task of governance for their rollout of national network broadband capability, how they overlay that on top of the existing narrowband deployments. In some countries, they've had narrowband deployments that have been shared national networks. In many countries, however, there's still siloed narrowband and analog networks existing across these critical industries. One of the unique requirements, and it's actually not so unique now, because most citizens now are expecting 24/7, 365 availability of services and connectivity. As I said, we're just a small voice, but important industries that support the safety, security, disaster management, response and recovery in countries. And therefore, we really rely on our technical brothers and sisters to support our agencies that support us in times of need. Consumer enterprise are important, but when the days become dark, this is when we need our agencies to shine through. We obviously partner, we're market representation partners into 3GPP. I'm trying to drive some greater involvement in harmonising some of our consensus across our industries in terms of spectrum requirements, continuation of the spectrum required now, and how we might work efficiently with the various groups that can deliver capability. And as I said, we are a collective of members, and we really do rely on the peer associations, and we really cherish the engagement with the IAFI here, with Broadband India Forum, who help us get insights on what's happening in India, and how that plays in the global context, and how we can leverage both global capability and local Indian knowledge and expertise to try and harmonise an approach across the world. It's an evolution, and existing narrowband networks are now being augmented with broadband, and we're seeing that across all of the sectors. There's a desire to ensure that they have the broadband capability that the narrowband networks can't provide. This is a quick depiction of what's trending across the world, particularly in respect to government mission-critical network deployment, broadband deployment, to supplement and ultimately in some countries replace the existing narrowband network. And we see a number of models prevailing. And I think one of the really nice trends that is happening is the involvement of mobile network operators in delivering services of a grade, quality of service with priority and preemption that are required by these particular groups. And I think this is a really efficient way in which we can leverage the joint spectrum, commercial spectrum, alongside supplementary spectrum that these groups may require in use cases where mobile network operators may not be able to provide service or where service goes down. So to make this all work, I mean, our industry, our members are all trying to align to the 3GPP standards and to also ensure that we're working closely with the standards bodies and more importantly, making sure that we've got spectrum alignment as harmonised as possible across the world that hopefully delivers the most economic outcomes for these important users. And it's recognised now, you know, given the geographies of some countries, the limited penetration of terrestrial networks, that non-terrestrial will play a really important part. I mean, the decisions that government take to, you know, provision ubiquitous coverage for these agencies. And consequently, it's important our industry understands and our end users understands what the roadmap is, what the capability is of the technologies, and what factors we need to take into account in terms of spectrum issues and how that may impact our ecosystem. As you know, a lot of the agencies have specialist device requirements. They work in unique environments and therefore device form factors don't necessarily align with standard smartphone. You know, a mining worker, a fireman in gloves, it's a bit hard using a smart screen. So you can see that the development of a suitable form device ecosystem supporting network of network operations is really important. We're also working really closely with organisations like Qualcomm, Civil Defence and others, and all of our group who have a requirement for off-network working. So the work going on in 3GPP around sidelink and multi-hop is the one last piece, apart from the evolution of non-terrestrial networks, that will fulfill the capability in a broadband and non-terrestrial use cases that isn't currently covered. So obviously, spectrum consideration for sidelink. Countries are looking at how they handle their air-to-ground communications. Many countries have had existing air-to-ground narrowband networks specifically designed for public safety requirements. These are considerations in every nation, as most nations consider a nationwide interoperable capability for their agencies. And that's also spanning in cross-border collaboration, mutual aid situations. In Europe, they're looking at rolling out a pan-European network that would then allow all of the individual states that have deployed their own broadband capability to interoperate across border and across Europe in times of need. There's obviously bands that are under consideration for this, bands that have been allocated for PPDR. In some of the specialist sectors like utilities and railways, in those particular use cases, they primarily need essentially a private network. So considerations in all of the regions of how both broadband and off-network capability could be provided to those services is important as well. We're looking at trying to identify some of the other regions where we can collaborate with both commercial spectrum, IMT spectrum, but we also recognise that that spectrum needs to be augmented for these particular critical industries. So in circumstances where you need quick deployment, where you need use of drones, UAE, air to ground, these all have impacts on spectrum considerations. So again, it's really important that the technical community understands some of these needs and are factoring it into the spectrum allocations, and also government policy around sharing of spectrum. We've seen in a number of nations where IMT spectrum has been used by operators to provide private networks in some of these other verticals, oil, gas, mining. And I think these are the sorts of discussions that will allow us to use spectrum efficiently and effectively. And hopefully if the spectrum policy and pricing policy supports these industries that support our countries and our citizens, we'll come up with an economic model that works for all. We're a small industry. We need to harmonise across the world. We need to do that at a regional level, across all regions. We need to aggregate common capability in our vertical sectors across police, fire, ambulance, utilities, railways, transport. And that requires a cooperation of all of the practitioners involved in not just the evolution of the technology, but the spectrum and government policy that supports the deployment and use by these important customers. So again, I thank you for the opportunity to join you. We have a few events coming up internationally and in Asia, and particularly one that we've scheduled for September in India, particularly and specifically around critical comms in all of these vertical sectors. So I hope we can have some of the practitioners here involved in the spectrum issues join us for some of that dialogue as well. Thank you again for the opportunity to be with you and for staying here right through till the end.
Thank you, Kevin. That was crisp. And I think you highlighted very well why critical communications need the focus, and sometimes the policies have to take care of both the commercial considerations as well as, but the pricing policies have to take care of the requirements for critical communications. Next, when we are talking of critical emergencies and all, let's see, and I recall your last slide, the right thing said, the future is now, and the future technology is sitting besides me, and the torch bearer, the person who is coordinating, Mr. Rajesh Pathak, who actually helped conceptualize Bharat 6G Alliance in March 2023. Of course, it is led by Professor David Koilapillai right now. I hope, sir, I have pronounced your surname correctly. I'm still learning. But over to you, Rajesh ji. Please tell us how innovation in 6G can be supported more, and how Bharat Bhatia ji in ITU and in WRC27, how much band your innovations will need?
Thank you, Anil, and all the persons who are expert on the spectrum and the dais of the dais. My first guru, Bhatia Sahab and Goel Sahab, from my previous organization, DGTD. I belong to, I think maybe there was an organization called Directorate General of Technical Development, which was wound up in 1994. So I belong to that. What is important that I am very pleased to see that even operators are participating in spectrum for even 6G from very beginning. Why I am saying so? That when government launched the Making India 5G Ready report in 2018, then Korea was doing the technology trials in their Olympic in November or December. And then after some 1 or 2 years, it was the Japan who did the 5G in 2020. But what is a very important message that countries like USA, etc., they announced their spectrum policies. Though one may say that whether that was success or failure, but that is all part of after you do the technology trials. So India has decided that we'll be leader in 6G. And in the morning, even COC dot told that government has funded more than 120 6G projects. And Bharat 6G Alliance is closely working with Department of Telecommunications, DST, MIT. And we are working that how can, in addition to funding those startups, MSMEs, and academia, because academia can't go more than TRL3, so they should bring the industry as well at appropriate level. So we are working for setting up pre-standard test bed as soon as possible, and priorities like AIML, ISAC, NTN, core, and same will be graduated, one can say, to the standard lab once by maybe by 27. So what is important for a country like India, that even telecom service provider should be active from the very beginning, and they should just not pass this one to one another, that why the 5G services has not been making monetized. We cannot do monetization. Question is, are they hand holding the startups from India or from the world in generating those applications? So till operators play a constructive role in the technology development from the very beginning, and we should do trials from the very beginning, maybe by end of next year or 27 itself, and do actual trials by 28, such that I just came to know some yesterday, I think there was a new Commonwealth Games. So can we showcase minimum 100 cities, our 6G experience by 2030? So you have to do the backward calculations from 2030, that what we did even in case of 5G launch, when our Honorable Prime Minister gave us the target at 15th August, though that was then October. We recall that we each day working very closely with the industry and entire government. So same way, sir, if you want to do anything even in 6G, because this time at least India is in a better position in spectrum. I was just, whenever you just see that the 6 gigahertz, 7 gigahertz golden band or 14 or wherever, we have very clear, demarcation, and we are going ahead as compared to others. I saw so many things today. So my thought process is that industry means TSPs also handhold startups, and all has to work from the very beginning, from today itself, targeting 2030 at 6G, actual deployment of 6G in minimum some 100. This is my thought process.
Thank you, Pathak ji. Actual deployment of 6G by 2030 is really a cherished goal, if I may use the term, in terms of, because 3GPP is still grappling with some of the, of course, they have frozen the requirements, and I'm sure that innovators are working day in, day out, but your call to Indian innovators is well taken. But when you use the term golden band, what rings bell is that why it is IMT which wants to take all the gold away. And that's when, I am lucky that we have Mr. Christian Gomez, who represent a SATCOM operator, who are global leaders in terms of Inmarsat, ex-Inmarsat, and currently Viasat. And plus, they're working a lot on UAVs and in-flight connectivity, and providing communication where no other technology is able to. So, Christian, over to you about the road ahead for spectrum and how all technologies can, converge together using the same spectrum and share the resources in such a way that we get what we call as ubiquitous connectivity. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I have only one slide for these remarks. So looking ahead and thinking about a successful spectrum policy for India, I will say that the key objective of a spectrum policy, which is forward-looking and inclusive of all layers of connectivity, is a spectrum policy that aims to achieve reliable access to spectrum. Let's take the example of the terrestrial industry, terrestrial networks. So IMT mobile operators over many years have worked to standardize together, to harmonize spectrum. And in each country, the terrestrial spectrum from mobile operators has a high level of certainty. So mobile operators have a high level of reliability when it comes to access to spectrum. That has given us a very successful terrestrial industry. So I'm proud to say that I was part of that success. I worked in my previous life in the terrestrial industry, representing mobile operators, and key part of our work was ensuring that operators in every country had 100% reliable access to spectrum. That's the basis for investment, but also that's the investment for consumer certainty and trust. So we have done a pretty good job on the terrestrial layer, and we continue to do a pretty good job. So now we are converging and coming together, terrestrial and space. And I will say that a lot of the previous friction when it comes to finding spectrum allocations is almost coming to an end. There's a lot of now partnership between space operators and terrestrial operators. And we're finding that we work very well in partnership. We have NTN systems coming up. On that front, the key objective is also to have reliable access to a spectrum for NTN development. The good thing is there is no friction with the terrestrial spectrum on this end because we have MSS spectrum, for example, which are well-defined allocations, which are global and harmonized. And there is no impact when it comes to allocation of bandwidth between terrestrial and space NTN networks. So that's coming along quite nicely. And I think that in India, we're going to see a lot of evolution and benefit from NTN networks in MSS. I cannot speak too much on the other flavor of D2D in bands which are not satellite because they are still under study and there is friction there. So I will not make any comments on that. Nevertheless, we have options to avoid that friction, which is MSS spectrum. Also, we have to take into account that reliable access to spectrum provides a level of certainty when it comes to mission critical service and delivery. So in the telco industry, we have an aspect called service level agreements. So those service level agreements provide a layer of safety for the consumer in terms of what they expect. So for example, if we have an NTN system which is unreliable because it operates in spectrum where access is not guaranteed or where interference is present, an NTN system that is used for safety services or emergency services would not work and will not be able to provide us with service level agreements. So under conditions where NTN systems operate or D2D systems operate in spectrum which is unreliable or not harmonized, we wouldn't be able to have a service level agreement and we would have unreliable service. So I think the space industry can take a lot of lessons from the terrestrial industry when it comes to achieving service level agreements, making sure access to spectrum is reliable. And some of those lessons, I think, will involve looking at the policy developments that are happening worldwide. So India is facing the same challenges. Also, it has its uniqueness, but other regions of the world are facing the same challenges. So one key challenge, which is being addressed in the EU, in the UK, and at the ITU, is how do we deal with the threat of large-scale NGSOs, which pose various risks to competition. So small NGSOs coming in will have issues in entering a market. and also increases in levels of interference which were not there before. So let's remember that these large mega constellations came to the picture in 2019, but then they like to quote radio regulations that were designed by agreement a bit earlier than that, and they expect to change them to accommodate, basically two companies. I don't think that's the formula for success, to destabilize policies which have proven successful, which have contributed to this reliable access to spectrum. So that will be a sort of a note of warning, shall we say, in terms of spectrum policy. And finally, in these remarks, I'd like to refer to the need for sovereignty-friendly infrastructure. This is becoming more and more critical. So terrestrial infrastructure is very, very much sovereignty-friendly. It operates within the borders. Government agencies can go and check on making sure those systems operate well and within the rules. But in space, we don't have the luxury. We cannot send inspectors up, to take measurements or to check whether or not there is compliance. Furthermore, some spacefaring nations are not interested in obeying to the compliance rules of other countries. So they might launch anything operating in any way, and then they might expect that their mode of operation is accepted by force in countries that do not share the same policy views. So this is extremely important. We have seen an increase in illegal use of certain satellite networks in various countries. That creates two dangers. One of them is, of course, to do with law enforcement, but the other one is to do with interference. So if you have satellite terminals which are not licensed and they come into a country unauthorized and they switch on and operate, they don't take into account the radio environment or the existing licensees in that country. So this issue has been brought to the ITU level to see if this could be addressed. And it's a very difficult issue. And I would suggest that this is an issue that countries on their own cannot resolve. Basic premise is that it cannot be resolved by each individual country because the operators of such large NGSO networks who have the ability to switch off those terminals which are illegal are not being switched off. And then when the country affected knocks on the door of the regulator at the administration responsible for that network, they just don't respond. They don't want to know. So it is a bit of a joke to hear that this problem of unauthorized operations can be resolved by direct discussion between the government concerned and the satellite operator. It hasn't happened, and it's not going to happen. So that's why it's been taken to the ITU by a number of countries, and it's a high priority issue for a number of countries. And those countries are saying the issue should be resolved at the time where the coverage plans of those networks are authorized by the ITU. If a country doesn't want to be part of that coverage, they say they have the right not to be in that coverage. That's the discussion. I'm not saying that's the solution, but at least it's an option that is on the table. There will be other options. But so far, experience is telling us, and international compliance groups like the RRB at the ITU have not been able to bring to compliance those unauthorized NGSOs. So that's something that has to be worked out as part of the spectrum policy. And that's something that has to be worked out, I think, at the international community level. It does not help to have rogue operations where you might have needs for critical communications, where you might have need for information security. It violates many important policy aspects of government. So that's something that has to be resolved. And finally, equitable access. spectrum resources and reliable access to those spectrum resources relies on the premise that spectrum is finite. It's a finite resource. It runs out. And the same goes with orbits. So I think this is a pending issue that is going to come again to the international community, to the ITU, because it's an unresolved issue. And given the developments and political pressures from large constellations, for countries to give up their sovereign rights to access those resources. Again, it's not an issue that can be resolved by one country individually. It's going to have to be resolved by the international community at the ITU level, where those countries can find partnerships and forums where they can be heard and not silenced, and come to a consensus-based set of rules that guarantees equitable access to the orbital resource and to the spectrum resource. That's a pending issue. I think India will play a critical role in that debate because India is a spacefaring nation, and also India has a huge potential when it comes to the space and satellite manufacturing industry, as well as the terrestrial industry manufacturing. It all comes together in the end. If spectrum is no longer reliable, if equitable access is no longer something that we can observe as has been agreed in the ITU constitution, and then the future looks very bleak, but we are still on time to fix. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. You actually brought the debate right, stark things in front of us, and many of the challenges which the whole, the telecommunity or telecom sector faces with the, joining of or working together of SETCOM along with terrestrial, while we are all happy that it will bring ubiquitous connectivity to everybody anywhere in every corner of the world, but the security challenges and challenges of equivalence and the first mover advantage which large constellations are getting. I mean, you have put it across very, very nicely. And I am sure all of us have understood the challenges or the threats, if I may use the term, very well. But let's hear from Qualcomm, Dr. Jitendra, who has been, Qualcomm has been the leader in whole innovation space and advising and guiding not only, especially India, but the whole world, that why spectrum remains so precious and why it is such an important thing that it requires high level discussions and high level focus. Over to you, Jitendra. Of course, we'll come back to the good questions raised by the panel, and I hope if you finish in 10 minutes, we will have time for Bhatia ji. We will have 10 minutes after 5 p.m. for the questions. We started half an hour late. Okay, thank you. So over to you, Jitendra.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to you all. So I will start where Pathak ji left. And just to say that 6G is something which we are looking towards is a very understatement here. In October, during IMC, our CEO was here and we had the opportunity to meet Honorable Prime Minister. And one of the discussions was on 6G. And it was very clear that Honorable Prime Minister has a very clear goal that India should have 6G by 2029. So that is something which was conveyed to us, and we as company, like you rightly said, sir, as a technology leader, we are dedicated and we are totally into it to ensure that we, for India, achieve that goal. To have a clear visibility, clear goal, clear understanding, you need a leader like what thought process the Honorable Prime Minister has. But to implement it, it requires efforts, and that means that entire machinery needs to align with that goal. And that is something which I want to actually point out here, that it is easy to be a confused follower than to take that lead and then be a leader and then at a global level. We have seen in our 2G or 3G, 4G adoption in India, we were always a follower. 5G was a time when we saw, again, courtesy to Pathak sir and the team, which actually pushed, brought in some kind of policies in place which helped us in be one of those early countries who actually deployed 5G. And there are still many countries, even big countries, who are still struggling to deploy 5G or make best use of 5G. Whether it was during, especially it was during COVID times when I remember I was running around with in DOT and with some of the officials who were actually dedicatedly focusing on this 5G. Did not bother about what COVID is doing, but they were more interested in what they are doing towards supporting India's vision of 5G. Later on, when we heard a proposal or a proposal from the Honorable Prime Minister in 2022 that there is a need to have 100 5G use case labs across the country. That was a kind of creating a platform for all students or basically students to come up with use cases in those universities across the country and start adopting 5G as such. So something which Pathakji mentioned, that similar thing is required to be done for 6G also, so that from very beginning startups are motivated to consider what 6G is and to achieve that and then not only to understand what 6G is, but to start developing IPs around it. That was one of those goals which I remember Honorable Minister of Communication at that time, Mr. Vaishnav, said that we want 10% of IPs of 6G in India. So those are the goals and thought leadership we have. How can we actually ensure that we reach those goals in a timely manner and take that leadership? And that is only possible if that foresightedness is supported by overall policy makers' efforts. I have some bad examples. I have some good examples. So, for example, if we are looking, and I mentioned this yesterday also, that if we are looking to become 6G leader, we want to be the 6G, if we want to have 6G by 2029, if we are targeting 6G deployed cities, as Pathakji mentioned, by Commonwealth 2030, say 20 cities, 30 cities, then we need to have all those policies in place that yes, we need to do it. For example, FCC said that in 2027, they have to auction the spectrum. So that is a ruling that auction will happen in 2027. For whatever efforts are required to reach that level, backward activity needs to be done. Similarly, if we decide that we need to have 6G deployed in 30 cities in India for Commonwealth 2030, then backward activity should start happening now. First action is for that is to get the spectrum, very clear spectrum for 6G. And then since we are going to WRC, we should be very clear that what spectrum bands we are looking at. And if we know that these are the spectrum bands we are looking at, then all efforts should be put in. It is like one nation, one goal. If we have to do that, then all stakeholders, including incumbents, should come together to ensure that that spectrum is made available. It should not be considered that, okay, we'll do some studies around it and whether possible, not possible. That is, I think, that should not be the focus. Focus should be that, yes, we need to create this band, make this band, spectrum band available. There was a policy which was created again by the person sitting on my right about having a trial sandbox, which allows you to do trials without getting a license if you do under certain power limits, like 100 milliwatt. And then there are other such facilities which were created. So those kind of policies will help in ensuring that by the time you are there in say 2028, 27, 28 timeframe, you will have carried out some certain trials, certain pilots, and that will help both startups to create their own IPs. And overall, we will be in a position to achieve that goal. And then as team which is focusing on WRC can have a clear-cut direction that yes, they need to go with the particular directions from the government, that these are the bands we need to fight for and ensure that these bands are identified for IMT. We saw some confused state in the previous WRC, where there was a confusion whether we need to support a band or not support a band. So those things, if the delegation itself is confused, then it will not be able to drive things. So those kind of clarity needs to be decided now, whether it is about critical communication, what Kevin mentioned, or private networks, what Alkaji mentioned. All these things should be clear and then the policy should be around those clarity. We want to do it or we don't want to do it. If we want to do it, then let's go all out to ensure that we can do it. There will be many hurdles, many issues, many incumbents, many other players in the market who would have some other ideas. Perfectly okay, but what is the country's goal? If country wants to do it, then that is how, in my view, government should focus and try to do the best possible policies to ensure that those things are implemented. Whether it is participation in, I'm talking about IPs, then it is participation in 3GPP. There has been effort from TSD side to support people to participate in 3GPP, but more can be done. There is a RDI scheme which has been created, which supports research activities. There's ANRF, which is trying to support startups to come in and sunrise fields to come up and get support from government on very low rate debt, like I think 0.5% for 50 years kind of figures. So that is something which is government is trying to do going all out, but they are also need to be backed up by policies so that the right benefit can go to the right people, and as a country we can achieve what the goals have been set. So yeah, so these are my initial thoughts, but one point I wanted to mention, which I've been hearing since yesterday, this is not related with this entire discussion, but still I wanted to share this point that 5G devices, I heard that are very costly. I would like to differ on that, because we as Qualcomm ensured that those 5G devices in India are made in India and are less than $80 in India, and that is almost more than a year now. So I believe that those devices are available, and adoption of 5G is not a issue anymore. Back to you, sir.
Thank you, Jitendra. I mean, your last point, I'll pick from there only. And I was part of the inauguration when we launched that $80 Qualcomm chip, which I mean, the chip is not $80. The output final phone was available in $80 to $90 and up to $100, below $100 was the goal. And that was announced in October 2025. And those devices are in market. Before we open the questions to audience, I promised Alka I'll start with the question. Of course, I have questions to all the panelists, but I don't think time will permit. So we will maybe catch up certain things offline, especially with you, Christian. But Alka, the question is, you talked about the whole CNPN thing, and this is a debate which is going on since in terms of policy, if you look at it, Government of India has decided let's go with what TSPs are saying and allow them to do the private network part. But isn't it sufficient time that we are now into almost 3 years of launch of 5G? And if you look at the concentration or number of the private networks, and if you compare it with the global, average and number of private enterprise putting up their own private networks, we don't have even started the count in terms of having the network. But we still want to continue to that it is we will do it, it is we who will do it, it is we who will do it. Are we not losing somewhere, especially? And I'm on behalf of my Indian local manufacturing industry, I'm sorry, this is a long question, that, many of them say that we are not getting any foot in the market because the large deployments are impossible to come for us because we are still to become, proven global technologies. But then this is the niche where we can perhaps get orders of 1, 2, 5, 10, set of the whole RAN and BTS and core, where we can provide these networks. So because telcos do not seem to be reaching that level of enterprise network, why don't you give the spectrum to us? Would you like to answer this?
So as I said, Anil, there is a distinction between a B2C and a B2B use case of spectrum. And when the large telcos we are talking about take spectrum for the retail consumer, of which we are blessed with huge numbers, honestly. We are a country of 140 CR. We need that spectrum for, for the entire populace. So when we talk of specific CNPN network, that same spectrum approach doesn't really fly, and that is why we have, we are in 2025 end, and we are not seeing the whole takeoff. So that's the whole point, that if we can consider enterprise use cases separately, and therefore identify which is the which is the spectrum, how does it get allocated for that use, is something which should be focused upon. The other part is that when we come out with spectrum auction numbers, they are based on the retail consumers. So whether it's the rollout obligation, whether it's the cost, whether it's the minimum quantity which needs to be bought, it is on basis of the retail spread. It does not take into account there are, factory premises, hospital premises, which can be converted into a private network as such. In between, the entire policy was revolving around that the enterprise itself will take the license and take the spectrum. This is what I was alluding to when I said, if I am a telecom player, I don't know much about steel. Similarly, a steel manufacturer is not supposed to know about telecom, and therefore cannot be expected to set up a whole team figuring out what should be the spectrum, where do I get the license, what should be the cost of compliance, does it make any, commercial sense for me? So those are the aspects where we are creating divisions or, creating monopolies, honestly, which have to be kind of broken down. Technology, as you yourself said, is moving faster than what regulations would kind of, deem to catch up on. This is something which, which AI has really proven that you need to only imagine what you want to do and then start getting solutions out of it. We have to maybe, break the whole jinx of, or the slotting that we keep doing between who can take it, who cannot take it, what kind of quantity that you can take for it to, for you to qualify in that whole thing. Those are the changes or, approach change that is required.
That's good. Any other panelist want to contribute to the discussion? Because I pointed the question to her because she raised this very pertinent topic. But anything you want to add, Christian?
Yeah, I'll just follow up from the idea from my colleague at the end of the panel there. I think you're very right on this, and I think this is I think economics has to be taken into account when it comes to public policy and spectrum policy. Innovation does not have to result in monopoly. It doesn't need to. Successful innovation doesn't translate to a result of monopolistic practice. So, for example, for an exercise, just a theoretical exercise, if we were to give a 10-kilometer square patch of land to 3 mobile operators, and when we tell them, you guys have no licenses here, you have to share this, and you can roll out your network between the 3 of you and do the best you can, I can assure you, you're going to end up with one network who is going to take over purely by means of deploying tens of thousands of base stations. And that will be the end of that story. Because while innovation is, technological innovation, we will always have it, there will always be vested interest in order to take up the resources that allow you to provide service and to make money. So that example of an unregulated patch where you give green light to anyone to go in, the winner is going to be the one who deploys the most and the fastest. So anyone else who comes later, there's just no chance because spectrum ran out and space ran out. Fortunately, in the terrestrial sense, we don't have that. And we're very lucky that we have very well-defined legal frameworks for spectrum use for terrestrial networks, where access to spectrum is reliable to all 3 or 4 operators. Everyone knows what to expect and everything works fine. And competition has been modeled on the premises of reliable access to spectrum. Now, unfortunately, we don't have the same clarity when it comes to space. You cannot tell another country not to launch as many satellites as possible, obviously. The one who can do it is going to do it. And since spectrum runs out quickly, there is an interest in deploying the most number of transmitters in the fastest time possible, because that will make that network a preclusive network of new networks. It's simple economics and simple RF. So we're going to have to get to a point where at the ITU level, we're going to have to discuss equitable access to ensure that this theoretical scenario, which is already shaping up to be that way in space, does not end up in the situation of monopoly or duopoly scenario, purely on the basis of speed of launch and orbital occupancy. If you have the ability to have exclusive access to orbital use, an unlimited number of launches, and very deep pockets, I think we are in a scenario that is risky. And it's not theoretical either. Thank you.
No, Gomez, that point is, Mr. Gomez, that point is very well understood, and equivalence is extremely, extremely important. So is the sovereignty and security of the network and security of the traffic being carried, and the coverage in unlicensed areas or unlicensed countries. So all those are very pertinent question. In fact, speaking from government side, we have been actually sometimes cursed for the slow speed in permitting or allowing certain things. But these are the pertinent issues which have bothered us since more than a year now. And that's where we are. I mean, while we have given a go ahead, we have done what needs to be done in terms of permitting the service, but we are still asking them to comply with the things which are so extremely important from a security point of view, because everything is extremely important, not only the technology and not only the new services, but the security of our citizen networks as well as the sovereignty is extremely important. But Jitendra, you wanted to say something in between. Over to you. And I request the audience to be ready with the questions. I am sure we have to come out of you talk to me and I talk to you. Let you also participate in the discussion after Jitendra, of course. Jitendra ji, over to you.
Thank you, sir. So as Qualcomm, we have been very strong supportive of the private networks, and that is how we actually pushed when the first consultation paper on the auction of spectrum happened in 2022 for 5G, and there was a certain number of questions on private networks in that as well, and we were pushing for private networks in India because technology can develop for private networks also, and technology can keep moving forward. But if a technology is working in a factory in, say, in Japan or in Korea or in Germany, then that technology will certainly work in India also for that private network. So we provided various examples on how a private network is being done in UK with certain amount of spectrum between various users, of what kind of factory size is there, what kind of factory deployment is there. We gave examples of South Korea, how the pricing is done. And then there are different examples which are done. And I remember IFI also submitted a proposal where it said that, okay, if a spectrum has been priced on a certain value for or auction with a particular value, in a circle, and depending on the area of that circle, if you do the maths calculation and if you come to number depending on the factory size, you charge as per that. But then should be made available to the private network players. So that is something which we strongly believe that it is important to democratize this entire concept and for societal benefits. And yesterday I was speaking about the, as we move forward again on the point of the technology development, and I was speaking about how AI is now getting into your edge, how AI is getting into your devices at the edge. So whether it is in factories or in your personal use devices, if you don't have that kind of connectivity, if everything has to be is dependent on the networks, then maybe we are not moving forward. Actually, many things will require will be very latency sensitive, whether it is using AI or direct connectivity between the devices in a factory setting. You cannot be depending on a TSP to provide you that kind of connectivity, because probably you will not be able to achieve that latency, which is essential to ensure that not only you are able to drive the factory requirements, but also in many cases safety of life or other such cases. Another example which I'll like to give here is which is not maybe not be directly linked, but essentially linked, is connectivity like vehicle to vehicle connectivity, that is V2V. So V2V is something where two vehicles are talking to each other. They don't require a third party to route through that communication to those vehicles, because when their two vehicles are talking, the purpose is to ensure that they are not colliding with each other, because they are very close. If the signal goes to a network and then the information comes to the other car that, okay, now you apply brake, by that time both cars will hit each other, and then one cannot prevent loss of life. So the target here is not about the revenue generation in all these factory settings and otherwise, especially on V2V also. Target is in this particular case, for example, of V2V, is to ensure that there is a safety of life. So how can we compare that safety of life with revenue generation for a particular telecom operator? That is something which is beyond comprehension. So all those things are important to be considered. As I said earlier, what is our objective? What is the goal? That should be the prime focus, and not how it is being done. So if we need, we want our factories to be the state-of-art factories, or industries to adopt those models, then we need to support them with that kind of private network capabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Jitender ji. I see Pathak ji has also requested to intervene. So over to you, sir, before I allow the audience all important audience.
I won't take much time. Simply, I have to just announce that Bharat 6G Alliance has started the CNPN trials, and that is in the lower band as well, and maybe some mid band, I will say 3700 to 4200. And as a secondary use, maybe 700 as a secondary use. This one, because I don't want to say much on this, but we have started, and I see this as a revenue potential as well as entrepreneurship development, because there is a lot of chance for local level entrepreneur also, because they will be naturally maintaining those networks. So this is my thought process.
No, thank you, Pathak ji. You have echoed what I actually started the question with. Over to you, Rajiv ji.
Thank you, Bharat. Actually, I like the idea of one nation, one goal. And especially if we are going for the WRC 27, we should have goals for each and every sector. Like IMT, maybe other applications of mobile services, then GSO, non-GSO, broadcasting in terrestrial and satellite mode. Everywhere we should set a goal that this country wants. And one more very important thing, this is my comment, I'm not asking question. One very important thing is that the goal of the other sector should not be left to the one sector and stakeholders that, okay, this spectrum I don't need, you can use it.
This kind of service is not disrupting me, so you can do it. It should be the stakeholders of the particular service provider to decide in the interest of the country what should be there, and there should be goal for each and every sector, and that is not to be decided by discarding of the thing by a major player or maybe couple of international players. That is my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajiv ji, for that observation. In fact, that is what Kevin actually brought, that, when you talk of spectrum, those critical communication services, while they may not give, that spectrum may not give you any return, but that's what you need. If, you may make beautiful buildings unless it is fire resistant, and those 5 minutes of fire will actually test the building, not for the beauty, but for the resilience and for the safety of everybody who sits inside the building. So that is what critical communication is all about. So I don't think we want to respond to his observation. We will leave it to the questions because he has not asked question. Gupta ji is always, he has the mic in his hand. That is what the fear Christian Gomez was telling, there is always some first movers. So
Thank you,
Gupta ji,
Anil.
over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Anil ji, for kind words. And my question is unfortunately to you and also Jitender bhai. Yeah, the question is, of course, on this captive private network issue of the spectrum. So my actually question is, and especially Jitender, you may help as a technology developer, that instead of using a licensed spectrum for the private network, why can't we use the advanced version of Wi-Fi? Yesterday also we have been talking about Wi-Fi 7, and I hope you have made the chip already. And so why that chip cannot do what a licensed spectrum of 5G will do for a private network? As you know, private network have less requirements, and only slogan mentioned is about the security in Wi-Fi. As you know, now Wi-Fi is as secured as your 5G, in fact. So other than security, nobody tells why they need licensed spectrum. So maybe, and also Anil ji, then you may also have to add on that. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. A very good question. And this is what was also discussed when TRI consultation was happening. And yes, why can't we use Wi-Fi? Forget Wi-Fi 7, even simple Wi-Fi 2.4 gigahertz, why can't we use it? So if we can understand that logic, then it applies to across any unlicensed spectrum band. Firstly, if we are using Wi-Fi as a solution to provide this connectivity, and if you are a user of Wi-Fi, you know that it is an unlicensed band, so any user can start using it. Your devices will be using same because those bands are fixed. So your devices will be using that band. Multiple devices in that room, hotspots, or everyone will be using that particular band. So overall, your guarantee of service is limited, quality of service is limited. There will be a time when suddenly you'll find, because of so many users using that service, that it is also possible that you have, say, 100 robotic arms which are connecting and all of them are using. So you just imagine the kind of capacity crunch they will create in that environment if any new person with a mobile phone comes with same frequency band using Wi-Fi. So it will actually it will not be productive at all. That's why you need a dedicated spectrum. And typically we propose same IMT spectrum because that IMT spectrum brings you the economies of scale and device ecosystem in place. So that is the reason that the proposed is that why should we use this? Now question to Wi-Fi 7. Wi-Fi 7 is a technology, and Alan is here, who is master of this, can explain that Wi-Fi 7 provides you a frequency hopping, frequent carrier aggregation opportunity in between these bands. But still, users are same. Guarantee is not there. And in all these cases, you require a guaranteed service. And you're from TRI, so you understand that quality of service and guarantee of service is must for these kind of cases. Thank you.
Actually, in Wi-Fi 7 yesterday also I showed.
Gupta ji, we can carry
QS is
this
there.
discussion, mutual discussion, because we are constrained of time and I can see some frowns Bhatia ji is already standing, but over to the gentleman here. His hand is raised. Maybe one last question
Thank you,
after
sir.
this.
My name is Shabajbi from ITU-APT Foundation. DOT recently issued one draft gazette notification regarding short-range automotive radar system, and they have allocated 77 to 81 gigahertz for unlicensed band. My question with Jitendra Singh ji, whether this band is suitable for this, because propagation will not be that much, and whether ecosystem is available in this band, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Good question. When you said 77 gigahertz band, that is typically for radar. If you see the radio regulations, also it is for the radio navigation or radio location services, basically. So it is for radar purposes. So your device, your vehicles can actually use it as a radar mechanism to read a vehicle or any other object in front of it, or in the rear if it is parking, or on the sideways. So purpose is that it is not about communication usage for that band. So that's why it is a different use case altogether. Yeah, it is already coming in cars. It is already coming in Indian cars.
Without
Mahindra is
knowing
bringing.
details, without knowing much details, if DOT has come out with an allocation, I can assure you that lot of thought would have gone not only to availability of device, but to the technical compatibility of everything and even system tests. Now, Goyal Saab, your hand, and Soni Saab, your hand is competing with somebody who is standing on my right. Tell me. Okay, so over to you, but this is the last question. Soni Saab, both of you work out who is to ask. Okay.
Sir, only 30 seconds. With everything in place, technology, spectrum, operators, enterprises, why we are not able to go ahead with the enterprise networks? Anybody can answer. Thank you. Or what do we want from the government? Spectrum is already given to operators.
No, that is what my first observation was, Goyal Saab, ki if spectrum is already with the operators, what stops the operators to give the service when we are more than almost 3 years since 5G launch, and why our numbers are non-existent, if I may use the word, in terms of private enterprise network. But I mean, we can continue the discussion. Do you want to answer this, Jitendra ji? Yes, yeah, please.
Only one line, and probably this needs to be actually answered by operators, that why they are not able to sell that service. There must be some reason that they are not able to sell this service. Otherwise, there are big consumers like Tatas and Marutis and Mahindras, big factories. They are consumers of this kind of service, but they are not taking this service. There must be some reason behind this. So maybe we can discuss those technical.
Thank you, Jiten ji. No, thank you, Jiten ji.
But started trial. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah.
We have started trial for CNP and not with operators.
But any panelist want to make one last observation before we give it back to the organizers? So thank you very. Yes, sir.
Let me ask the panelists, they can provide just one. What should be spectrum goal for 2026?
I mean, so I'll start with Christian on my right, and we go like this.
Okay, I'll kick it off. So one statement only. Okay, so first of all, India has a very bright future in the space industry. It's one of the few spacefaring nations. So there's huge expectation that India will help the world balance the availability of launches for the global satellite industry. For 2026, I think India must continue positioning itself as a key stakeholder in the space industry globally, from the point of view of launches, but also from the point of view of policy making in handling the space resources that will help India be an even bigger player in space. Thank you.
Yeah, in the critical comms sectors, I think there's two things. One, at a federal level, Indian government needs to decide how they're going to deliver capability on a national basis to these industries. Once that decision is made, and the model for delivery of those services is chosen, then you can address what supplementary spectrum may need to be allocated for those services. And there will be spectrum required to deliver the capability. And there needs to be spectrum identified for some of the future capability that is coming down the line with the innovation going on. And spectrum's king. Once you've made that decision, then the investment government needs to make to deploy nationally can be made in a most economic approach.
Thank you, Kevin. Over to you, Pathakji.
I think I will just say that India should declare its spectrum policy next year itself. That is the right approach and to influence the world also.
Thank you, sir. I will not wait for 2026. I will just try to close things in December 2025 only. India should announce the golden band as a 6G band for India, number one, and number two, open up or de-license 5.9 gigahertz band for V2X. Thank you.
I would like to see a problem of plenty rather than a problem of, regulations and cost of compliance. That has to go down.
Okay, allow me to have the last word, Bhatia-ji, and I'll take just 2 more minutes. From a country point of view and from, I am just saying that don't take it as government view. This is my personal view with that disclaimer. For us, the goal is what Jiten said, as a country, let us go to WRT 27 with full preparedness, where all of us talk as a country and address some of the peculiar concerns which this panel has raised very well, whether it is the critical communication or what Christian brought, that in terms of first mover advantage, let somebody not be able to usurp all the slots and everything. So that is what should be our strategy. And then on my left, what future is and what are the requirements. So as a country, we should be very certain. That is which is kind of not only a goal for India, but a goal for the whole global community. And as Christian said, and we thank global community to look at India when it comes to taking leadership on these contentious issues which challenge the masters of these things, which are not easy points to take for the discussion, and we are willing to take the bait. Second point is, I would use the term maybe individualistic, but again, we have, we have a candidate, and I request each one of you to be our ambassadors to help India get somebody in the right position to make a difference for the spectrum, for ITU-R. Revati is not here, but I can assure you, not only on as a person, but on behalf of the whole country and as behalf of the whole world, she will be a very good ambassador sitting there taking care of this. So that's my one take for 2026. And before we end, can I thank this esteemed panel for being so knowledgeable and bringing out so pertinent point. Any time given is always less for such discussions. But thank you very much for bringing out these points. And I'm sure these discussions will enable most of us to understand the issues and challenges and find the solutions. And last word I have for the audience, it is the fag end of the second day. Thank you very much for being such a patient listener, even to the last panel. Thank you. Over to you, Bhatia-ji.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bhardwaj. This indeed was an insightful session. I would like to thank each one of you for gracing the stage and for sharing your viewpoints with all of us. Thank you very much. I request Mr. Bhardwaj to please present a memento to our panelists on the stage. Firstly, to Shri R.K. Pathak ji. Can we have a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? We thank Ms. Alka Selot-Asthana, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. We thank Mr. Kevin Graham. Thank you, sir. I request Mr. Bhatia to please present a memento to our session chair.
The memento, I would like to say a few words. This session had been one of the best sessions in the entire conference. And we will see that next time the credit goes to Bharadwaj. You see, who interviewed all the panelists, all the learned panelists, and they gave the best out of, I might say, available. And I see such type of the sessions we will keep in future when the audience is full. Thank you. Thank you, Bharadwaj.
Thank you, sir. I request our panelists to please remain on the stage and request Mr. Bhatia to please give the closing remarks.
So wonderful 2 days.
Allow me to respond to when I sat beside Kevin, I said, I am the one who prepared for maths and now is sitting in a sciences paper. And Alan can vouch for me. We prepared for some other panel, but thank you very much for bearing with me in this panel. Thank you.
So thanks, Anilji, and thanks all the panelists. But I think we had 2 wonderful days. I'm sure everybody who was here from yesterday, today, liked what we put together. We tried to bring together the best in the world. Everybody who was concerned with anything to do with spectrum was here. And I'm very proud that our team worked well. And thanks to all the support we received from our sponsors, from our speakers, from our panelists, from our audience, and particular thanks to our team. Soniji here, Arush, please stand up, Arush. Working behind the scene, I think she needs a lot of deserves. Ashish, I don't know where he is, but there he is. So he's the one who's put together the whole thing. Misha ji is there, and then Ahmed is there, and Himraj is there, all of them, and Tripti is there. So we had a wonderful team. Thanks to everybody. And of course, the entire team of moderators and speakers. So thank you very much. We will try, and from your last session, we'll pick up a few takeaways. What should be India's priorities in the area of spectrum for 2026? And we'll try to put them together and submit to the DOT, to the minister, and to everybody as the key takeaways from this going forward to the next new year. With that, season's greetings, Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and we will see you again. India Spectrum Management Conference will be back towards the end of 2026. That period is very cluttered right now. We have the Plenipotentiary Conference, and so most likely this will be before the Plenipotentiary Conference. We have a candidate for BR, and we must win that. And we have a seat for council also in the same election, so we need to win that. So before that meeting, we will find a date which is suitable, and we welcome you all back here. So thank you very much for this. I think there is, do you want a no picture?
We will have 3 photographs, one for the panel, number 2 for all the audience and panel, and number 3, all our team.
One more. Thank you. Everybody. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I request everyone to kindly proceed for networking tea, coffee by the pool. Thank you very much for being a part of this incredible 2 days ISMC 2025. And we look forward to seeing you at the upcoming events of IFI. Thank you very, very much. Have a wonderful evening ahead. Please join us for tea and coffee right by the pool.